outside is cooled enough for it to condense. But anyway, my question...
Are we talking about liquids or gases? Yeah.
Well, right now I'm talking... The question I want to focus on, and I can go back to the silver hexafluoride thing just fine.
Every
time you speak, you make like 10 points. So I like to stick to one at a time.
What does the ideal gas have in common with our atmosphere? That's the problem I have with everybody who always goes to hexafluoride.
Battlemon.
It doesn't exist in nature.
Battlemon. So if you have a glass of water, okay, and I'm tracing a molecule of water, okay, it's bouncing around, and then it's heading towards the wall of the glass container. What happens such that it doesn't go through the glass container?
Oh my gosh.
He's trying to grandstand. Give him a break.
I mean, I can tell you what I think happens.
Surface tension? What?
But it seems like you just don't accept my explanation.
It's here. That's great. That's great.
Well, you're going to say what? The attraction of the water to the water keeps it contained?
No. It doesn't.
The physicality of the glass.
It's not the physicality of the glass. The glass. Jesus.
Glass. The density.
No. It's that the glass has protons and electrons, and that the water molecules also has protons and electrons. But in particular, the electrons are really what do the most work. Right?
Fantastic.
The electrons in the water molecule repel the electrons in the glass molecules. Right?
No.
And you accept electromagnetism, right? There is a repelling force between like charges.
Do you believe in math, you guys? Do you believe in math?
Hold on. Do you not believe that like charges repel?
Do you not believe it?
Do you not accept it?
Do you know how many times you said believe? And you were telling us that you gave up religion.
Do you accept that like charges repel?
Just go back to believe, man. That's more honest.
Yeah. We know where you are.
Relevance?
Okay, because I'm trying to explain to you that what a container ultimately does is just apply a force to the gas such that it remains within a certain volume. That's all a container is. And so if you can accept that description of it, I can show you how a glass with water in it does exactly that.
Gas pressure is the energy or force exerted on the walls of a container. How do you have the gas pressure without a container, man? Stop playing stupid games. You sound dumb.
Witsit. How do water molecules get contained in a glass container? I have a water molecule. It's traveling towards the edge of the container. What does the container do to keep the water molecule inside of it?
It's a physical barrier. It's a physical barrier, so it contains.
No, that's not what happens. It's not a physical barrier, so it contains.
So what's it? This guy's already acknowledged 3 times that you can't have gas pressure without a container, and he's agreed emphatically. But
Flat Earth Solar.
He thinks the container is just gravity and some outer layer of molecules, which are the less dense.
Flat Earth Solar. What do you think happens when 2 water molecules collide?
How
do you think they're like 2 marbles that click and like 2 billiard balls?
Stop! You sound dumb. If I let gas out at the surface level where gravity supposedly is strong because it goes in all directions, how is this?
Okay, you're just reciting something. Can you answer my question?
Listen, because it's stupid.
It's not matter.
It's a great question to ask. What happens when 2 water molecules hit each other?
It's a state of matter. Well, they combine. It's not really water until 2 molecules combine.
You think 2 molecules of water combine?
Water and gases don't really...
No, not that they combine one to the other.
Okay, fine. Let's switch to gases. I guess we can't talk about fluids in general. So
you should understand, okay? So when you
have 2 molecules of water, okay, they come close and they collide and then they grow apart. What is that collision? Hold on. The collision. What is actually going on under the hood when I say they collide? My understanding is the electrons. Hold on. My understanding is the electrons on the electrons on the water molecules repel because like charges repel, and there are a lot more electrons than protons, right? And so they have this repelling force, and when they get really close to each other, that repelling force is extremely large. And so they fly apart.
Listen, hold on. Solids contain liquids and gases just because of the one is loosely bound and the other is more closely bound at the molecular level. So a solid is tighter in molecular structure than a liquid. It can't flow through it.
You're right.
I mean, it's a dumbass question.
No, it's not a dumbass question.
Absolutely. It does when we're talking about Earth in the atmosphere and containment of the gases.
All right, Battlemont.
So,
what happens?
So in an open system, gas is free to move omnidirectional. Is it not?
All right, sorry, I have to go. My wife is here, but I'll come back.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool, Charlie.
That's
I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Questionable.
I'll reset your name for you.
He can't let his wife catch him talking to flat earthers. He just pulled in the driveway. He's like, shit, I gotta go.
Sus. Sounds like he's about 19 or something.
I know. 29 with a master's degree, but I gotta ask why solids contain liquids.
I could have guessed
sideways.
The wife gets home. Who the hell are you talking to? You know, like, a bunch of flat earthers. No. I think it probably happens a lot to these guys.
He would never tell her the truth, but yet he spends hours on here, whoever the hell he is.
I want to tell Wits a good job for dealing with a good stop over last night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no.
Thanks, I guess.
Yeah, dude. I was watching the whole time. I'm like, they remind me like the DNR, the park rangers, right? They've got a federal jurisdiction, like, so they can give you a ticket anywhere in the United States. Those guys tend to have a bigger chip on their shoulder.
Yeah.
The younger dude was the superior officer, right? So, and he obviously had a chip on his shoulder, and you were poking at him. The other guy, I think you were right when you were Chris.
He didn't even ticket you for a park violation.
He was like, "You don't want to do this. I know that." And like, the cop was just silent. Like, I know that the older guy or whatever, he was just going along because it was his job. But
he gave you disorderly conduct. That's a public ordinance, but it's public property. They don't have a right to infringe on your constitutional right to freedom of speech on public property.
They know damn well. They know damn well that shit's gonna get thrown out as long as
the First Amendment applies.
As long as Austin shows up to the court date, they know that that's getting tossed out. They just wanted to fuck with him. They wanted to make him have to go to a mandatory appearance. They wanted to take his shit. That's all it was. It was just to screw with him. He's good as long as he shows up. That shit's getting thrown out. That freaking sign where it says that the whole area is it says that park is a free speech, First Amendment free speech zone. Like, bullshit. You can freaking, if you need to have a permit, that should be posted right there next to that sign. Like, if there's rules about auditory, like, or decibel levels or devices for amplification and stuff, that stuff needs to be there. Or
yeah, but see what's hurting other people's feelings, so he has to be a
What is the speaker evidence of that speakers amplify sound, Your Honor?
And I especially want to know. I especially want to know how they were able to charge Chris. Chris was there with you. He helped you carry stuff, but he wasn't the one speaking. He wasn't on an amplifier. Is it his sign? Like, what did he do other than just be there with you? I mean, I know neither one of you should be charged with anything, but especially he shouldn't have been. Was he a party to a crime of using your First Amendment? Is that what he is? Makes no sense.
Tell me who are you with, and I'll tell you who you are.
It's all on tape. I'm glad it's all on video.
What it boils down to is you can't convert a First Amendment protected activity into a crime.
Exactly. Make you pay for it with a permit.
I mean, did Chris get the disorderly conduct ticket also? Like, what did he do disorderly? I understand it's going to be an argument about whether or not Austin did anything, which he didn't. But
hanging with a flat earther.
Chris, what did Chris do?
Hanging out with a flat earther is guilty by association.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy.
I mean, you see this guy with his beard talking about flat earth with a lab coat. Come on. That sounds
Big Brother, like literally. The Gestapo, the freaking, you will not think about these things. It is illegal to think like that. You will have to show your papers to make sure you think like the rest of us. Yeah. 1984. Probably just boosted Witsit's views, I bet. Let's see. It was almost at 4,000, I think. Hold on. Let's see here.
I mean, really, I said this last night. I mean, I watched through it. It was long and boring. There really wasn't any highlight. Nothing got exciting anywhere there. Like, it was just the fact that he got arrested and harassed by the cops, by the park rangers, I should say.
I know at one point he had almost 500 live viewers.
Yep.
That's what I guess. Yeah, what happens when you start getting harassed by the cops? People want to watch it.
Yeah, my bad. I'm losing in and out of service.
Yeah. No, I was just asking. So, what exactly did Chris get charged with? I know you were breaking up. I don't know how much you heard, but my question is, like, I'm pretty sure you did nothing wrong, and if you show up to your court date, your shit's getting tossed out. It's just to fuck with you. Chris, it's the same thing, but how did they, what did they give him a ticket or tickets for? You both got 2 tickets, right?
Yeah, we both got charged with the same thing: disorderly conduct, and then ongoing activity that requires a permit without a permit.
Right. What I was saying is, what did he actually do? He was there with you, but he wasn't on the mic. He wasn't. He wasn't. So if the problem was, what was he holding the sign, or did he help you carry the sign? Helping you carry the sign is
he was holding the sign. Yeah.
So holding the sign is disorderly for him, and you being on the mic is disorderly for you.
Disorderly.
Yeah, it's crazy that he got disorderly. It makes no sense.
Oh my gosh.
Well, and then the other one about without a permit, you need to have a permit to carry a sign. Is that right?
Yeah, unless you're in the free speech zone.
Which the whole park, it says that park is a free speech zone.
He said these words. He said literally, "I'm arresting you for not identifying." So he needs to show you where's the law that says I have to identify myself.
It's not a stop an ID state. It's not a stop. Yeah, exactly. You can't. It's not a stop an ID state. And dude, you can look it up. Every time that free speech zones goes to court, they always rule in favor of the person challenging it. Every time.
Dude, just sue them.
Dude, you should be able to try to sue them for your travel back to that state for the court date. I don't know if they'll let you do that, but dude, if you could get a plane ticket paid back for your hassle, that'd be good.
Yeah, I'll probably sue him. Why not? Just because it might make flat Earth, if you get a free speech zone case and it goes all the way to Supreme Court, it's about a flat earther,
Yeah. Yeah. Set a precedent. Good for them numpties. All right, great. Thanks, job. What a great job. Awesome.
Dude, they came and talked to me before that. I have it all documented on my GoPro, and they're like, "You have to be in the free speech zone." I'm like, "This is America, bro. What is it, Nazi Germany over there? Right? There are no free speech zones. This is public property." And he's like, "You can't have that sign or the amplifier." And I was like, "Can you tell me what the ordinance is so I can read it?" He said, "I don't know what it is." I'm like, "Okay, well, I guess just come back when you know what it is, and then tell me what it says, right? And then we'll talk about it." I was like, "So are we being detained?" He said, "No." I said, "Okay, well, then we're gonna go over here, and we're gonna start our presentation." And he's like, just be in the middle. You're fine. And so he actually told us to be there, and we went in the middle. Yeah, dude. And then he came back. I have it all documented. That's when I got their IDs and badge numbers. So the chat's like, get their IDs. I'm like, dude, I already got it. I already got all that documented.
Yeah, Witze, but you crossed the line by hurting the normies' feelings.
The feelings, the fascist people back there. In favor
a
of
few people
losing.
clapped. A few people clapped, but like if you let the Globers say it, the whole crowd went to sleep. Dude, so many people were like, "He's just talking. Why are you arresting him? He's just talking." It's the First Amendment. Then someone else came up and said, "Wait, how are there free speech zones? That doesn't make any sense." And then when we came back out there, people clapped and high fived me, and like dozens of people came and asked for my card. Yeah,
Right
so
on.
it's like
Good. Yeah.
so it's if the crowd gets to choose it and the crowd split, what happens? That's dumb.
Yeah, when they took you away and Chris was walking with the one cop and the guy along the way, he's like, well, all the cop was saying is like, well, I mean, you saw what was going to happen. I mean, like they were getting in your face, and are you guys used to that? And like, yeah, we're used to it, and we're okay with it. Like, if they want to strike me, then you arrest them, motherfucker. What are you doing with me? You know, like,
Public servants.
And he's trying to act like they did it because of that, but they had came up and harassed us before we ever even turned it on. Like it had nothing to do with the crowd being upset, you know. And that's why the disorderly conduct is such a BS charge. He just tried to make something up to add it to it, you know.
Yeah, there's no sign of anywhere in the whole video of there being anything disorderly going on the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, and they even tried at one point cite that I was a danger to myself and others, and that you know, like the psychiatric code. I'm like, are you kidding me? I turned around and let you handcuff me calmly, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but they have to take away. They have to take away your freedoms so other people can celebrate their freedoms.
Dude, yeah, they were. Dude, what's so funny is they're over there looking at these like supposed American presidents that stand for freedom, and they're clapping in front of them as I get arrested for the First Amendment. Right? Like it's so ironic.
You should send that to the guy that covered your video the last time, the Flicks. I think
Yeah,
it's-
high impact flicks.
on one hand, I know why a lot of those people cheered for it. Like they're there with their family on vacation, trying to get. They don't want to hear that shit. That's why they were clapping. They didn't think about First Amendment when they did that. You know, I mean, maybe they did. Some of them probably, like you said it, they might have thought about it, but probably after they freaking cheered for, you know.
Yeah, and I get it, bro. I honestly do get it, but it's like that's just where we live in. I'm being hella scared. We're going prominent. I'm sorry that you have to be here on the day that the flat earther pulls out the mic. You know.
Starting to break up pretty good again.
I mean, Witsi got arrested for, I don't know, it was like less than an hour, and his donation went over the roof. So good job.
Yeah, I wouldn't really give this advice as legal advice, but I would say the more you could trigger those cops and get them in their ego, the stupider they're going to get, and the more views you're going to get. Like I said, that's not legal advice.
Yeah, no, I was jokingly said that earlier too. I typed to him. I said you should get arrested in every video and rack up the super chats because he was getting paid last night. Like they're gonna give that. They're gonna give that amplifier back, and Bob sent him $350 to buy another one. So now he's gonna have two of them, or he's gonna have,
I just visualize like all the Glovers going to Witz's channel, like cheering on as he's getting harassed, constitutionally protected activity, and not only do you have free speech, but I would also say that you're a journalist on a story. Like you want to see how people react, and that way, all you're doing is standing on your rights.
I'm not sure if he can hear me right now, but I also, when I was watching it last night, got to thinking, like that cop, when Chris had the camera pointed at him and the cop was on his phone, he kept on going pretty far from the camera to talk on the phone, like just out of range of where it could hear. And I got to thinking, like, they did mention, like, what was the name of the YouTube channel. And I think the cops might have called in, had somebody check out the YouTube channel and be like, okay, am I out of range now? Like, I'm just saying, like, because the cops asked and they got an answer. I don't think you should ever tell them what's the name of your channel.
The cop also mentioned he went to some type of marshal and talked to the marshal, and the marshal said, release him. I don't know if you guys heard that, but the guy that arrested Witz.
Yeah, that was the, what was it? Yeah. The attorney, something.
Prosecutor Marshall.
Yeah, and I guess that guy said, release him.
Maybe Witz should get some, like, I don't know. Like, how there's, like, that insurance where you get, like, a lawyer, and he got him, like, on speed dial? I don't know if that's... I think, like, the UCCA is, like, one of them. But that's for, like, if you shoot somebody. Maybe there's, like, one for... I think there is. Like, James Freeman is always about... Like, hey, you want like a lawyer on demand? Like,
yeah, I was just watching a James Freeman one recently where he had an advertisement for that service.
I kind of wonder, like maybe that'd be a good idea. Maybe somebody should buy him. I Witsit that service.
I could see that being useful for Witsit. Yeah, if he's gonna keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah, that's a U.S. Attorney Marshal, right? They have to report to their head guy. The DNR call the same people. I've had the DNR come on my land and tell the state troopers and the county sheriffs to get the fuck on, and they did.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the DNR and the park rangers, whatever, they're higher up than state troopers. They're federal. So, like, the troopers show up and they tell the local cops to get on. Yeah, the freaking DNR and the park rangers show up and they tell the troopers to get on.
Yeah, the state trooper dude watched me turn in my driveway and there was a whole flock of turkeys and I couldn't avoid it. I hit one and he said I did it on purpose. And I called the DNR before I ever got out the car. Well, they come because the DNR know I'm overpopulated. The DNR guy out there has told me over and over, just run a few of them over, Mike. We're fucking overpopulated. So next thing you know, here comes the county sheriff and him and the state trooper are arguing for 20 minutes. And then as soon as the DNR guy showed up, I was like, "What's up, Greg?" He's like, you get the hell on. He's like, "What?" Like, there's no fault here. Well, this guy's land's overpopulated with wild turkeys. You can't say you missed a 50 of them, but you intentionally ran the one over. You know how stupid that sounds? And they both just looked at him like, "What?" He's like, "Dude, there's fucking 300 turkeys in the front yard. He only intentionally hit one. That's a pretty good damn shot with a tire." Big ass tires on my Harley truck too, bro.
Those freaking turkeys, like, we've been talking about this for a couple of years in Michigan and Wisconsin. Like,
they're cocky bastards.
Everywhere. In every field, up in the back in the marshes, along the rivers. Everywhere. Yeah, you just sitting on the side of the road with cars driving by at like 65.
Yeah, you pull in my driveway, 50 of them run towards the vehicle. What, bitch? What you want? It's Michigan. Run that vehicle. Feel like I'm going to get jacked by turkeys every time I pull in the driveway. They hear that Harley coming, though. They get the fuck out of the way, dude.
Yeah, I mean, like, on a lot of jobs, I'll be working, siding somebody's house, and turkeys just walk 10 or 15 feet away from us. Like,
you gonna eat that sandwich, bro? Yeah, they're cocky bastards out here, man. They're why I don't leave the barn door open. I had to put a big ass air conditioner in the barn. Leave the door open. Next thing you know, the turkeys are beating down on my dog. And they got those bones in their wing. My dog been sliced up by turkeys before. He don't like to fuck with them. He splits.
Yeah, they got that one kind of razor claw too, right? Like,
yeah. Yep. They're pretty bad.
There's a gentleman. There's a gentleman in VC check-in 1. I see too far. I'm familiar with his name and his voice. He said he lost his verification and his tags and stuff.
I wonder how. I don't see IC too far. He must be too far away. No.
I'm just letting you guys know he's up there. He's trying to come in.
Think he's one of the fake flat earthers. Here, put him on the chopping block, guys. I see too far. What's up?
Why'd you lose your tags? You want them back? Why'd you lose them in the first place?
You're unmuted.
I see too far.
In the world.
Hola, señor see too far.
How did that happen?
Well, never mind about that.
You just wanted.
I got scared.
He just want to make me look like an asshole.
Well, then we'll let you kick him out. Ban his ass.
In a minute. They throttle my shit all the time.
There is a member that has been here for a while. I see too far, but maybe it's a different account. Maybe
Yeah, I'm familiar with him, and he named a bunch of a handful of names that he supposedly speaks to on a regular basis or something. So I don't know what he had going on.
We'll find out. What's up?
Did you guys hear about Alberta, Canada?
What's going on?
What?
So I guess there was this guy named Patrick King, I think. Yeah, Patrick King, and he was fined $1,200 for violating some COVID rule. So he took Alberta, I don't know if it's like a state or whatever they call it over there, but he took her to court and asked them to provide evidence that the Mexican beer germ is real. And they did the whole court case and they couldn't provide anything.
Yeah, I got a link to that here.
And he got off?
They lifted
Yeah,
it.
and not only that, they got rid of all of the rules now in Alberta, Canada. All the like distancing, masks, everything's done.
Alberta, really? Good job.
Yeah.
They lifted it because they can't prove it. They can't produce evidence.
That's exactly what I've been saying, man. If people would just get the balls and just civilly disobey every last fucking word, go to your work without your mask, do these things, it's done. We win. It's over. Tell them to never mind. Just
Florida says no.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit of hope.
Yeah, the pessimist in me. The doomer in me says that it's only a small hiccup in their plan and they'll get around it.
I would have to agree.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens this coming winter when the real season comes around.
True.
People getting sick and stuff.
Everybody get your funeral clothes ready. I'm going to wear a flat earth t-shirt to everyone.
I bought a handful of those when all this came out. I bought a handful of those red pill philosophy masks that said hoax across the front, and the O is the little cartoon COVID thing. I like them. I don't wear them. I never had to wear them, but
It's crazy how fast, once they get something rolling in the media, like that it just spreads out everywhere. A couple of weeks ago, everybody would have told you, no, there will be no passports or anything like that. And sure enough, New York's doing it. Well, now on the news this morning here this morning on the news, they were talking about for state workers, there's no vaccination mandate yet. They stressed yet, which means it's coming for them. And as soon as the state workers are forced to be vaccinated, then comes passports. It's just how it's going to work, and that's going to be happening in every state. I mean, maybe a few exceptions, but
yet they still can't force you. They still can't force you.
no. But I was reading an article earlier about the FDA basically saying that through their studies that and from what they have looked into the fact that it's not an illegal thing for them to mandate. That's what they're talking about right now anyway. They're making it sound like it's not an illegal thing for them to do.
You go on Snopes, it says that it's that it's not, and they'll tell you it's not against the Nuremberg code, and they'll tell you give you some bullshit for why, but it's bullshit.
I posted a really good video. It's got the 14 of the world's highest profile doctors all discussing this topic, including Dr. Robert Malone, who was the inventor of the mRNA technology. And he owns 9 different patents around it. And they discuss like the shedding. They discuss a whole bunch of different things. So really worth a watch, guys.
You have a timestamp?
12 minutes past.
Thank you.
They also discuss people are saying that this thing's never been isolated. And a couple of doctors there present exactly how it has been for them to be able to sort of test the PCR, but it's through recombining fragments of DNA strings and placing them in the right order. So the question then became, are we sure we're putting them in the right order? It's kind of like a string of pearls, and we're just choosing which pearl to place where. But they do provide a lot of interesting things to actually show that I probably won't say that it's never been isolated again.
They know where they're putting stuff.
I think that silence is if it's the same silence I have, it's just me pondering like, fuck, because this shit's going down. Like they're doing the whole Delta thing big. They're making it like the lockdowns and the mask mandates and the vaccine mandates are happening in different places all over the place, and everybody knows it's working its way towards them. Fuck.
We still have to have a little hope. I know it's probably gonna be bad, but
No, they're going down in flames with this one.
So Kai, are you willing to admit that you were wrong?
I was half wrong because I said they will never lock America down again, but they've done the mask thing, so we're halfway there.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yeah, it's coming really soon for a lot of people.
We already got 2 newsletters out at work today. One in the morning and one in the afternoon. And I know what'll be next. It'll be, we're not going back in. I went into work for 2 days. because we're only supposed to go 2 days a week, and they didn't even start yet. And that was the end of that. So we'll see. I'm going to go in tomorrow. I have to do something, but they want us to dress up in space outfits and everything else, like the other people. And I don't do that.
They just locked down my state. I think we've got a population of about 8 million people. They locked down the whole state for 5 cases, apparently.
Oh, yesterday on CNN, Louisiana, 44 deaths and 2,400 hospitalized from it. Now, is that exaggerating or making up numbers or what?
Yes. If it's like last time, guaranteed. You're going to find out that these people tested positive but died of something else, like.
No, probably 44 people did die in Louisiana.
I got the Fauci.
Yeah, somebody broke their leg or they fell off a tractor and got smashed by it. 5 people were in a pickup truck that flipped over.
Yeah, and then they all tested positive and died of COVID.
They don't have to. They don't have to test positive. There wasn't enough. There was the waiting room was full. They couldn't get him in time, so they died of COVID anyway.
They just assumed it. Yeah, they're allowed to do that too.
Well, it's COVID related. If you can't get in because of COVID patients in front of you, you die of COVID then automatically.
I think we're being led by AI. There's a lot of evidence for that.
Also, California is in complete nuts right now, at least where my people are at. Complete.
Glad I left.
Needs to wear masks, all that shit again. And she'll be back next week, and I don't think she's going back. Traveling nurse.
Yeah, I left there like 2.5 years ago.
They have a mask mandate here, but nobody follows it. Like Target, Whole Foods. They don't even have people at the door anymore like they used to. But I'm sure that'll change. But for now, it's
They better put big bullies at the door this time, because nobody's going to deal with being told to put a mask on now.
Well, I don't know. See, like the first time around, the businesses enforced it themselves. They hired people to watch the doors. And I think at this point of the game, a lot of the business owners are not going to be as likely to put resources towards that. And by this point, a lot of them are going to be like, all right, maybe it's real, but it's not nearly as serious as media puts it out to be. And I'm not wasting money, guarding that door. I'll put the sign on the door. If people won't follow, it'll be one of those. I think it'll be most places, I think, are going to be a little more laxed about it than they were the first round around.
No, this is 10 times worse than new one. You kidding me?
No, I don't think the businesses are gonna if it's gonna be worse, it's gonna be because the state has the government actually comes in and try to enforce it.
They're still not allowed to.
I don't think the businesses are going to enforce it any worse than they did the first time around.
The official wording is the CDC guidelines. Nobody has to follow that. That's how I'm going to challenge my work. They're the ones who put out the newsletter.
Even when it comes to the cops, I don't see most police departments putting any resources into enforcing any of these things either.
No, they won't do that
I know
shit.
in the cities, for sure, they're overwhelmed with real crime. They're not going to be wasting their time giving out, tickets for not wearing a mask or something like that, right? It's not really enforceable. If they want to take it to that level, then you start bringing in freaking the reserves or whatever. All that. That's fucked up if you're doing that.
Nobody does that.
Yeah.
Listen, it's a volunteer thing. You're going to volunteer to kill yourself, and that's exactly what it is.
Pretty much. What's up, people?
That way, if you believe in other things, that way they get to keep your soul. But if you don't do what they want and something happens, that's the opposite. why they can't make you do it. It has to be your choice.
Well, you're talking about going all the way, huh? You're talking about taking the needle. Like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, I think that has. Yeah, I think you're right. But they're gonna make your life really fucking difficult. They're gonna try to. They're gonna try
Only
to
if you pay attention
try to
to
push
it.
you into the sewers and the gutters. If you don't get it.
Yeah, but only if you pay attention to the bullshit. Because I don't even listen to people in general. So that's like talking to a brick wall when you talk to me.
The doomer, it like where it could get, if it were to get crazy shit hitting the fan, like they have it sort of set up where, like, if they really wanted to push the masses though, I see it like let's say they throw people into lockdown in the next month or two, right? And they keep them that way all through winter and into spring, and starts getting nice again. And they're like, I am so done with this shit. I've gotten my vax. I'm stuck in here because these assholes won't take it. And they're like, nope, still too many people that haven't taken it. You're still in lockdown. They're going to get those people to come after us. Like,
You got it.
They could anyway.
Yep, brother. You perfectly said.
I know firsthand right now that in California, people are dying of COVID in the hospitals, and they're the ones who got vaccinated. And I'm not making it up. This was given to me, in a phone call. But I'm going to see if she'll text me that info. She's at the hospital where it's happening.
I think Witsit had a document we saw on here last night. Same thing.
Dying of it. Crazy.
This was predicted here a long time ago.
So that video that I posted with those 14 experts, they also describe the differences between what we consider as the coronavirus per se and the CV-19. And coronaviruses in the flu category, you get a high temperature, you get a runny nose, you get typical flu-like symptoms. But what we're seeing with the CV-19 is inflammation-driven complications. So inflammation in the lung tissue where you can't breathe, or inflammation in blood vessels causing blood clotting and causing some kind of problems in the brain. So there's like two distinct things going on here. One is like flu-like symptoms, and the other one is incredible inflammation caused by some stimulus. And what these doctors are now trying to say is, what is that stimulus? Because we're getting such varied results. And then once someone has gone and got the medication, genetic altering medication, they are effectively, they're still susceptible to catch, but the inflammation driven illnesses, not necessarily the flu like illnesses.
You do know vaccines by altering the immune system to cause a type of inflammation.
Yep,
correct.
And so you
it's
are
like
actually
protein.
taking something that triggers inflammation purposely.
Yes, and then if there's an inflammation-based thing, then they can classify it as CV-19. But yet the basis of that SARS-CoV-2 is a flu-like tendency. So it's crazy. Like there's two things going on. But we
Also,
sometimes
don't forget
use them
that
synonymous.
People are putting these diapers in their faces after taking the V as well, and that dirty diapers in their faces can, gather bacteria and stuff that may cause.
But safety is more important than that.
Dirty diaper?
Would you rather be safe, or would you rather have a dirty diaper not on your face? Be safe with a dirty diaper, or no dirty diaper and be in danger.
People that are getting the inflammation in their respiratory tracts, they're wearing diapers in their faces too. So
that's part of it. You either die and you either die from not getting it, or the chances are sometimes you get that, what you said. Sometimes it happens. That's that's a chance you take.
I'll take my chances with the shootout.
Some bacteria, ammonia.
You should go read Fauci's paper that he did back in the mid-90s on the 1918 flu, where he actually said masks killed more people than the outbreak of whatever it was.
Legionnaire's disease, also known as tuberculosis.
There was a group of parents, I think it was California, I have to look it up again, but they grabbed their 1 day of use of their children going to school of the diaper. So the children went to school with new diaper in their faces, and then they took it after the end of the day, and they took this to labs, and it showed like different bacteria accumulating on the diapers. So I mean, people doing that in the daily basis, it could be detrimental long term.
It makes me gag to even try to breathe through something. Because I know what it's doing, it makes me gag.
Oh no. Yeah, I get you. I kind of like just if you're cleaning up somebody's puke and you want to puke.
Yes. That's exactly what I see when I look at people. I can't even look at people. See, this thing is affecting me, even though I'm not part of that big TV group. It's affecting me because it makes me want to throw up.
I think there might be a bigger thing
It's
at play
20 minutes, B. Carls, or it's 20 minutes.
The
your max.
AI takeover. AI.
You want to go into
over.
AI takeover, dude? Like,
Well,
Terminator is fucking.
It's
real.
part.
It's
It
totally
relates to.
yeah.
Yeah, it relates to the vaccine actually, or jab, whatever you want to call it.
I know it's transhumanism is definitely a big part of this, right?
Yeah.
20 minutes in hospitals, B. Carls.
Yeah, screw that vitamin Fauci.
So I shared a link there in the live stream chat about 13 minutes ago. You guys can go watch that video and you can judge for yourself what you think.
Well,
But supposedly a lot of the prominent figures in our world are actually AI robots.
Oh, you want to go that deep with it? All right, I don't think we can go that far that fast, but
Go look and watch for yourself.
Work our way
and
there
then
slowly.
judge.
Maybe
Don't discredit it so
they're
quick.
maybe they're just in the imagination of the AI.
I wouldn't think about robots. Sorry, Dave.
Like if you just jump to a lot of people are just robots. Like if you just jump to that, we all look conspiratarded, right? We got to work our way up to that.
Well, it depends on what he means by robots. If he means,
I didn't say we're robots. I said some
Entities
prominent
that's
figures are.
okay, so like if you have an entity that's programmable, right, like Vanna White, like to do something for like 50 years, right? Or what was the guy from Jeopardy? Like, you know, we're not saying that they're not flesh and blood human. I just try to look at it from both sides of the coins. I'll shut up.
Who are you saying as a high level person is a robot?
Well, I mean, you could look at Mark Zuckerberg, for instance, for sure.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Like Biden, you know, there's a few of them.
Nobody denies Zuckerberg's like the most awkward human being if he's a human. Like
a lot of movie stars, artists.
What about Elon Musk? He tried to smoke a blunt to look human. I wonder how much that like extra herb would be able to smoke.
Exactly.
But just remember, like, these guys are all playing characters, and like Spock also played that awkward genius type role of being so genius that you're socially awkward. I think Elon Musk also tries to play the whole, he's so lost in this thought. And then when you actually look at what he said, he's a retard.
I no longer
everyone's
think that
thinking he's a genius, and you're like,
I don't think he's a girl. I think
Hillary Clinton is definitely a robot because she malfunctions a lot of the time.
Oh, you see, I know you guys have seen videos of these AI robots malfunctioning before. No doubt about it. You've seen Hillary Hilton.
Anyway, before we just go into all of that, just accusing people of being robots, like we could do that for hours later. How about that?
Accuse them, yes, accuse.
We can positively identify the robots later.
Hey, the guy who just said that about the droid or whatever said kill humans. That was propaganda to make you think that shit's really going to happen. They programmed that little head to do that.
Well, you think about with the shot and everything, it's the perfect thing to rein that into, like, if they were all AI, right? It would be the perfect opportunity for them to convert everybody over to the hive mind, so to speak. Which
these robots definitely need metal to function, so that's why they're being used with heavy metals and stuff. So there you go.
I don't know.
It kind of adds up. So I would just look more into it, not just discredit it so quickly.
Yeah, no. It's.
What's your best piece of evidence that that's even plausible? Do you hear the question?
I shared part of it in chat there about 25 minutes ago, whatever. But I've seen lots of video evidence of it.
You saw a meme. You saw a meme, and then you're convinced.
Oh yeah, that's how quick I'm convinced, dude. You're right.
You look. That's maybe a slight exaggeration, but it looks pretty easy to convince you at this point.
That's judging a book by its cover, isn't it? Pretty quick.
No, we're asking you how to get from A to Z. You just went from like saying artificial intelligence exists to artificial intelligence wants to take over to artificial intelligence has already taken over and they are our world leaders and tech giants. Like, and you just want to accuse people of being robots. Now,
no, I said prominent figures are AI. I didn't say any of all that other stuff, okay? So you're putting words in my mouth. I said prominent figures.
No, I'm not putting words in your mouth. What I did is I laid out what you have said so far. I want to fill in the gaps. So we've got a lot of questions. How do we get from AI exists to that they are our some of our tech giants and world leaders?
Look at the evidence that just one video that I posted there shows some of it, okay? But
no, I'm not going to stop and watch your video or whatever. You just explain it to me.
I've watched this stuff, and like I say, I find it very superficial, very shallow in terms of the type of evidence I'd need to actually get on board with something. Watching a video of Mark Zuckerberg talking at a press conference and then pausing and staring off into the distance does not make him a cyborg the way that it's described.
Good, you watched the first 5 seconds of the video. Awesome, dude.
No. I've watched these type of videos.
Now you're putting all videos in the same category. That's even more awesome.
I got a better question. What are your top 3 proofs of the flat Earth?
For one, simple observation. If you're dumb enough to think that you're driving over a curve when you're driving a vehicle, then you'll believe anything. going down the railroad.
Okay.
You know,
So that's
I
just
used to work.
looking at- so it looks.
I don't want to be Lou. I don't want to be put in a basket with this guy.
Yeah. No. Why do you think I'm grilling him? So it looks flat. Now, how do we know that it is flat? Chicken boy, you're on the spot. Please answer.
Yeah, apparently, because you want me to answer something that I didn't even bring up.
No. We're gonna get down to what this server is here for. We're not really. I don't know.
You're just trying to. You're trying to get me out of here. That's what you're trying to do.
You've thrown red flags, and we're gonna.
What red flags?
Hey! If he was trying to get you out of here, you'd have been banned 2 minutes ago, guy.
Absolutely.
He can ban you.
I met this guy in real life.
Yeah, I don't.
Zuckerberg?
No, I bring up this AI that.
What'd you do?
Because I brought up that these prominent figures in our world might be AI robots, and they don't like that fact.
No, we
or
don't
that
like
that theory. That theory, I should say.
See,
They don't like it.
Thing. I keep on telling you. You say that all of these people are robots. Like, I want to know how you got that information. Like how would
I did my research? I do hours upon hours of research. I don't just come to hypothetical conclusions based on one video that I watch. So go do some research on it.
No, do you have any documents that show patents that companies have or anything like that shows that this is possible? Do you have? I mean, like,
oh yeah, they just put it out there for everybody, don't they? That's man.
How about like at TED Talks where they say like this technology is something we're working on in the near future? We're hoping that we're able to do this. Anything? Do you have something like that? Like, it's just you're just making a baseless claim when it comes to that. Like,
okay, we'll take it like that then.
I understand that there are. I've seen the videos also, like Solar said. There's a bunch of times where there's news reporters and celebrities that seem to glitch, right? Like, but I don't go with the intense dramatic music in the background and say they are definitely robots or time travelers or aliens.
There we go, basing it off of one video again.
Like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or a guy's got 4 pictures of Michelle Obama, and then he just states, well, this is. When you go and watch other people who've actually done the research, they'll break down the anatomy of hands, height to height ratios. They're going to look at like facial proportions. They're going to take 25. You know, so you
shoulder to head width ratio.
Sorry? Yeah, all those
shoulder
ratios.
to head width ratio. Yeah,
all of those
for
things.
symmetry.
When you start to look at the in-depth, so that's why I asked you, what was your greatest proof that they're robots? And you said, watch my video. So I said, but what? What is the proof?
I mean, you can't really just say, okay, well, I've got a bio arm here that I took from one of them. You know?
But that would be definitive, right? If we could do that, then we could say, yeah, they are.
And, you know, I'm not saying that they absolutely are. There's no doubt. Of course there's doubt. I don't.
Until you prick them and then they bleed, but then they could also be like a robot with like blood sacs on the outside, correct?
There you go. Yeah. Never know.
It's like a baller. It's like if an idea gets implanted, then sometimes we'll go to any stretch to try and support that idea. But really, always look at things as critically as you can. Make sure that you can back it up verbally if you raise the point.
Yeah, the most for me I've ever seen of anything, even kind of in that field, is like they glitch out because they have deep fakes. You know, like the guy that started South Park, he has it's called deep fake voodoo, right? I mean, So like for that, yeah, we might not always see actual people. I 100% don't throw that off the table. I don't know about you guys, but it's commercially available. You know,
Yeah,
I don't know.
If it's just on the TV, there's no doubt. Like, I mean, China a few years back already said that they had both a male and a female like AI news anchors. I think they might all be replaced to AI by now. Where like, you've seen the website where you can just click refresh and it gives you a brand new AI face every single time. They can use AI to create fake social media profiles so that these faces look real. They can, so you could look real, have an online presence and everything. But
like in real life, you can have a person that isn't actually there. That'll just pop out in a box. But dude, how creepy of an idea is that? That in the future, everyone's watching the news and it's like you just keep on cycling through till you get an anchor you like, and they're all just AI programmed scripts, but they actually just pass through.
This one's
more or less already. They're kind of all
what if it's not
talking heads anyway? Like,
what if it's not in the future and it's already here?
Well, I just think it would be hilarious if it would be that obvious that it's just a robot script. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so obvious that literally you just switch the faces and it says the same thing.
But it's like playing a Wii game and you just
awesome idea, dude. You could make billions of dollars probably off of it.
But it's already at that point. Like they give us those apps where you can swap faces. You can put the president's face on yours. And when you look at some of the software that they've got, you can take any individual, and then what you see on the screen is some famous person talking in their voice, whereas you've got an actor delivering a script. So they've already got technologies where they can, in real time, overlay someone else's face onto you, as well as, like you say, all these AI faces. So
it's gonna come. No, I want a Latina weather woman.
You guys must have played on like the Wii console, like the Nintendo Wii, right?
Look,
yeah,
it's manufactured consent if you think about it, meaning like because we're influenced by pretty much anyone who is on TV. Because if you're on TV, then you're legitimate, and if you're like popular on social media with the blue check, then I guess that kind of counts too in 2021. But this technology is showing us that, like, say, your favorite artist, Rihanna, she ain't down for the vax. You know what I mean? She ain't down for the jab. But if it's not really a real person and it's artificial intelligence, that person could be for the jab, and you would never be the wiser. Yes.
That is 100% true, and that could be what is happening.
Nobody
humanity, people
wants to lie on, lie for the sake of a check. Well, not nobody, but I think like it's probably becoming increasingly hard. But if you have AI to do it and pretend that it's humans that are still upholding, I mean, they could run this system for at least another, I don't know how long, just by fooling us.
Yeah, they call us.
I think the guy we're talking to, he's AI, he's CGI, AI, all that.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody watch the president going up the stairs and glitching? He fell like 3-4 times.
Yeah, that short video. Mm-hmm.
I mean, who here has fallen down the stairs 3 times consecutively?
No, he fell up the stairs, not down.
Oh yeah, up the stairs. That's a huge glitch for the robot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you think they have they have physical? Is this the disagreement here? They have physical like AI that walks around on the world stage, and I don't see why that's impossible. I guess I don't know.
Yes, that's where the big disagreement came in. But I mean, in order for me to prove it, that's very difficult to do.
All right, let's skin the cat.
I knew them, or I was in, like Flynn.
But what would be the point? What would be the point of having a physical AI versus
beaming out like a computer-generated image AI?
Oh shit! Who's that
Control
guy?
is definitely
Who's what?
A cyborg.
Control.
So, do you know anything about Errol Flynn? You said in like Flynn. Do you know anything about the man Errol Flynn that was coined after?
Please, I knew somebody would jump on that.
Please enlighten you. Are you sure you want to know?
Yeah.
Errol Flynn was an actor, and it's in like Flynn. He died of about 6 different sexually transmitted diseases. They say the term "in like Flynn" is because he was in every LA party, actors partying at the. He was screwing every actress he could get. So they were saying "in like Flynn" because he was in it all. And then he died of about 6 or 7 different sexually transmitted diseases. Errol Flynn, there you go.
He actually ended up dying of COVID.
Good one.
What would be the benefit? That's a good question, right? What would be the benefit? I mean, with the jab specifically, you can pitch one, I guess. I don't know. It seems like the risk reward would be intense.
Like I'm saying, because we're talking about physical AI versus like a generated image that's beamed out to like people's TVs and people's like. But the thing is that the way most people would see it would be through like an app or through. Anyway, so I don't see the point of a physical AI. I don't see the utility.
Right. Well, I don't know, yeah. Because you can't technically go to the front of the White House when someone steps out there and talks. You can go see them. 99.9% of people just see it on a device, but you can technically go there. Like, I actually was at the White House and watched a helicopter land. It's like Mount Rushmore's a real place. Everyone's just seen it on pictures, but it's just really in the stones. I don't know. Well, I would say the risk reward seems tricky there. That's my opinion. Why would they just walked weird or glitched out? I mean, would the whole world officially know?
Well,
hello, guys.
Everybody knows digital AI. Hello.
Hey, how big is that monument?
Pretty big.
It's pretty big, I guess. It's kind of very underwhelming.
And you were right, when you kept saying about the Indian Indian carvings and different things, the 7 Point Grandfathers. Yeah, they destroyed a whole bunch of Indian symbols, petroglyphs, all kinds of stuff to put that stuff up there. The presidents, they destroyed a whole shit ton of Indian Native American stuff on that mountain. It's really sad that they did that.
It's very interesting that it was called 6 Grandfathers, and then they put faces of people in there. I mean. That is weird. It's just a coincidence. It's a surface level coincidence, but.
Do you guys know any?
There was Native American stuff there. There was a whole bunch of it there. They destroyed it.
Yeah, I believe that.
Do you know of any Flat Earth songs, guys?
Yeah, loads.
Do you guys know the song? It goes about being. I think there's something about made in the Hollywood basement.
Yeah, you're talking about ODD TV's rap, aren't you?
Yeah, it's a rap. It's Flat Earth rap.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. That one.
But the original isn't a Flat Earth version, is it? It's just a Red Hot Chili Peppers song. You must be talking about the ODD TV version.
Californication. What's the name on it?
The rock song by Red Hot Chili Peppers, where it's the one line in there that says that, or ODT who hooks it. All right, and raps in between.
Rap me a Flat Earth beat.
Okay, we're not dancing monkeys, bro.
Rap about that Flat Earth.
Why will they lie? Why will they lie? Why will they not?
That's like somebody standing with one of those hurdy-gurdy machines with a little monkey, like dance and sing, you flat earthers.
I can rap the Final Frontier right now.
Yeah, but you don't come into a server and just go dance, monkey, dance. No, we're not going to.
That's it.
There is plenty
you have to
of shit
insert your token.
Here, somebody run me that beat right now. I'm gonna do the Final Frontier.
No, you're not making demands in here.
Insert token. Insert token here.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in Hollywood basement.
Yeah, the space. They repeat it quite a bit, I think, in that song too.
California.
Right, run the verse.
Going out to outer space or meeting some people from another place.
Have you ever dreamed?
Do they always throw balls in your face?
Can someone just pull it up on YouTube and just play it?
Or maybe meeting other beings from another planet? Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge. You feel enlightened. Listening to Bill Nye. Never completed. He just come to inner will.
Solo, please.
I cannot but the last spot. We're spinning at all.
Cartoon ball.
Right, fine. If no one else wants to mute him, I'll fucking mute him.
Shabba ding dong.
Ah, please, Louise.
Jesus fucking Christ.
The little kid.
A lie is a lie. It don't matter how many dumb people believe it.
Jamsy's daughter is
Jamsy,
cracking up.
you're hot micing too to pile it on. Just so you know.
We'll just mute him. It's not an issue. He can unmute himself.
That sounded really SJW, dude. Like, really
it adds
crazy.
to the. It adds to the. You know, what do you call that?
Ambience.
Sound like an angry nerd.
Being noise. I'm about to fight every one of you guys.
What the hell? What for?
That motherfucker went with the lamp. Listen, he goes to our front room lamp and our welcome rug. What are you talking about? I thought he fit the ambience well. Pip pip cheerio.
Dude, the dude was. There's no way his rap was worse than what we heard, dude. There's no way.
Well,
that was not
hey, you and him both got that white boy scheme going, you know? Yeah, I'm saying.
Calm down, man.
My dude.
Trump 2024, guys.
What?
My motherfucker. Y'all sound white than a motherfucker dropping bars.
Sun Tzu.
Yo.
Not even white. It sounded.
What's up?
Yeah,
I'm
just a word warning to any new
Step
trolls.
up, bitch, and get fucked up.
Yeah, word of warning to trolls. If you're gonna troll, you have to be funny, or I'm just gonna ban your ass. So,
yeah, or original.
Are we gonna talk about the flat Earth or?
Yes,
oh
please.
my God, no, my friend, you are going to.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat, by the way, guys.
Okay.
All right, Sun Tzu, I muted you because of the background. Now, I'm about to start muting everyone that sounds like they're in a freaking hurricane and they're screaming, and I hear, you guys are torturing me, okay?
You're the only one that sounds like that, Witsit.
What's it?
About time you're ready to put in work. Start with Gemsy.
That was pretty funny
Hey,
yesterday.
Witsit sounds like a robot, so he can mute himself.
I keep telling you.
Actually, what
These
about
motherfuckers to use that mod power, but they just going. What about gravity?
If someone could get around Mike, then Sun Tzu.
I will demote every one of you except for Crypto. That's my boy, yo. Because you know we just be over here fucking with each other's roles. You know what I'm saying? I can't ban him, damn it. So it's either
sorry about that, bro.
Get along or don't. That's all.
Is that a problem with my microphone? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The rest of you are fucked,
like
though.
It sounded like you were just like doing welding on a robot.
Except Elijah.
Whoa, that's.
Yeah, it sounds like you're spinning on a globe.
The problem is that our
I
lead
see.
moderator. is
Okay,
the
I'm
biggest
sorry.
bullshit
I'm gonna mute myself. I'm sorry.
What's that, Lou? You sound like a dog with his head out the window. Your ears are flopping together.
Sounds like you're talking to the hole.
Or the
Dude,
toilet.
if you want
Hell, I ain't got to talk in a week, man. I'm kind of over the rumpus hour thing. You know, it's getting close to the weekend. The women are going to be taking over tomorrow, so I figure I might as well get it in today.
Get us 20,000 words in.
All right, Sons, dude, if you want to talk about the Earth,
That's it, and be specific. And if you talk shit, bitch, I'll hit you.
just make sure you're muted when you're not talking, bro, and make it concise. If you have any questions about the Earth or something.
Okay. Now it's better.
You sound like
Yeah, it's
you're
fine.
in a
It's fine
vacuum
when you're
chamber.
talking. Yeah, it sounds like you're literally welding robots, dude. But just like if you want to talk, unmute just for that.
Okay, I see.
Much better. Much better.
Where's the bubbles? I didn't hear
It
bubbles.
doesn't help that we have people trying to mimic the
So
actual sound.
my problem is, I'm just gonna make
dude,
one
I
question.
We just get some. Yeah, go on.
So I believe in flat Earth, but my problem is I can't convince. Oh my fucking god, my English is very bad. So I can make people believe in it. So what's the best strategy?
Well, this is what we need to do. We need to figure out why it is that you think that, because if you're telling them why it is that you think it and it's not good, then I wouldn't believe you either, right? So it's not really about belief. So what would you say the 3 best proofs of flat Earth is if your friend's asking you?
You can see the proof that the scientist shows us to tell us that Earth is a globe, and you can see how it is fake there. So discrediting the proof that already exists is a proof that the Earth is flat.
Are you talking about the surface?
Wrong question. You answered the wrong question. Yeah, the opposite of that question, of that answer. Can you give us the opposite of that answer, please? Yes,
Sorry, I'm sorry. It was fine. I just, can you give us an example? Like if your friends say, okay, for example, like what?
Moon landing. Like I say, moon landing is a fucking hoax. So therefore, there's
Okay, I
more-
think it's real. You think it's a hoax. What
That's
are you
Red
going
Hot
to show
Chili
me
Peppers.
to convince me?
and I say, okay, I know this Discord, so you are gonna need to learn English. To
No,
go
no,
to
no.
the server.
He's asking you why. How would you convince someone who believes in the moon landing that it was fake? That's what he's asking you.
By pointing out mistakes like editing software
Be
and shit.
specific. Okay, so editing software and shit is a bit
Okay,
too
okay. So
general.
there's the cable and shit.
The cable and shit. Could you be a bit more specific?
You know how the
bouncing
fly by wire.
Yeah, the
The
clothes are a
bouncing.
bit like pointy because there's a cable there.
I mean, I'm not convinced. To be honest, even though I know the moon landing is a hoax, I'm convinced that it's real at the moment.
Yeah, if I was your friend, I'd be like, dude,
Okay,
shut up.
okay.
Like the cable and shit?
Then I will go. Okay, go to the sea. Go to the sea and watch the horizon, and you will see how flat it is.
Go to the sea.
What's that got to do with the moon landing?
Did he say hotties or horizon? The hotties are flat or the
Hotties are
horizon?
at the beach. Hotties are at the
Man,
beach
let's be real
sometimes.
with this guy. There's no way you're gonna convince any
Body
human
rise.
being that breathes oxygen that the Earth's flat with this approach, bro. You need to know why the Earth is flat. You can prove it. You need to know the proofs. All right, that's what you
Okay,
gotta
but
know.
yeah, what I need is advice, and I'm asking for the, I guess, introductory level shit to explain to my colleagues that don't believe in it.
Well, the easiest thing to sorry, go on with it.
No, you're fine. It's like we're just trying to make sure you actually know it, bro. You not understanding?
I mean, I know it, but I don't. Since all the shit that I watch it is in English, and I'm from Spain, I need to like translate it, and it gets a bit messy, you know, when I try to explain it.
La Tierra es plana.
Have you seen a black swan? Do you understand what it is? It's the radius of the Earth, of the ball Earth. That's what the black swan is. So do you know the radius of the globe?
No, not from memory, no.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's all about the radius of the globe and the size of the globe. And it's not there, it doesn't exist, there's no curvature. That's it.
Wait,
Very simple.
did you say a black swan or a black sun?
Swan.
Ah, okay. But you know a black sun?
It's an example. It's of logic and reason. If the Earth is a ball, there should be curvature. Because there's no curvature, the Earth is not a ball. That's what the blacks. When someone says all swans are white, and you see one black swan, okay, then not all swans are white.
Oh, okay,
That's
so
what it
it's a
means.
fallacy. Okay, okay.
So if people tell you live on a ball, okay, but curvature doesn't exist in respect to its radius or at all, then the Earth is not a ball. That's all. I mean, what's hard to understand, right? Balls have curvature.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, so that's
introductory.
that's the simplest. That's the simplest way of explaining it to someone is that the Earth literally measures flat, right? So you can talk about the black swan, you can talk about the FE core tests, which sure, maybe not. Maybe no one's gone through those with you, but the Earth measures flat, so it doesn't matter what Bill Nye says on the television. Doesn't matter what the science teacher says. Doesn't matter what the textbook says, because measurement disproves all of that. Because we're talking about the shape of something. So yes, the Earth measures flat. Ergo, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's good. Also, somebody told me to watch a Netflix documentary on how the Earth is a globe and shit. What about it?
And balls will never look flat, no matter how big a ball is. It will never look flat. Think about that, okay? It will never appear flat. Balls, if you were on a ball, you'll always have more sky than land because it's curving away.
True.
And when you jump, the horizon will drop. In other words, the horizon will be below your eye level. You should be looking down at it. If it was a ball, any size ball, it will never look flat, no matter how big it is. That's a lie that they told you.
Damn.
Think about it, man. Yeah.
Also, I've been told what's the motive to lie to us.
Oh, loads of motives.
Power.
Tons of motives. You ever lied to anyone?
What? Sorry?
Have you ever lied to anyone?
Yes.
Yeah, why did you lie?
Oh, I see. Like,
Exactly.
I don't know,
That's it.
various reasons.
It doesn't matter, right? You lied, and that's all there is.
To not get in trouble.
Yeah.
To make sure you still got some.
Shit.
Like you're
Maybe
gonna
for
tell
control.
us.
I need that money, but if I tell you the truth, you're not giving it to me.
To keep what you have, to not lose something.
And like the
And the
liars gonna tell you,
infamous, because I can, because I could, and I got the fuck away with it.
a good liar wouldn't tell you the reason why he lied. He'd give you a different reason. So why would you
That's
ask
the
him?
reason why I wasn't
So I
lying.
believe him. If
Yeah,
he
I mean,
lied, then he'll lie.
have you ever confronted a liar and gone, "You're lying," and they go, "Yep, you caught me"? Has anyone ever experienced that?
Yeah, it never happens.
No.
No.
No, they make another lie up and another lie and another lie and another lie. And that's if you get to actually talk to them face to face, which you don't get to do. So there's absolutely no way anyone here could possibly know why. We can speculate, but we can't know for sure.
The real question is, if there's like a bunch of places that maybe people haven't been, why wouldn't powerful people tell the other people they want to enslave that it's not there?
There's no reason.
I also like to. I also
Go
like
ahead.
to point out, like, why, as you did actually, and why would they lie? Like, why wouldn't they? If
Exactly, why wouldn't
if you're in a position of power where you can lead people around, if only you can control their thoughts and their mind, like, why wouldn't you basically mislead them in every scenario where you think you can get away with it?
Especially if you're like a bad group of people, right? Like,
Exactly. Yeah, if you don't follow the creator, if you have, if you just
Zero morals.
are, bad person and your heart's
malevolent. Is that the word?
Malevolent. There we go.
Are they
How about
Satanists?
immoral degenerate?
Yeah,
Sodomites.
Yo,
Piece
do
of
they
the
follow
crap.
Satan? Do they follow Satan? Is there anything to do with Satan?
It's kind of obvious, isn't it? It's obvious, like the Pope, the government, the elites, the Freemasons, NASA. It's kind of obvious, right? The CERN and the rituals that they perform on TV, all the celebrities. It's kind of obvious, isn't it?
It's called
Who they
Saturnalia.
serve.
That's fucking
Christmas,
scary.
Halloween,
That's fucking scary.
Easter. Their holy days. They worship the sun on the first day of the week. They call it the Sunday. It's kind of obvious, right?
The world's
That
biggest
they don't
observatory, effectively a telescope owned by the Catholic Church, is called Lucifer. NASA means to lift up and to
The
deceive
fuck?
in Hebrew. There's a snake tongue
Yeah.
going through their logo. All the planets, quote unquote, are named after other gods. Helios is the sun god. They said you're in a heliocentric model. They put the number 666 all over the model. I mean, it's not like it was really hidden.
What the fuck? Okay.
All of this
That's
stuff
fucking
is just a
scary.
giant coincidence.
Yeah,
Not a coincidence, a coincidence.
yeah, coincidence.
Coincidence theorists.
You see these same numbers in the news, right? You see the 33 new cases in every state. Right,
Yeah,
33.
so like the North and South Arctic circles, they've changed a bunch of these numbers to like 0.5 or something. The North and South Arctic circles are at 66.6 degree latitude. The curvature rate's 0.666 feet per mile squared. Especially if you make the holistic, like sacred geometry version of it, that's how they came up with it. Anyway, and then you got a
on the northern
66
side-
point.
On the northern side, you said your 66.6 is the Capricorn, right? But no, isn't it 33.33 also, or 33.3?
9
is another one of them. The tropics.
Yeah, of course. The 33rd degree is a big deal.
Yeah.
You got a 66.6 degree tilt. You're going around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Using gravity, which if you look at the Britannica Encyclopedia from back in the day, the number for gravity is 6.66. It was discovered by Isaac Newton supposedly in 1666. The Selenilian eclipse, the eclipse that debunks the globe, was supposedly first recorded in 1666.
Bro, what the fuck? But it's so fucking obvious. Like, what the fuck is people doing?
Yeah, why do you think we get so frustrated with morons when we try and show them this obvious shit and they're like, nah, TV says it's a globe.
Damn, man. What the fuck?
Hey, welcome to the new world order.
Welcome to flat Earth in the new age, the age of deceit.
Welcome to the New World Order.
Don't worry about it. Just think about it, but don't freak out.
I mean,
You
it's
might
a
do
bit
something
scary.
Welcome to Clown World, where people who have never thought for themselves a day in their life think you're ignorant.
Yeah,
Honestly,
Yeah.
honestly,
Hey, Mom, give me a sandwich and some Kool-Aid. I'm fighting these flat earthers, man. Hey, can I get some money? I gotta get Craig some fucking meth money, Mom, so he can stay awake and fight the flat earth. He needs meth, Mom.
And a Fortnite battle
Shout
pass.
out to Fight the Flat Earth. Shout out to Fight the Flat Earth, the meth head motherfucker. Mike Smith said that. What?
I gotta get him
Dedicated.
some. I gotta get him some meth so he can stay up and fight the flat Earth. That's hilarious.
Ma, Craig needs meth now. And a lighter.
Craig is messed up, man.
Oh shit!
Very good.
Bro.
He got
That's
kicked out of the
messed up.
military because he was messing it up and fighting the flat earth. He's a superhero, man. Meth man.
Yeah, it's messed up.
He's a foil folder. Super foil folder. What's up?
I was just saying,
I'll quit.
you're just
I'll
messing
quit.
around.
Yeah. I'll quit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're hoping Craig
Hey-
quits as well for his own health.
So, has that T. Harry guy been getting in anybody else's DMs and asking him, do they want to make money every week for some unknown crap? I just banned the guy, so.
I'd like to make money every week. Hold on, I already do.
It's
Yeah,
a
it just
scam.
seems kinda
money
freaky,
every other
like-
week.
Scammer.
It's a scam. Like, you don't say. You don't say.
Yeah, the dude needs a live video to talk to you about it. I'm like, what the fuck is with this dude?
I want
man?
to fight the flat Earth today for the rest of my life. I think they
My
just,
bong needs some meth too.
I think they like. I think they know NASA and YouTube will bump their videos up. Like, what's his face? Dave, Professor Dave. Right? That's why they jump on it, as if their channel is gonna become, some kind of big channel. Like it's. When I type in Flat Earth 24 now, Professor Dave's shit comes up, like 4 or 5 of his videos.
Yeah.
Before I find ours, it's pathetic.
But like, I mean, I've always been a truther in a sense since I was like 12, right? So if I looked up flat Earth and I saw that would actually be more evidence for the flat Earth to me. I'd be like, this is weird.
Yeah. Why are they minding them? Hey, like, flat earthers are stupid. Just ignore them.
If I can't find the real information about some type of theory, I'm immediately like more inclined to think they're hiding something,
Yeah, like the Great Attractor. Sorry.
Why aren't there any fight the LGBTQ community channels? Why aren't there any fight Black Lives Matter channels? Why aren't there any fight the jabs channels? Why is there a fight the flat Earth channel and not any other conspiracy? Fight the
Because
conspiracy.
they see it as a legitimate threat. That's why.
Mm-hmm. NASA, y'all gotta talk about it.
So one thing, this is not maybe related to flat Earth, but I was wondering if I should take the vaccine, and after what you guys told me, I'm a bit more scared.
Oh, we do not cover that. We are not talking about that. We do not give medical advice. Now, I really want to ban you now, dude. I wish you wouldn't have stepped in that pile.
Yes, sir. We are
of
not
shit.
talking about that specific subject, sir.
I'll share this one though. I think we can do this.
Discussing it,
See,
but no,
it's
we're
an
not going to tell
opportunity.
him whether or not he should take it. We're not.
Check the live stream voice text, okay, and stop talking about it. Just read it, download it, read
That's
it,
real
and stop
sus.
talking
It's
about
real sus to me, especially after the
Yes, it is.
persona up to now, and then he hits us with that. Let's just make all flat earthers look like vaccinators.
Well,
I want to ban you both now.
Why would you change your body when God made you perfect?
I think. Well, I did. I asked the admin. They said that we can post
pretty
that.
sure
so
somebody
there it
said
is.
don't be talking about it.
Yeah, well, look, guys, chill out.
Legally, we got to be legal about it. Yeah.
With that intro,
Pop
it's
the
that
Molly
intro,
on.
you can't, you can
I'm
have the
sweating.
conversations smoothly. Not with that intro. Jeez Louise, let's just move on. That's the
I
worst
know
question.
that's sus. Oh boy, it's sus.
Hey,
you sus.
you guys don't hear from me again? That's because I'm in jail.
So if you get banned out of nowhere in the middle of a conversation, it was Battlemod. Don't bother DMing me, okay?
Doctor.
Hey, group of strangers, can you give me advice on probably the most important decision I'll ever make?
All right.
Hell no.
Should I kill myself? No, you shouldn't.
Hey, I heard vitamins were better.
Nothing to see
absorbed
here.
with
Keep it
lipids.
moving, Cracker. Look,
Does anyone know if that
you
part
three
is
better
true?
keep it moving on
What's
down
up,
the block. Nothing to see here.
What's up, Josh?
The whole thing with lipids and the fact that it can help absorb vitamins better. Because they have these special vitamins out that have lipids attached to it, and your body like absorbs it a lot more readily than not having the lipids.
Okay, so I can cog this to you, but I can't touch Elijah. Damn it. Elijah, you and Crypto got to stay out of my stuff, man.
Lipids.
It's like fats, oils.
What do they do?
But in this reference, they're calling it a lipid nanoparticle.
Transporting nutrient to a cell.
Yeah, it's about
It's
how
a
dissolvable it is
delivery.
in
Help
water.
transport nutrient and oxygen.
Yeah.
They help transport nutrient and oxygen to a cell.
Yeah, it's like better
they
able
encrust
to go
the
through the
blood-brain
cellular
barrier.
wall through the
What's
membrane.
really interesting about the lipids is that they're only released if you get to bed by like 9 or 10 o'clock and you're in REM sleep by 12.
Okay, why are you still here then?
All right, most efficiently, I correct myself.
So, Sia, what's up, Sia?
I've never seen a time labeled to that, just an amount. It's the amount of sleep that's most important, not when.
Oh, that wasn't Sia, my bad. Who was that?
I'm in my IBC.
Hey, where's Vlad? I haven't seen Vlad.
I don't know.
He's probably in jail. Probably punched somebody in the face. Son of a bitch.
He's making music.
I'm guessing he's living such an awesome life because he's so cute. He probably picked up some runway model. He's just that good looking. All the women flock to him.
That new game probably came out.
Hey, did you guys hear what happened yesterday in Australia?
Now what?
Close in.
It was on Channel 9 News, Australia. Supposedly there was a plot to overthrow the government that was foiled.
Sure.
I just laugh at these things now, man. It's like, yeah, okay, it failed. All right.
Somebody's folding foils again.
Hey, look, yeah. What do you guys think? Real or not real? I don't believe anything anymore.
Well, it was on TV, so it's got to be fake.
To overthrow the government, martial law is coming, I think. You know, if I was them, I'd be like, just turn on martial law for a couple months, see what happens. See how the people like it.
No, you gotta wait till it gets bad. Till it looks like it gets bad. You gotta have some narrative of how bad it is.
I think people should appreciate the police and the government.
There's got to be more division because they want us. They do studies on this. The military for the United States. They know damn well they can't take us out, so they need us fighting each other because they'll just be fighting a losing battle if they fight against us. We'll mop the fucking floor with them. The rivers will run blood. Just all there is to it. They don't want it to be their blood, so they want you guy fighting against this guy, fighting against that guy, fighting against trans guy,
fighting against the flat Earth guy.
Rich against poor.
9/11, we all banded together.
Sore.
Forgot all our differences, and we're strong.
All these conspiracy groups fighting against each other. And you got the atheists. What the hell are they doing?
Imagine how quickly we would unite if we were all challenged by an outside source.
That's right.
Ronnie Reagan.
How quickly?
We would put our differences aside.
Yes.
Yeah.
And go for
and
the throat.
unite as one world. A big idea.
I ain't got no differences. What? Everybody always talking about differences. What difference? Could you think of like how it personally relates to you when you think about that quote?
You know how we want to be free and they don't want us to be free? Those differences. Yeah.
Was that a yes or no? Oh.
At the time, I was working, and there was some homeless people, so there was some differences between the two of us, but I still banded together with the homeless man and fed him.
So you have no differences between you and Biden? Is that what you're saying?
I know when
the best president ever.
What differences do I have between? That's like me having differences between me and my neighbor.
That's not what they.
When they're
that's not what they
about
mean.
What supermarket to go to? What I'm saying is, when a man like Biden says we have differences. No, we don't. I don't have any differences with China or any other country for that matter.
I have them with him. My difference is
Yeah, it's different.
I can't stand
It's
anything.
not. It's not. Yeah, it's double speak, right? It's not. It's not what they mean when they say differences. They don't mean like differences between people. They mean like differences between how we think things should be run versus how they think things should be run. You know, like it's double speak. You know, it's for the sheep, but it's really also for the code speak for their club. Yeah, the club. You know, like it's not for us. You know, to us. You know, go ahead.
For the shuffle, but not for the elect's sake.
Because we know there, like it doesn't make any, like this bullshit.
Is there any elect really? I think they're the chosen. They don't get elected; they get chosen.
Elect is just another biblical way of saying the elite, the upper echelon, the principalities, the rulers, dominions, the wicked people in high places.
Yeah, there you go.
When you say elect, I mean that is just another word for chosen.
Yes, it is.
Right, like
chose you.
right,
Now get out
like
there
the
and get to
wheat
work, bitch.
and the chaff, right? Like how they're separated, the goats and the sheep.
Don't forget to represent and throw them our gang sign.
Tested in the fire, right? To be worthy. Like gold, the gold. I think life is like a fire, right? And you're going through it, and what's going to be left is either gold or works just burn, right?
Speaking of gold, Witsit, did you ever find out more about that gold DMT stuff?
No, I found a little bit of information. I'll have to look for it. I don't know where it's at. I'll have to look into it. I looked into it, but I don't remember where the info is. So.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I'll look it up.
You know how Masons say transmute lead to gold? Alchemy, like the whole process, Freemasonry.
There's definitely information about gold DMT. Well, they call it MDMT. It has to do with gold. I'll have to find the info though. It tracks back like a long way.
Get high on gold.
Will love. I began to sing Backstreet Boys, and then I realized, is my mic open? Yes, it is. What you guys don't know about me is that when I'm bored, I want it that way. Now I was about to sing oh, I will love you more than dare. I will say those words and take them back. Don't give loneliness a chance. Baby, listen to me when I say I will love you more than that.
That's pretty good. It sounds like it sounds pretty similar.
Are you dancing with the headset on?
That's pretty good, man. That's pretty good.
Backstreet Boys are the shit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why I ever thought I was in competition with NSYNC. But anyway.
I know, right? Freaking.
They were playing
Britney Spears
at the restaurant yesterday. Actually, it's hilarious.
Dude, that was funny, man. Pink
You
shirt,
know what I
fire.
don't like and what I realized, because I always go back to like 90s shit, because that's like my era. I'm from '89. You know what I mean? That's when I came in on the scene, and so I'm sitting here looking at all of my favorite like older jams, Britney Spears, Backstreet Boys, and I realized, man, this is how they got me. All of my favorite videos, like larger than life, dudes dressed dancing and fucking pop locking in astronaut suits. I'm like, this is how they did it. Fucking bastards. Like it doesn't matter what you were interested in. if when it comes to like entertainment, television, music, whatever it is, I guarantee
Your brain
you
was
go back
fresh.
to whenever you was like, into movies or whatever it is that you liked back then. I guarantee you'll realize how much Globe paraphernalia is in there. It's insane.
Our brain was young, and curious. You know what I mean? Like mom and dad, not even mom and dad could stop us from exploring the music and the world, and they knew that, and they kind of explored.
Yeah.
They took advantage
Especially
of that.
especially when Kazaa came out and you could download that shit for free. Oh shit, mom! I'm listening to gangster rap and there's nothing you can do. I don't have to buy this CD. I don't have to buy. I don't need your money, mom. I don't need allowance. I'm gonna download it for free. I'm a millennial.
Hey man, I mean, we were young, and the curiosity, I think, is what gets us. You don't have the experience, so you think, oh, this is going, it's going to be a, you know what I mean? You think you're just doing your own, living your own little. Yep.
Hey, I got you, Elijah. I'm bad. I'm number one. I'm the space cowboy with the laser gun.
I used to listen to the curse words, man, when I was younger, like 11. And I used to be like, oh my gosh, I shouldn't be listening to this. But you know what I mean? Like Tupac and shit, Me Against the World, Kimba. I was like, damn, I shouldn't be listening to this. But damn, I really want to listen to, the curse. So they come on, it's like, oh. But then, oh shit. Fucking gangster rap. Dr. Dre. I remember MC Hammer. You guys remember MC Hammer? When
I used to wear those Z Cavarici pants.
Yeah, before gangster. You guys remember before gangster rap? Like who was the Backstreet Boys before Backstreet Boys? The
Hammer Time.
One group. Anyways, yeah. They totally use the music to. Music is magic.
Yeah,
man.
New Kids on the Block, Bong.
New Kids on the Block. There you go. Hey, thank you.
I remember the little girls at school. They had the lunchbox.
And you listen to your parents' music, and it's like, oh, cool. Then your parents listen to your music, and they're like, no. And now listen to the music today, right? Gucci Gang, these kinds of silly songs, and it's like, what? WAP. Some wet ass pie.
Yeah, I used to be huge into gangster rap, man. Listen to Ice Cream Man, Tupac, Notorious B.I.G., Snoop Dogg, Dre, everything. I used to have all those CDs. And then I woke up.
That's when it was like, okay, masculinity was the thing, in hip hop, right? And gangs and anything homo or anything like that was like, hell no. We like that masculinity thing. And now, like, of course, look at Eminem. When Eminem came out, he was talking all this shit about gays, and now he's like retracting everything. And what's the word? Yeah, like gays taking over hip hop. Like when I heard it the first time, I was like, nah, gay people run Hollywood and hip hop. That sounds.
Yeah, that's what's strange too. Is they supposedly have to be gay in order to be, get signed on in these big record companies and stuff. It's just, it's odd when you go back and you listen to the songs, but I don't know.
Oh, if actresses
And actors have to sleep with directors. I'm pretty sure artists have to sleep with whatever, producers or. And it's the same. It's an entertainment industry. It's been dark. Go ahead.
Probably forgot what I was gonna say. Music industry? No, that wasn't it. Never mind.
Yeah, a lot of it was, in my opinion, was to put you in a low vibrational state of mind, and to keep you there.
Sorry, I mean, I didn't mean don't finish. I'm sorry, I just had Tourette's moment.
Oh, I was pretty much done. It's just to keep you in that low vibrational state of mind, so that you don't break free from it and you just keep a 9 to 5. And
because it gives you a sense of I thought about it, but there's the thought is there's nothing I can do. Like when you listen to the music and it's like some of it is like never gonna get out of here kind of shit, and some of it is I will get out of here shit. But I think the reason I've disconnected from music is, and it's not even. It's probably not just the current state of music. And it might not be that it's mumble rap that we don't like. It might be that the more the world paradigm is shifting, meaning like a lot of us are waking up, right? And so, a lot of us might not like the music because it's like, it's more watered down in the sense that there's like less truth, less authenticity in it. And so when I even listen to Tupac, when I listen to all this music, I'm like, none of it is trying to expose that the earth is flat. And I know people were talking about it. So I don't really know. Like, if anybody were to know that the earth is flat, it's anybody who's well-traveled, who's well experienced. You're not going to tell me that you didn't know what was going on. And that's why I'm like so disappointed in music in retrospect. And, even now.
I don't know, man. I think it's those people can be easily fooled too, because there's this thing about money and why would they lie? I was fooled too, but
they could be fooled, but everybody, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
every nobody. I mean, there's only a couple of musicians that did mention like something vague, but I'm talking about like catalogs of music from every genre. And this is supposed to be music about what we're going through. Michael Jackson, Man in the Mirror, all this shit. You mean to tell me none of us, nobody knew? I don't know. It's just weird that no one and again, I know that it wasn't everybody because apparently there were people, in Reddit and in forums talking about it like prior to 2015. There was like something from 2007 where someone was sad that it didn't seem like there were any genuine flat earthers around anymore, which means it must have been popping at some point right before then or somewhere around then even. And it's like nobody's talking about it in music or entertainment. I don't buy it. I mean, it's in all of the movies.
I think when they get to a certain level,
it's in all of Disney's movies.
I think when they get to a certain level, they might know certain things like or like ancient cosmology is true, or the flat Earth, the Earth is flat. But I don't think they necessarily realized how important that little piece of information or that piece of information is, that the Earth is flat, right? Until like Katy Perry, until flat earthers start talking about it, and then the idea of hiding God, the Creator. So I think yeah, they may know, but not, you know what I mean, how big it is. I think it depends on their knowledge of the Bible too, of the word. But that's you know what I mean. Well, yeah, but
Yeah, and also, there are quite a few of them that have to sign a contract, and some of them sign it with their soul. I mean, there's been several who came out about that. Gene Simmons and Ozzy Osbourne, they wrote a book about it. Even they had to go to this mansion, and they met supposedly the devil, and they had to sign this contract with him and whatever. So, take it for what it is.
like Shaq. I mean,
The tall Israeli.
Kyrie Irving, B.O.B. I mean, there are people, but you see how they get signed, like Kyrie Irving of all people, right? Like, that guy's a legend in basketball. That guy looks like a troublemaker. Like he looks like he would, stand up for what he believes in, but they silenced him, right? They call it the NBA Illuminati.
Yeah, I mean, you can go watch tons of videos of them throwing up their little hand gang sign. There's a lot of them in the club.
King James, God, that's what they call themselves, right? Gods. Talking about flat Earth is like talking about Jesus. You just won't go anywhere with your career.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
My headset was tripping. You guys have seen the Bob Dylan interview, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I am.
Commander in Chief. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The 60 Minutes, man. Yeah. I wonder, what do you think that means? Like, what the hell? Like, what? Like, did he go to one of those meetings?
In my opinion, absolutely he did.
They call it the crossroads. Where you guess you bow down and worship. You get anything you want.
Yeah, I told my friend, I said, hey, he's all into money and everything. He's doing really well for himself, but he's just got that greed, that undeniable urge to gain more money. He has the love for money, and I tried to tell him, it's not good.
Money.
But I can't really tell him. I said this one thing to him. I said, you could just go sign this deal and you could have all the money in the world. He said, well, where's it at? Where do I sign? That's how blinded he is to selling his soul for money, for material things in this world. So
it's the conditioning and the that the American dream. It's the thing you see on TV. Everyone's like a narcissist. Like, everyone's chasing the same. Is it possible to be a billionaire in 20? Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but have you guys ever noticed that, like, okay, say you got a Lambo or a Range Rover, like a week later, you'd be like, "This is whack." Like I got an Infinity one time. It's pretty nice, whatever. It was way out of my budget, but after like 5 days, I was like, "This is stupid. I don't like the Infinity anymore." How do people not ever realize that it's insatiable? Yeah.
You realize it's still just metal with rubber wheels that gets you from A to B, right? Just as good as the Geo Metro, as the Toyota, the little one.
Yeah, I
Or the
just
Honda
immediately
Civic.
wanted an even nicer sports car.
I just need something that's good on gas, but not too slow.
Yeah, like I don't know. I think that's a complete void of wisdom, bro. To not realize that it's insatiable. That's always baffled me. I guess I don't understand it. The
would ride a
freedom, I
horse.
can understand the freedom, right? Like I can understand the freedom that comes with money, but the actual like purchases of things is so foreign to me.
Oh, Solomon said it, right? He said, but money is the answer to everything, but it can't save your life. That was the only thing about that money can't do. And Jesus said, you can't serve both God and money. You can't eat at the table of demons and come eat at the table of God, right? So it's like money is the God, because it's what's in the man's heart.
Yeah, I think you have to be at a part where you can answer this question honestly. If you just woke up and you had a few $1 million, what would be your reaction, right? Would it be like surreal and you just wouldn't? Can you honestly say you wouldn't really care? You'd feel unaffected overall by it, or would it like really change you? Do you know what I'm saying? Like if you have to answer that honestly.
Orphanage school, right? So I can train flat earth, the next generation of flat earth army. Yeah, the next army of flat earthers. And I'll just grab all the kids and be like, all right, the earth is flat. This is how you use a gun.
Well, most people would just be like me as soon as they woke up, you know.
And I think about it, right? Like, vengeance, saith the Lord. Yeah, nah.
Well, why would you say something like that, bro? What are you thinking about right now?
Because of Batman. I mean, if I was a billionaire, don't give me money.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't pay ball.
Yes, don't give me money to raise my own army and buy submarines and stuff and drones. Imagine all those angry kids that we could train for all that money, right? Like, I'm just
What
saying.
if Batman gets elderly and like gets a whole bunch of drones?
All those
like,
Robins.
No, I'm not doing it no more. Yeah, Robin drones. Taking care of all his light work.
You just need a way for the children to get the information. That's all. And then they can take it from there. They can do the rest. I mean, with all this technology and stuff, it's got to be some right a little easier now. Can't be that hard to hack a phone or a computer. But that was also the rich young ruler's problem was money. Yeah, he said, "Oh, I see your problem. You have too much money." Tax collector, Matthews, tax collector. So I'm guessing he was a rich guy. Well, he left it all. Probably gave his money to his parents or gave it away. Who knows?
It's funny, but when you have money and then you don't have money, you almost feel liberated. and free. I know it sounds strange, but
more money, more problems.
I don't know. Like, I think I honestly, because the whole lawsuits thing and the numbers that have been thrown around at me are pretty wild, and so I've actually entertained the idea of it. Like, just what would it be like? I would look at it like, yeah, gave me the money, and I'd have to do something crazy, selfless with it to help others, right? But just like thinking about it, it already sucks. Just the idea of it, just like everyone knowing that alone, just like people around you changing, would be exhausting.
So, do you feel that those two conspired to deprive you of your rights under the color of law as a citizen of the United States? Constitutional rights?
Yeah, straight up. Yesterday, I just read it a couple seconds ago. Yeah, that you said.
Color of law? What is that?
I was gonna play it for my lawyer and see what my lawyer thinks.
Law has color. So the law is racist.
I have a team of them, so it'd be the head guy. No, color of law, code of law. It's.
It sounds
like
racist.
the one in Florida is just such a slam dunk. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. According to numerous people, right? But for me, I mean, I don't know. Like, money's cool and all. I don't know. Maybe I'd buy a bunch of billboards and it'd say the Earth is flat with a 120,000 foot horizon behind it or something.
You know, I thought about this. If somebody was really wealthy in the truth community, if they could do this, if they could get like billions of flash drives and put as much truth on them as possible and send them out to everybody in the world.
Yes. So the color of law is you have a certain ordinance that is specific. Every word in the ordinance is specific.
Dude, I looked up free speech zones, right?
Piece of law. Hold on. Yeah, they try to twist the law around the circumstance instead of make the circumstance apply to the law, so it has a semblance of being right legally when it has no legality at all. So basically, it's converting the law to a use of harassment or conspiring to convert the law into a tool of harassment.
Right.
You don't 100% fulfill this ordinance, which you have to be guilty of it, but I'm going to go ahead and wrap it around it in one way or another. In other words, you didn't violate a park ordinance, but I'm going to give you disorderly conduct anyway. When you weren't talking so loud that you were causing or disrupting the orderly flow of anything, people were offended by what was being said, and they took offense to it. It wasn't loud or in a disrupting manner.
Yeah.
So they painted you in the color of you were doing something you weren't doing. That's the color of law, and it's deprivation of a right through the color of law. It's conspiracy. The officers conspired you to deprive you of your rights, and that's a big dollar lawsuit.
Interesting.
That's a no bullshit boner there. Do that shit to me, and I'm gonna get a Woody. Or at least a semi. Like, yeah, let me see. Can I count that many zeros? Nope. Yeah.
Well, the whole thing was live streamed, and so if there is anything where they did any wrongdoing, it's all right there for everybody to see.
Well, they did. He didn't technically violate the ordinance, so that they even were addressing. So they wrapped the circumstance around another ordinance.
I agree. I watched it. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is he should be able to use that live stream in a court of law and wrap it around.
It's just like when you disagree with an officer and they want to say you're hindering a police investigation, but you're really not because you don't fulfill the elements of that crime. So then they just go ahead and charge you with disorderly conduct, that you're disrupting the orderly flow of him telling you you're wrong and you're questioning how.
And by the way, what's it? The Nerdy Professor is a hit, bro. that
was awesome.
It was hilarious, dude. You did great.
Thank you, man.
Yep.
Kind of feels weird trying to do a little voice, but
Yeah, well, it worked well. It was funny.
I liked it. I don't know why people in the live stream was saying no.
yeah, it's just like it's pretty funny, right? It's such a crazy subject to the unopened mind that you just want to get their attention. And like as we're walking up, just me wearing the lab coat and bow tie, everyone's staring, so they just incline to pay attention. And it's kind of the idea.
Yep. An attention getter.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was funny, for sure.
You look like the science guy.
Yeah. There are Globers out there, like brain dead Globers, like trying to make fun of me, call me Bill Nye. I'm like, yeah, you don't get the joke, I guess.
No shit, you don't get it? Oh, you're just Bill Nye now.
The bow tie signed it for me.
No, the craziest part is I had an initial interaction with those cops filmed on my GoPro before I went live. As Chris is setting up the sign, they come over there and start talking to us. And they're like talking about free speech zones. I'm like, whoa, wait, what? Where does the free speech zone, and is that Nazi Germany over there? And then I'm like, so what ordinance exactly? Can you cite it? Can I see where it prohibits this? And they didn't know. So I was like, okay, so am I being detained? And he's like, no. I'm like, okay, cool. So we're gonna go over here then. And he actually even said something to the effect of like, just, okay, be in the middle, you're fine, or whatever, right? So we go over there. So in my eyes, I'm like, worst case, they're going to come over here, and they're going to actually have the ordinance, going to specifically say no amplified sound, right? And then I'll deal with that. But he just comes over there, and he said he was going to get me where I can go down to the amphitheater. So I'm like, okay, well, I want to talk to where these people are, right? But like, I'll go down to the amphitheater too. He just comes back, and then you guys saw what happened after that. So it's like such a setup and a contradiction of what he said's okay and not okay, and just like the whole thing from beginning to end is laughable. They didn't do their job at all. They're giving. I'm like, am I being detained? He's like, yes. And then a few seconds later, he's like, I'm going to detain you. It's like, what? You're saying contradictory things, man. This is ridiculous. So I don't know.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was intoxicated or something, because he was kind of slow in his mannerisms and thought process.
Yeah, he was, and he actually asked me if I had been drinking. I'm like, bruh.
Yeah, well, if he only knew,
Yeah, I should have honed in more on like just trolling them. Like, are you mad we didn't go to the moon? I should have trolled them. Yeah. You think you can have pressure without a container, dude? Is this why you're mad? Let's talk about it.
The other night, there was that old man that had that sign that said, the earth is flat, let's talk. Was he just somebody that walked up there on his own?
No, I was talking to him. I was messaging him because we were in the area.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. He made 2 signs. One of them says, answer 3 questions, get $100. And then the other one says, the earth is flat, let's talk. He made it for us.
Oh, I see. I was just curious if he was just somebody that was already there walking by and you just kind of ran into him or what, but apparently not.
But that does happen quite a bit, man. You guys would be surprised. So there's a lot of people that from a distance, they'll like tap their friend and point. You can tell they're saying like, look, I was telling you about this, right? Or they'll like hold their fist up in the distance or wave or something. They'll stop and listen. And then a few people will come up and actually say, like, walk by and say, dude, you're definitely right. Earth is flat. Keep it up. Keep being bold. Don't let them intimidate you. Keep telling them about it. That happens quite a bit, but it requires way more boldness for someone to even come up and approach me, right? But there's way more people than you think that have reach the point where they're like, this is deeper than I thought it was. You know, like kind of how the first few seconds of you discovering flat Earth is, where you're like, this isn't just open and close like they try to say it is. You know, it's like that. There's a lot of people like that in the world, and then you have the people on the far opposite end that just get triggered, and then they get real mad. Right? It's like I think you'd be surprised how many people out there just kind of keep it in their pockets, and to me, it's kind of motivating because it's like maybe hearing a guy that's bold enough to come out on a microphone in a city talk about flat Earth when you were just sitting there on the ledge, kind of pun not intended, you know, that you're like, oh man, you know, this confirms everything that I've been thinking.
Yeah, well, maybe they'll step up to the plate too someday, or at least with their friends anyway.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. At least people say things in their personal life, at least.
Right. I've done that with all of my personal friends and my family. I've convinced my family they're all flat earthers now. My parents are like 83 and 82 years old, and they're flat earthers now. It was pretty hard at first. They didn't quite understand what I was talking about because I had to just kind of take them through bit by bit by bit. And then they finally just like, you know what? We think you're right, son. I said, thanks, Mom. I am.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. It was quite the journey. It took a minute, but it was worth it.
I'm jealous.
But I'm the oldest in the family, the oldest kid, and they kind of rely on me for a lot these days because I go over and fix their house and take them to the store and just kind of help my sister take care of them, and so they kind of look up to me, a little bit because my other brothers and sisters don't do shit for them. I got 4 other brothers and sisters, or actually 4, that don't even hardly come to visit them, and they all live pretty much as close as I do to them. And so, they kind of favor me a little bit, I guess. But, I think it's deserved because, my other brothers and sisters don't do anything for my poor mom and dad. Pisses me off a little bit, but oh well.
Hey, you're in Utah, right, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to link up.
Yeah, look me up when you get here or call me. I think I put my number on one of your emails or something. Or I can get it to you when you get close or whatever. But yeah, I look forward to spending an evening with you.
Yeah, I'm down for sure, bro.
Oh. I was going to round up a few friends too, to see if I couldn't bring a little entourage a little bit. Come along with 2 or 3 friends that are flat earthers. Just to show support. Yeah.
And dude, I'll tell you this, man, it's so awesome. Like one of the coolest underlying parts of this whole tour is that you get to hang out with these people and you bring people together, and then you chill with flat earthers, even if it's just you go get something to eat and have a drink. It's so incredible, and you get to, because it's just such more real, authentic, intelligent conversation, and you get to watch the people finally feel like they're at home, if you will, as cliche as that sounds, like just comfortable. It's really cool. It's kind of the thing that they're keeping us from attaining. I think it's so powerful. That's why the festivals are very telling,
That's kind of what we get just coming onto this channel, for one thing. We get a little bit of feeling, a little bit of comfort, being able to talk about it, with boldness, without having to be shielded or being afraid of being laughed at or, whatever, which I don't really care about that shit anymore anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's a big thing too. Like, cause when you're in public, you got like 6, 7, 8 flat earthers sitting there. No one's really caring about talking loud about flat earth. It's like if someone's going to act like they're going to come say something, the group's got their back. The person that comes and tries to make fun of the flat earther is going to leave looking so dumb. And so it gives this aura of power, Yeah, it's sad that it's so rare that we utilize it because we've been divided across the place with censorship,
I could just see 8 flat earthers attacking one globe head. He just put his tail between his legs and runs, probably.
And the flat earthers are so chill typically because one flat earther has to say the question, and then all the flat earthers are very cordial and they sit there and they want to hear what they're going to say because we all know that we know way more than all of the world, basically. Like they just don't know anything about it. It's very. That's why, again, if you've ever been to a festival, you can tell instantaneously that it breaks the system down, like instantly, bro. It's really crazy. Like just that many free-thinking people that are informed with knowledge and not compliant, just in a room, like you can feel it. And so that's why I think that if they ever do absorb flat Earth, it comes on the hills. The deception of all time comes on the hills of that. Like it's too powerful. They'd have to guide that power.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance that they will absorb it too. I've heard you say that a few times, and I kind of agree with you. There's a pretty good chance they might do that.
Well, the crazy part about that theory is just like knowing firsthand how powerful it is in numbers. The greatest deception ever will come on the heels of that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't necessarily. I want the truth to get out there. That's why I do everything I do. But at the same time, I don't want them to absorb it artificially, because I know it's coming with malevolent intent.
Right. I thought last night was one of your best streams, though, even though you had to go through that bullshit with your little nutty professor deal. You did a pretty good job, bro. It was pretty good.
Thanks. I don't know. I never really thought about what I would say or anything, so I thought it was trash. Personally, and I think the voice is super lame, but I want to find a way to make it funny, where it's like it's an entertainment value outside of the polarization of the subject of the Earth.
Right. I can see that's where you were headed with it for sure. You accomplished that to some degree last night, for sure.
Did you get your equipment back?
No.
All right.
Yeah, dude. We don't even know when the court date is. They have to send the court date. So someone says that I should send in something within 3 days that says I don't comply to any of this contract or nonsense, and that if you do within 3 days, I don't know, that they'll just throw it out or something. But just I don't know. There's all kinds of avenues. Flat Earthers know lots of stuff. To me, I'm just kind of those are one of those things I'm real apathetic about. I don't really care about what they try to do. Like I just know it's way bigger than me, and if the fact I was allowed to be arrested and put in the cop car, that's something bigger than me. Like, I don't really trip about it. But they stole the point. Long story short, we don't know what the court date is. You're not going to get your stuff back till after that if it's called evidence. So, I kissed the speaker goodbye. I don't really care.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to have to try halfway across the country just to retrieve it now.
Yeah. I'll probably sue him, man. I have like a bunch of lawsuits, bro. Like a bunch of them.
You can make them send it to you.
Yeah, I'm. You have to like hire someone to represent you to be there if you're not there. Is the idea that they want us all to just accept, and I don't even really accept that. I think that they can kick rocks, but we'll figure out how it goes. I'm real chill about this kind of stuff. Like I said, I have numerous lawsuits recorded that most people don't even know that happened. Half of them I forgot about. The only reason I'm gonna do them, probably all of them, just bang, is because someone has to fight the system, even if it's just setting precedent.
Yeah, that's
that's a blessing in disguise. That's what I was thinking yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah. Especially if it goes because something like that, right? A free speech zone on a national park. That has potential to go all the way up to Supreme Court as a constitutional ruling. Free speech zones, and it's underneath the subject heading of flat Earth. So
they actually said that there was a free speech zone there.
Yes, dude. Yes, and like before I went live, I have it on the GoPro, and I was like, "Wait, are you saying so? Where does that end? If I go over here, is that Nazi Germany now?" And he didn't. He didn't respond, and I'm like, "Okay, am I being detained?" And he's like, "No." I'm like, "All right, well, we're gonna go over here." Leave me alone. There's no such thing as free speech zones.
Yeah, they were real
normalize
the way
that.
they
Scary.
played it.
You should have had it go over and step it off and show you exactly the free speech zone. Mark it with a crayon or something. You know,
I think they have a map of the free speech zones. It's just not well defined on spot, right? But when he pulls his little stack of papers out, they tell you where you're allowed to freely speak. It's insane.
Oh,
That's
wow.
not free speech, bro. That's not
No.
what free speech is.
That's right. It's not.
It's kind of like saying, hey, you have free speech, but you're only allowed to say this. Like, that's not free speech either. You only get to say it here. That's not what free speech is, bro. It's about peaceably assemble, freely speak wherever about whatever.
Right. You got to go stand in the closet over here to free speak. Yeah. Right.
This is insane, bro.
Yeah. That sounds like it.
But if you Google it, you'll see that where this became popular were universities, people doing activism and them saying that it's disrupting class, etc. So they make free speech zones.
Yep.
Yeah, and numerous of the cases go, and almost always it's ruled in behalf of their free speech zones are unconstitutional almost every time.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment or religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people to peaceably assemble and petition the government for redress of grievance.
It's very well written, you know. It covers the whole. It says it all, bro.
It does, and you were covering governmental redress and grievance.
Exactly. It's just like there's also a Supreme Court ruling that says that the use of a permit, right, or lack thereof cannot be used to infringe upon your right to be heard. That's a Supreme Court ruling. So specifically, that's how they always try to shut me down, right? Is like a city ordinance anyway. And I play within their rules. I'm like, what's the city ordinance? The city ordinance is illegal though, bro.
It's Electronic Code of Federal Regulations. ECFR.
Well, I know they have
Title,
noise.
Title
what's called
36, Parks, Forestry, and Public Property.
Well, they do have what's called noise ordinances. I do know that for like loud cars and motorcycles or whatever that are too loud. They can ticket you for those kinds of things. Maybe they got stuff like that. I don't know, but it's got to be all based on a certain decibel, and they have to test it and everything else.
Dude, I kept asking about the decibel, right? And he's like, I think it is 65 decibels at 50 feet or something like that. And I'm like, okay, well, you have to have a calibrated decibel reader, you know, and they're like, but that's just if you have the permit and the free speech zone. Well, what are you talking about? You just put 0 to 100, bro.
Jeez. Wow.
Yeah, so I just walked away from him, bro. And I was like,
And-
bring the ordinance.
You really didn't meet the requirement for a group protest either, 2 people.
Right.
Group protest is like 25 or more.
What's crazy is the park rules are written so ambiguous. It says like any demonstration, you know, that's what it says. Any demonstration.
Well, you weren't really demonstrating, were you? I mean, that's like going against something, isn't it?
Well, it's just so ambiguous that you can definitely say that was a demonstration, right? Like designed to capture the crowd's attention.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's dumb.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Are you planning on getting new equipment this weekend?
But remember, they didn't cite you for a park violation, bro. They gave you disorderly conduct.
I think they gave us both. I think they wrote us both 2 tickets. It's so like faded, you can't really see it. They never articulated what I was being charged with to me or anything like that. But it does say like we have disorderly conduct, and then we have another ticket that's something about ongoing activities requiring a permit without a permit. So we got both those.
Did they fine you?
It's a court date. It's a mandatory court date.
Yeah,
Federal or whatever.
Yeah, the fine would be taken care of after the court hearing, if there was one.
I mean, I didn't sign it, and I don't agree to any of that nonsense. As the way I see it, I was captured.
You're not required by law to sign any citation or ticket. You don't have to sign that.
Yeah, exactly. I was captured. I was kidnapped. That's how I view it.
It's your job to cite me. It's not my job to verify you cited me. It's almost an admission of guilt.
Right.
You got a right to remain silent. Your words, your written words, can be used against you just as well as your spoken words. That's why they want you to write down.
Word is bond.
Well, just here's a pencil and a piece of paper. Just write the story of what happened. Yeah, go fuck yourself, buddy.
The word is good enough.
I love the infinite question. Every time I get pulled over, they say, "Where are you coming from today, sir?" And I'm like, "From where I was. Where are you headed? To where I'll be when I'm done fucking with you."
Going.
Now, what's that got to do with the traffic stop? And can I ask
Headed
why?
to my destination.
Where the
And
fuck I'm? What are you, my
they-
goddamn babysitter?
They trapped me, bro. They're like, even if you don't use the amplifier, you can't do it here. This is not the free speech. So immediately, Austin's brain is
Not
like,
the
okay,
free speech zone.
dude. So my brain's immediately like, I don't care at all what this guy's talking about. You know, like at all. And they're like, you can't have the sign either. The sign breaks the rules unless you're in the free speech zone with the permit. Like what?
And he's the one that said, just go in the center.
Yeah,
This is
just
not
go
a
in the
place
center. He said,
where
he
you
said
can
you're fine, just go in
speak.
the center, don't block the bench. And then we go to the center and they come arrest me.
Where do you think you are in America?
That's straight entrapment. They send you to the center and then arrest you there. That's like, hey, he sent me there, then he arrested me there. I mean, how does that work?
Sparta.
That's straight entrapment. Period.
Should have just, said that. This
I have
is
it all taped, bro.
Sparta.
The first interaction is so funny. It's so funny, dude. I have it on my GoPro because it was strapped on my backpack, It's so hilarious, dude. And you can tell they're just frantically trying to find a way to shut it down. They're like, you can't have the sign in front of this bench. We're like, okay, well, we were just putting it up to build, to put it together. We're not leaving it by the bench, so no worries. Oh, well, then, no, we got to figure something else out. It was so ridiculous. I was pretty cutthroat, though. I'll be real. I was cutthroat. I was like, you're going to lose your job if you don't leave me alone. From the jump. I'm like, leave me alone, dude. So I'm like cutting him off. Am I being detained? Okay, then we're free to leave. We're going to walk over here. So bye. I wasn't when some coward with a gun on their hip tells me there's a free speech zone, I don't hear anything else they say.
This is not America.
I liked it when you told him that his IQ was below 105.
America is out there, not in here.
I was like, man, you didn't know that, did you? You were getting triggered.
Mount Rushmore. Yeah. End of the Freemasons,
And to clarify, you can have over 105 IQ and be a cop. Like the Supreme Court ruling or the federal court, whatever it was, it specifically shows that they keep the IQs around 104. And so they were challenged because that's illegal discrimination. And they were saying the justification for move on. So it's for job retainment. And then that's what their official story was. And so they upheld it.
Well,
so he might have 108 IQ,
Yeah. Like that matters anyway.
Yeah, he could have an 85. If the average is 104, I mean, come on, man.
That had to hurt. If you're just standing there and the guy's telling you, yeah, you got an IQ less than 105. He's going, I do? Yes, you do.
Yeah, and if you watch the interaction when he leaves, when he finally leaves and he tells us to have a good day, if you just watch his mannerisms, you'll understand his whole motivation. Like if you just watch at the end, he's just a gamma. So whatever.
They all have that. All the cops have that little big man complex, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say in court, like, well, just look at his body language. He's a gamma, but that's the way it should be, you know? He's being a gamma. He's being subversive. Look at his body language. But that doesn't work.
Well,
anyway.
It should, because it's obvious.
Dude, he told me to bend over, man. Such a sodomite, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. He told me to bend over. And I was like, what? I'm not bending over. I like jerked away from him. And he like put his hand towards his gun. I'm like, this guy's a psycho, bro.
Quit putting your hands in your pockets. Have you got any weapons?
Yeah, and I pulled the phone out. He knew I was about to read it. And then he came and arrested me. He wouldn't let me read it.
Yeah, you definitely challenged him.
Yeah. Well, this has potential to set a precedent of a national state park. It's, you know, that's why I would not just let it go. I had people in the chat talking about be the bigger person, let it go. It's like, okay, so let's let go of the opportunity to potentially go all the way to the Supreme Court on a constitutional ruling for flat Earth.
Oh, that would be epic.
Yeah, it's worth a try.
Hell yeah. That would be epic.
Yeah, more people need to have balls like that and stand up to them when it's not, you know, when they're in the wrong, obviously.
Well, it tells you all you need to know. Just the fact that free speech zones are a thing shows you how little people do it, right? Like,
right.
It wouldn't even be allowed to be a thing. That's how scary the overall is, right? It's like, look, America is changing right in front of everyone's eyes.
Is there a clause in there somewhere that says that you know, it has to be a free speech zone, just like a free gun zone? Like, where does that say that in the Constitution? I don't see that part.
Yeah, it's insane. There is no stipulation to area.
Well, there shouldn't be for free speech. I mean, free speech is anywhere you're at. You're free to speak whatever the hell you want.
And say whatever the hell you want.
Right. No, but you have to go stand in this closet over here for you to freely speak. That's what they're getting. That's what it's getting to.
And although the founding fathers were free Masonic psychopaths, like the irony of George Washington being up there and the crowd cheering for me being arrested for my First Amendment is insane.
I was just gonna say that part blew me away to see those people just clapping and just ecstatic to see a man that's just up there talking. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not. It's just amazing to me to see them act the way they did. It was just wow.
The part that's it's just crazy how oblivious they are to what's right behind them. I guess is my point. Like, you know, if you have 5 people clap, it sounds like the crowd's clapping. Like 5 people clap and cheer. If you really were looking, not many people are cheering, and there's quite a few people that are kind of shocked. But me being flat earther on the mic, in their vacation, they're kind of like, well, I'm just gonna sit here. And then there's a few people that are bold enough to walk up after the crowd cheers, go to the cops and argue with them. Right? Those people are way less robots than the people clapping. They're just cowards from the distance. And I think there was literally maybe 7 people that clapped. So I don't know.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it's just like
it sounded like
hear
more.
The cheer. Yeah, because you just hear the cheer. Like there's really not that many people, but it doesn't really matter. It's like if you're gonna go based on what the crowd thinks and the crowd split, what do you do? That's such a dumb ideology anyway.
Well, yeah,
Half of the people clapping were probably kids that were clapping because their parents were. So there's only 2.5 parents clapping.
See, children, this is how we treat flat earthers, okay?
Yeah. Well, and you don't hear the silent people. I mean, the people that don't clap or that have maybe are against what the cops are doing. You don't hear anything from them because they just stay quiet.
Well, just watch if you watch the video and you see everyone that's in screen. Now look at how many people's hands are clapping. It's a minority, big time. But it doesn't matter. Like I said, if you have a group of people that are quiet and 10% of them cheer loudly, then they win, right? Like it's
right. That's what I'm saying. The other ones don't get hurt at all. Even if they're majority. Yeah.
I would love to see the day when atrocities like that are being committed, and to see the rest of the crowd to just come over and stand in front of you and say, "Nope." I mean, that would be just the most amazing thing to see.
Yeah, exactly. It's so sad it doesn't happen. That's exactly what I would do. I would immediately stand up for whoever was being told they can't speak.
Amen.
And there were a couple people that did it, bro. There were a couple people that did it. So.
Well, that's good. I mean, that's
good on them, man. If you guys are listening, big up.
That's right.
Yeah, there was like a couple that was arguing. What is he doing? They're pulling their camera out like he's just talking. You're arresting him for talking. Then we had another guy walk up. You can hear it on the camera because I'm already pulled away, and he's talking about free speech zones. What is it? They're not allowed to talk. What is a free speech zone? That's the opposite of what free speech means. The cops just like, oh, it's just the rules.
There was one guy that he was like, why wouldn't this be like, or why wouldn't this whole place be a free speech zone? Like something along those lines. It's like, exactly. I mean, it's a monument for, what's supposed to make America great, right? Like free speech is one of the tenets of that. You've got a sign when you walk in that says it's a free speech like park.
Exactly.
Like, where does it start and stop? I think you said somewhere in there. Exactly.
Yeah, it's insane. Like when you walk in at the front has a sign that says this area is free speech is protected or whatever, right? It's like, okay, enough said. Dude, we literally looked at it and I was like, oh, perfect. I was talking to Chris. I'm like, dude, we're good. We don't have to worry about anything today. We're good. And then we get arrested. I read the sign. I'm like, wow, this is awesome. I'm so proud of this park. It's like I understand the idea that people drove there in the middle of nowhere with their children just to see the creepy idols in the stone, But like, I'm sorry that this is what it's come down to. For the way that I see it, I have to go to prominent places with the microphone. I'm sorry that you happen to be here on this day, but like, it's okay.
Yeah, get over it, right? Like, you can still take your pictures, maybe learn something about the earth.
Yeah, exactly. And so many people don't get upset. That's it's just real frustrating when you're in person, because the people that aren't upset or just think, oh, well, this guy's just speaking his mind, I don't have to agree with them, or tape you, and they're just cool with it. Those people they're the silent majority. That's what's so crazy. Most people really don't care. I mean, they're like, what? Because at least something I say interests them, even if I'm talking about 9/11 or whatever. And they're just like, it's just a background. It's just a few vocal, like, minority groups. It's like 0.001% of people think there are 78 genders, but they're the loudest, I definitely get it though. Like I mean, it's flat Earth, right? It's something that someone thinks is crazy. They don't want to agree with it, but their byproduct is basically that they're forced there because they came to see it. So like they're forced to hear it, and that's half the reason I do it too. I'm not gonna lie. Like I don't care. You came to see this thing. You're not gonna not see it. So by deduction, you're forced to hear it.
That's the whole point of going to where people gather, right?
Yes, exactly. I hate that. I want to make sure I never take the bait of people trying to be confrontational or ugly or vulgar. Like it's just easier said than done. It's like sometimes when the gamma gets real loud in the crowd, you have to check the shit out of the gamma so the rest of the room realizes that little gamma behavior isn't allowed. It's conflict of interest. If you let it go, people get more bold to be ridiculous.
It's the embodiment of revolt. There will be no revolt here. I am the authority.
It's like if you say something intelligent, you want to debate it or anything like that, you have a point or a question, like I'm always ears. Perfect. If it's just like insults and nonsense, I'm not going. I think it's dumb. It's like, well, on my YouTube channel, when I first started, I would always read these gammas. I would just eviscerate a gamma, and then all the other gammas would get real quiet. They didn't want to be that guy. You know what I mean?
Hit them up, move them out, rawhide. Crack that whip.
They didn't want to be the guy where I read their name out loud and just.
It's the same way with alphas, though. 4 alphas in a room all wanting to test it. All you got to do is prove you're the guy that'll test the other 3. I'll test all 3. You don't fuck with me. And then they go fuck with each other.
All right.
I don't know whose ass I can whoop, but I'll find out real quick. I'm that guy. I don't like to talk shit. Let's find out. I want to get to the toy in the Cracker Jack box, motherfucker.
All right.
The toy is mine.
Yeah, that's the difference there. That's what it all. It's the mentality of like, push come to shove, we'll just find out. It's if you actually have that mentality, I think. Right. And I think that's what's lacking in America, bro.
A lot of people, a lot of people huff and puff. But I was raised by an era of men who were like, well, we can find out about that. Well, we can see, whether they were talking about, can we build something? Can this guy whoop your ass? Should I slap this dude in his teeth for talking to your mom like that? Do we want to find out? Because that's what we should do. When we're looking for an answer, we have to seek it. So your first answer should just be, do I want to? Yeah, all bark, all bust, no balls. All bark, no bite.
A genuine curiosity as to, is this guy capable of one-upping me? Like you're actually genuinely curious if whoever, you know what I'm saying? Like it's the genuine curiosity that's missing.
That dog don't hunt.
You're the one-upper, but I'm the one-downer. I bring the one-hitter quitter. Want to find out?
Today might be the day. We'll find out.
Right.
Today might be the
day. Air and opportunity, brah. My dad told me the only thing stopping you from doing great things is the willingness to try and fear.
That's very true.
If you don't have fear and you're always willing to try, you do things even you didn't think you were capable of.
Is the willingness to kick ass?
Yeah, I'm pulling the mic out on Yellowstone. I don't care what anyone's talking about. National parks are... Dude, that's literally, I can't think of a more optimal place that should be, you can't stop free speech than a national
Right, that's some whole shit,
federal
man.
property, right? What does federal property mean? Does that mean it's private or?
We the people own it.
Yeah, it's public. It's public. And it's like, they went and grasped like the most beautiful places in America. They're like, oh, the Smoky Mountains? Oh, National Park. Yo, Yellowstone, National Park. Oh, Pretty Waterfall, National Park. Right? It's like
the natives' most sacred places. Oh, national park, because all of them were like
National Park,
Manistee National Forest, Marquette National
Forest. Island is a national park.
90% of the UP, the Upper Peninsula, 90% of that in my state is national forest. And the very tip of the
federally owned. It means federally owned. What does that mean? Who owns it?
2/3 of
federally stolen.
Wisconsin is the Nicolay National Forest.
Yeah.
Who is the federal?
They can't own it, dude. They're not the hereditary deed claim. The federal government can't own shit.
So we're supposed to sit by while they blatantly stole it, right? They stole it. And then in addition to that, they're like, and you're not allowed to do free stuff here. No way, you'll kill me first.
Hey, here's another one. Like the whole upper state. When I was 13, you could go all through the UP and just before the UP, and you didn't see anything fucking with the forest. You go there now and you'll see an oil well every fucking quarter mile. They're pumping all the oil out of the top of Michigan. And it's federal land. It's just bullshit.
Yeah, and they have federal in their titles, right, that work there, and they think they're special boys. It's like, bruh, shut up. I don't have any patience.
Really?
And it just, dude, it shouldn't be an argument. Like, if someone thinks I sound crazy because I think they're flat, it doesn't matter. They shouldn't care at all. Like overarching, it doesn't matter.
You're supposed to say whatever you believe, however lewd, rude, or obnoxious it may be, whatever time, it's supposed to be your right.
Exactly.
It's a covenant. It's a theological term and reference
And listen,
covenants between man and
it's your
God.
right to disagree. So if I'm yelling on the street corner that I think your wife's a whore, you can open the window and say, "No, she's not, bud. Shut the fuck up."
Right.
Then we
just crazy.
Then we can talk about proofs, maybe mutual combat,
Yeah, I mean, little do they know that I'm actually right. The Earth is actually flat. They definitely lied about it. I'm out here with pure intentions of wanting to wake people up. Literally, that is the motivation. But even outside of that, the fact that they don't understand, because they don't see it that way, but like, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't even matter. That just makes it that much worse. But it's like, bro, it's just, I will give you the microphone, and when I'm done, and we'll leave, and here you go, your turn, try it out. It's like, do your thing, bro. I don't know. It's weird to me. It's really weird. Like, people, it appeals to their ability to act like they have juice over someone else and what they say. That's why parts of the crowd cheered, right? Because they didn't want me to be talking, so they got this illusion of being able to control what other people say, and they like it.
Yeah, well, they got a censor society as if it's your right to shut my mouth. You have to physically shut my mouth. I'm not the one. They'll drag me away, arm over foot, and I'll still be calling you a bitch.
Yeah,
and I'll be asking him, which one of you dumb motherfuckers is uncuffing me? Because I'm knocking him out.
And here's where the craziest. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say the sick, sad part about the whole thing is you're absolutely correct. You're out there telling the truth. And these people are so blind, so brainwashed that they don't even understand that you're actually telling the truth. And it's just so sad. I mean,
that's the worst part. That's why I need extended periods of time to try to break through the cognitus and talk about Vietnam. But like the crazy part is that in all actuality, as they come in there and they effectively kidnap me, I should be able to hit that dude so hard in the jaw, he's out cold, and then I just keep talking. That's what I'm allowed to do. If I do that, the other guy shoots me dead. Right? Like, what a clown world.
Right.
Yeah. Sad. It's really sad.
I have to turn around and put my hands behind my back, right? Like, that right there is ridiculous.
The brainwashing is just too powerful for these people. I just don't get how it is, but it is.
Well, maybe those two officers, if their house note and their cars are threatened because of personal liability for violation of someone's rights under the color of law, because they do not have any law. They couldn't even provide. They actually. Wait a minute. I wanted to ask Witsit. Hey, Witsit, what do you think about the video rolling the entire time? Do you think they knew that the whole thing was being live streamed at the very moment they were doing all of that?
Yeah, I mean, the one cop that put me in the cuffs, he's later talking to Chris, and he says, I mean, I know, I'm sure it's live right now. You know, you can tell he's not happy about it, but yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, they're caught red-handed.
Well, that's
right.
Oh, Chris, I think at some point in there said it right in front of the cops. The Witsit gets it, on YouTube, and I was actually thinking while watching it also when the cop was going a distance from the camera to talk on the phone. It was almost like he knew how far away he had to be out of the range of the microphone. Like the person on the other line maybe was on the live stream or something.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Because we were people were asking us as I'm getting pulled away. He's like, "Witsit gets it on YouTube. Here's the cards." Right? We were like, it wouldn't have been hard at all for them to find the stream.
He actually said, "I'm arresting you because your failure to identify," and they never showed any kind of law or anything stating why you are required or obligated to show them an identification.
And it's not a stop and ID state, and they didn't even write the ticket for that. So they lose right there. They lose right there because he verbalized, "I'm arresting you for refusal to ID," without, he doesn't know the word refusal.
Yep.
And and that he didn't do that. So that right there, they lose. So it's like very layered, in my opinion. It's a pretty cakewalk lawsuit. There's no doubt you get it thrown out, but it doesn't really matter. It's just the principle, man. You stole my stuff. Now you expect me to drive back here. I'm not going to do that. So it's just ridiculous, you know.
Yeah, at the very minimum, you could take into small claims and file a $10,000 small claim suit against each of them individually by name. Well, at least that's $10,000 each. But if you go the way Michael was saying, it's more than that. I think it's a year in federal prison and up to $100,000. I forget. A violation of 42 U.S. subsection 1983. But there's a couple of laws that are like that, violation of rights under the color of law.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to every national park that I think is prominent enough to hit. I'm doing the same thing at all of them, so I don't care. You can put me in handcuffs 100 times. There is no such thing as free speech zones. I refuse to comply. So I refuse. Arrest me 100 times. I don't care.
I thought you sounded great, and you definitely knew what you were talking about. It was really nice to listen to.
Because check it out, Witsit. If they do, we'll just bail you out every time, just like that.
Yeah, as long as the super chats are flowing and it happens on the stream, like we're all good here. The rest of them.
Right.
And I just can't get enough of your usage of the word weird. I happen to love the word weird. In my opinion, there's a good weird, there's a bad weird. So yeah, love it, man.
I love it. Awesome.
Just like you're weird.
Please, my new one is "Don't make this weird." Like, don't make this weird.
Right. And then your usage of the word coincidence theorist. Oh man, you know me. I can't get enough of that either. Oh, I think that's got to be put out there. I came across it on some dude's website, man, and I'm sure he would be really pleased to know it's catching on. Who knows? Maybe he's found out. But I thought it was great, man. Can't get enough of it.
Yeah, that's another great one because it just makes people think, right? It's like that. I love like the 666s. I'll say the 666s, and I'm like, you're just a coincidence theorist. Like, that should wake you up. That should make you think, well, this is weird. This is kind of odd.
Yeah, it takes them off the offense when you use the word weird.
I know, it's awesome. It's weird. It's like, I don't want to be weird. I don't want to make this weird. I don't want to be the one that's making this weird.
Yeah, so why are you guys making this weird? Just think at the other national parks, you can get better at this whole thing. It's going to be just great.
Dude, we need a weird. Sorry, Sonny. We need a weird T-shirt, dude. We need a weird something.
I might make a "Don't Make This Weird" shirt with flat Earth.
Yes. Yeah.
You're just making this. Don't make this weird. Yeah, don't make this weird. That's a good idea. Flat Earth.
Dude,
Awkward.
that would be so epic. Whatever you come up with. Oh man, I'll buy your shirt for sure. And I've never bought a flat Earth shirt, so. But if you do a "Don't Make This Weird" shirt, I'm gonna have to buy it, man. I'll fucking.
That's hilarious. I'm definitely doing it.
Don't make this weird. Exactly.
It flips the tables, bro. It flips the tables.
Weirdos. You freaking weirdos.
That's especially good though for you to be wearing it while you're out there doing what you do, because they're all looking at you like you're a big fucking weirdo, right? You got a shirt on that says "Don't make this weird."
Oh, and I'm loving the bow tie, dude. Oh, and the lab coat. I think you should do that. It's like the best, man.
Sweet. I get mixed reviews, but I think it's cool.
I thought it was funny. Dude, you should play up that character like a caricature. Make yourself into a caricature.
Yeah, the character was fun. Freaking
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah, I gotta work on it, but yeah, I think it has potential to be funny for sure.
It's funny. That's why I didn't like it, because you're telling the truth and you're being funny.
Or maybe you could dress up as like, where's Waldo? You could say, where's the curve at? I don't know if you want to go that far. That's a little extreme, but yeah, the bow tie thing, I think it's working.
Honestly, walking through the crowd with the bow tie and the lab coat already is pretty extreme. You know, like people are like, "Who is this guy?"
I gotta hand it to you. Yeah, absolutely, you're right. But keep it going.
People are staring, like genuinely confused. They're like, "What is going on?"
Look, honey, Stevie's got a stethoscope. What kind of doctor is that?
I'm so unfazed because I'm used to literally walking in crowds of thousands of people where everyone acts like you're crazy. So it's like I'm just used to it. I'm looking at Chris, you know, I'm like, are you noticing everyone here is staring at us? And we have
Dude, you got to be having the time of your fucking life.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
Yeah.
And now I get to the west, and we're getting west, so we're getting towards Yellowstone. I've never seen the west part of the United States, so I'm like excited about seeing mountains and nature, and yeah, I don't know.
When you walk past all them people and you know they're all looking at you weird, just grab up all that energy and put it back out to them, man. I mean, they're just poor little sheep. They don't know what's going on. So yeah. Oh.
Yeah, like I always had that in the back of my mind. Like that's why I'm pretty unfazed. It's like they don't really understand the magnitude of the discussion. They've been brainwashed, you know. Yeah, like they don't know. It's only when they get personally like vulgar or ugly where I'm like, all right, now you need to chill. You know what I'm saying? Calm down.
Yeah. So yeah,
a good approach is saying stuff like, guys, do you think I just want to be the white nerdy guy out here talking about the second law of thermodynamics on a microphone? You know, like, do you think I woke up when I was 10? I'm like, I want to do this one day. Like, think about it. Come on.
Well, yeah, if you trigger somebody in person, I mean, unless you've had interaction with that person beforehand, in my opinion, there's no way to come around from that. But you seem to be doing what you normally do, and it's working out good. But I've been accosted by an in real life troll. I mean, you can feel that energy, that aggressive energy that they have. It's bizarre. I mean, I applaud you in your composure, dude. It's amazing. I love it.
Yeah, I had someone get really vicious and start yelling and screaming at me, but I was telling him that he had Stockholm Syndrome.
Oh, you got to almost.
Yeah, there was a lot of people around going like, he's right, like, listen to that, honey.
Dude, I swear, so many more people are woke up than you think. And then, and so many people are just conspiracy theorists, quote unquote, but haven't got the flat Earth. They're like, dude, I agree with everything this guy just said, and now he's talking about the Earth being flat. It's like, damn it, like I have to look into it now, you know? That's how I was. But anyway, what's so ironic about the whole thing, I guess, is this is so opposite of what I would ever intend on doing or what I prefer to do. If you watch it, you may not think that, right? You're like, oh, you love being on the microphone and everyone looking at you. But the truth is, I really don't at all. Like, I don't get nervous. I don't dislike it for that reason. That's why I actually feel inclined to do it. I think some people have certain aptitudes or whatever, but like, I used to be the guy that would just put his snapback down forward real low and put his hood on and sit in the corner. And I didn't care if anyone knew I was there. That's just kind of my thing, you know? It's actually very out of the norm of what I would intend to do. And that's so when I say things like, you think I want to be out here, like, you know, being the buzzkill on Saturday night, talking about the second law of thermodynamics. Like, I'm dead serious. I want people to understand it, right? It's like, it's so severe and such a gigantic lie. We have to get out of our element and do things like this to try to wake you up. If people would understand the intention, it would help a lot.
Lulu has a question for you. She said, I don't know if Witson's paying attention to the chat. She said, can you ask him when he will come to Cali?
Nice. Yeah, we're definitely going to Cali right now. We're in Yellowstone. We're meeting up with some people in Idaho. And then we're going to head west and hit like Seattle, top left, right? Top west, and then go down. So exactly when, I don't know. I would say maybe a month, like not a full month from now, but during a month from now, I wouldn't be surprised if we were still in Cali. And I'm going to try to work out a date to meet up with Jaron and RV Truth. They've been asking me for a date to set something up.
No way, dude.
Cali. Yeah.
So epic. Oh, so exciting.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe Lulu might be able to catch one of your things in person. That would be, I mean, it's one thing to hear you like on here and stuff, you know, but just like, I mean, you seem to me pretty charismatic, you know, so I'm really mad I missed you in St. Louis. I don't know if I'd have been one on camera and all that, but you know.
Well, it's all good. We got people that come out all the time that don't want to be on camera, and so we just don't show them, you know. So.
Okay, so Lulu says she's not going to be in Cali in a month. She's leaving in 3 weeks. So are you going to be there like in a day or so?
No, we might be there before 3 weeks, though. I don't know. Well, how long? It depends on how long she'll be gone and what part she's from. Cali's really big, and there's a lot of stuff I want to do there, so I don't know how long you'll be gone.
Are you, are you keeping your website up to date? Because I looked yesterday and it said you were somewhere else other than where you were.
No, yeah. I slack on that, so I should fix it. But no, it's way behind.
Yeah, I understand.
I wish that's the one that would do it, man, because it's just like so much, you know. It's like I'm texting people, emailing people, Facebook messages, DMs on here, Instagram DMs, keeping up with who's where.
Sure,
yeah, it's like I always forget about.
Don't you have somebody like going along with you and with like your cameras and all that?
Yeah, it's Chris and I, like one other guy. I mean, he does a ton of stuff too, you know. Like he he helps me carry stuff. He sets up the sign. He holds the sign when people come by. He gives them the cards. He tells them where to find us. He like tries to keep up with the phone if the live stream ever, you know. 2 people is pretty hard to pull it off. I think I have a few people that watch my channel. Yeah, I'm gonna like kind of maybe use them as a secretary of sorts, where I text them, let them know where we're going, where we are, and they can update everything on the website. I've had a couple people offer, so I'll probably do it that way.
Yeah. Dude, yeah, you need a team. You're going all out and everything. And yeah, maybe you can meet up with Sunny. That's what Lulu said.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'm way down here. I should put together a get-together here before you come. That's what I should try to do.
You're in South Cali?
Yeah, I'm in San Diego.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely want to go to San Diego. So
There's a lot to see here, actually. Really
Sonny,
great place to go look at the like distance viewing of islands off the coast. Yeah.
Sonny, if you do organize a meetup, you'll have to have like different channels shout you out. I know Mark Sargent does it. I don't know if Jaron does it. I don't really follow his stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I could get Mark Sargent to do it with Karen B. I could get
Yeah, Karen.
Glowbusters to do it, Jaron to do it, Alex Stein to do it, Dave Weiss to do it. I do have a lot of connections. So
Yeah,
like,
Karen.
yeah, Karen's cool.
Should do a big one somewhere. Maybe not L.A. L.A. sucks.
Karen was making damn well sure you didn't go to jail. She hung out till her and Ted both.
Yeah,
They
man.
As soon as they put you in the car, she was like, send money directly to Witsit.
Yeah,
Dude,
Karen's
man.
a legend.
Should get a campsite.
Karen's my homie, man. She's cool.
Should
Definitely.
get campsites. Wait, should get campsites for a meetup down here. Just get a bunch of campsites. Like do a whole camp up thing at a state park.
She got listen. She got a campsite one time called the Firmament.
Karen B does a lot, right? She runs FlatEarthFestivals.com and ads
Yeah.
on all of it. Yeah, she does a ton. And she doesn't do it for like her own personal gain. She's
I
literally,
noticed
like,
something yesterday with it. She got your back.
Hey, hats off to you, Witsit, on having your backup and all. That was super smart because I don't know if you follow like the First Amendment auditor community. They definitely have to take precautions, and they usually don't go anywhere just by themselves. They usually, you got Chris, so that's good. But
It'd be impossible without Chris. It'd be literally impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just and honestly,
So,
the fact
be
they know
careful.
that someone's
You already-
watching my back, they leave me alone. a lot
Yeah,
more.
you already know what you're doing, man. But just be careful out there. You don't want to bruise any egos and hurt any feelings and all that shit, dude. It's
that's
hard.
actually something I'm working on a lot. Is I will admit that in my opinion, where my content could improve is that, like for most of my life, if someone personally singles me out and tries to challenge me, and even the scenario where I'm like on a microphone, like I just kind of have a problem with restraint. I'm like,
Dude, yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
It's difficult. It is definitely challenging, and that's awesome. You realize with it yourself. So the least you say is possible with your engagement with the law enforcement officers, the better off you'll be. I mean, oh man, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So you're doing good so far. Yeah.
Well, it's like I'm actually not committing crimes, so
Right.
a lot of my confidence comes from that. Like 8 years ago, I got here a cop car. I'm like, let's go inside.
Right.
Like, I have too much weed or whatever. But like now, it's not like that at all. It's I'm genuinely not doing anything, so it's pretty easy. And yeah, I should be more tactical. At the least, I should always integrate Flat Earth. I should just basically always keep my cool with the cops and just troll them with Flat Earth. And,
Oh, God, yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to remember in the moment. I'm like, I don't have time to listen to your low IQ nonsense where you're trying to manipulate. Like, I'm gonna cut you out. I need to always keep in mind, like, what is the content gonna look like, and that's why I think when in Cleveland when the police did it, it was pretty good because I was like, he's triggered. We didn't go to the moon. He's a
As
boomer.
long as- As long as I'm pretty sure you said you already knew, but as long as you know your stop and identify states, you're good.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's only 11 that are stop and ID.
Yeah. But yeah, exciting stuff, man. Wow.
I think Yellowstone will be way smoother. You can just go in and out whenever. I think so. We'll see how that goes. I have to find a mic. I have to find the speaker. It's like not in any Best Buys within 250 miles. It's a whole ordeal. Like,
damn.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Hey, what would they do if you came up with a generator and a headset and a PV? We need to get you set up like these corner preachers we got here in Michigan. They be on the corner preaching louder than people's stereo systems, man. They be preaching over gangster rap in a motherfucking Dodge.
Yeah, check it out, Luluca. Yeah, you're right. You should get electric bikes, and you could tow your whole rig probably on bikes. That's a perfect way, man. I'm telling you, I do it all the time. I just don't film it. I just don't film it. I go around and I yell at people that are in lines waiting for ferries. I'm like, I'm gonna.
Lulu and Kelly.
Yeah, she's
I thought she lived in some other country.
Lulu says that Venice Beach would be a good spot. With
all those homeless people there. Oh my God, what a weird place, man.
I could see her and Jose in one swoop. Shit.
Didn't used to be that way there.
I hand the ball to the local. I'm like, the spots you think would be good. Just take us there.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the season.
You could literally stroll all the way down Venice Boardwalk while you're doing your whole spiel with multiples of different people going by on different kind of like rolling devices, bicycles, skateboards, whatever they got, walking. It's a perfect audience because you actually contact more people.
Yeah, and then I did a lot
the
of
funny
research.
thing, listen, Katsura said they're talking about your arrest in Gem Pandas, but you weren't arrested. You didn't get booked. You were just detained and ticketed. So are these people stupid or what?
Yeah, they're stupid. They called it a
Uh,
federal arrest and release.
That's a federal detention.
Wow.
It's not arrest until you get booked into jail.
All right. And he called the U.S. court marshal. He's like, I called the court marshal, and he told me to let you go. I'm like, yeah, I bet he thinks you're dumb, bro.
Really, the court marshal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is, Lulu. I've been wanting to go out and meet Jose, man. Me and him been doing this together for a while. I want to go see Indio. Thinking at the end of this winter, I might I did this 78 grain box. Anybody know what a grain box GMC is? I think I want to tour that around the nation.
That's awesome. It's cool, man.
I made it an everyday driver. I mean, I go to a motel. I'm not gonna
It's so
pimp a
cool,
RV,
dude.
but
It's so cool, like meeting people, especially from Discord. Like Lou and I got to chill. It's like I already knew him though. That was I was like, he's already my brother. Like you already know him. It's really kind of surreal. And when you chill with Flat Earth,
yeah,
it's like, Discord is a life.
I'd like to go around and meet some of the people I've spent years with. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. I can only imagine that long because it's super cool.
Yeah, I went through divorce for 3 years. It was hard to move around. My ex-wife had a drug addiction. She's been through rehab and time and sobriety. I might feel where I can trust her with the child, but since I have full physical and full custody, period, I can leave authority to my sister, who actually works for the friend of the court, and I can make damn well sure my kid's taken care of the way I want him while I leave. Meaning I could pick up and go somewhere without having to worry about my daughter.
I already know that this next part of our tour is going to be very interesting, bro. I don't know how it'll be like in a year or two. Hopefully better, but they're doubling down with the Delta, which we all knew they were going to, and now we're getting to Liberal City.
Yeah.
Where, it's going to be interesting because I literally don't fly at all ever.
Shot down in the land of the Delta.
They might not even let you into Cali.
Well, at least it wasn't raining. Yeah, they'd be like, fuck no, state troopers at the line. You're a flat earther? Turn around, headed back towards state line. We're going to escort you.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody do a meme.
We've been waiting on you to get here.
Somebody do a meme. Wait, somebody do a meme of a roadblock stopping Witsit.
If you're Witsit, okay, Witsit, this is what you're going to get here in California if you don't turn around and head back to the border. We got a long list of shit we're going to charge you with right now. So does Witsit get it or does Witsit not get it? We can argue this, but you will be arguing from detention and handcuffs. What do you choose? Look, we can put up with the steers and the queers down here, but we ain't having your kind.
You're out here thinking for yourself way too much. You can't cross the border of Cali. It's illegal.
Here you go. You sneak in dressed in drag, bro.
Oh snap!
Wow.
Eric debate that shit. Eric debate that shit, bro.
No,
I'm Eric debate, bro. Are you assuming my gender, off sniffer? Excuse me, what'd you call me? Off sniffer. You should be off sniffing up somebody else's asshole.
Dude, I'd wear a mask before I did that, bro.
God.
Which means you'd have to kill me. I don't wear a mask.
Hey, that's cool. No satin dresses for real with it. I'm cool with that too.
What the
It's a
trip
good
is
thing.
like, I go to the heart of these cities where they're like, it's so bad here, and I just do whatever I want to. Every time.
Hey, what's it? Lulu says, just say you identify as a black Muslim lady and you'll be fine.
I identify as the chief of police, and I say you're wrong.
I'm gathering Lulu's at work, so taking it upon myself to help out.
We should definitely set something up in South Cali. I have a few people have reached out, and I think it's awesome if people can set a couple days aside, and then everyone gets like a big campsite, and we have like bonfires, and we chill. You know what I'm saying? We all just get together and talk and hang out in nature, away from the world for a little bit. Like that's what I think is super fun.
I don't know if you all can get passports, but I know a place where we could rent an entire island in Canada.
Hey,
Yeah, but it's colder than shit up there.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know all which directions you're going to be going with it, but when you go through the Missouri, you got to stop off at some of the national parks or camping. It's beautiful.
I'll keep in mind.
Yeah, there's like a really high elevation point at one of the parks. Forgive me, I could look it up, but it's called Tom Sock, and I don't know but it's like the highest, and it's really nice.
Jenny's offering you another opportunity to go get arrested in another national park.
What? No. Right. Is that where it happened? Oh, jeez.
Dude, I'm going to every national park there north or monument I see that I think is cool on the rest of the way. It just makes it worse. It's like those cops don't know that, but for me, and maybe this is why it happened, maybe the creators make me like this, the way he made me. It's like if I genuinely feel like with conviction in my soul that you're wrong and I will not comply, and then you try to force me to, I just double down. You know, like I double down. So,
well, I think what you should be doing is asking for a supervisor.
Yeah, that's true. Right. I shouldn't. Yeah, I should have. Yeah, but the first interaction, I was like, call the cops, and then they laughed. They're like, we're federal police officers. I'm like, okay, cool story.
Okay, so it's the Saint Francis Mountains is where Tom Sock Mountain. And so it's 1,772 feet. I mean, that's not super high or anything, but yeah, there's like an observation point up there, and you can see like all around. Pretty cool.
Word. I'm really hoping to get some good observations in Cali.
Oh,
or like just the West Coast. Yeah, like I've never seen any of it. So to the people that are from there, I've been there. Like, what do you think of the idea that basically it used to be one of the epicenters of like let's just say like a international network or a world system, and it looks like it suffered some catastrophic. I would say judgment. But like it's like the land itself is a result of some really catastrophic events. I don't know. I've never been.
Yeah. Oh my God, you wouldn't believe it. Yeah, I see things even around me where there's 500 to 800 foot high sheer cliff sides and a valley that's like 5 to 10 miles wide. But these walls on each side of it are completely vertical, like going down 500 feet. So you got to wonder what kind of water rushed through there. And when you look at this place where I live, I've looked at it on like Google Earth. You can see where it looks like in the middle of California is the largest aquifer almost in North America. I think there's some further north that are larger, but the largest aquifer, and it looks like it was a huge inland sea. And then it looks like all these southern canyons and stuff that veer off from this main central valley in California, that they cut deep ravines through the structures from going east to west. They had to go through the ridges that occur. There's the inland mountains, and then there's the coastal mountains, right? In between is this huge valley, the Central Valley. So like even here where I live, it looks like huge. I don't know. I can't even describe how much water it must have taken to make these canyons that I see.
Yeah, have you ever heard of the White Cliffs? Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
I was saying the White Cliffs of Kingman, Arizona. Have you guys ever with the cart ruts? You're talking about stuff being dug out and stuff. Yeah,
I've heard of that.
Interesting little area. There's no way it is what they tell us it is, but yeah, it's interesting. Check it out. Called the White Cliffs of Kingman. The cart ruts of the White Cliffs of Kingman. But they're not cart ruts. It's obvious.
Yeah, like just, I don't know. I mean, when I go through these areas, I will be looking at it from the mindset of, is this a result of cataclysmic, catastrophic judgment? Right? And like, I mean, that's just everyone knows, of course, I would tell you the scriptures are true. But like, so I'm really excited about it, honestly, because like even the Grand Canyon, right? Like I just want to see the Grand Canyon for myself, not from the eyes of what they say. I think that the West Coast has probably a history that would blow our mind.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. I'm convinced that it all is a product of some huge disaster, especially if you look at how dry and baked the whole entire Southwest is. Right?
Don't you have a drone? What's it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I gotta get it fixed. Though.
No.
Like, you have to use Nathan Thompson broke it.
I build them.
And didn't say anything.
I build and repair them.
Oh wow. Yeah, we got to use a solder gun. It's just to replace the arm.
Oh yeah, that's simple enough.
Yeah, I would assume it's pretty easy. Yeah, that's one of the number one things I'm real salty about, honestly.
Uh-oh.
What do you break?
Was it DJI?
Fuck Nathan.
Damn it.
Is it a DJI?
Oh, good. Yes. Mavic Pro.
Nice. Yeah, I've been building those.
Someone from Discord donated it, actually.
Nice. So you're going to be able to repair it yourself?
Oh, the drone?
Okay, cool.
Yeah. You can just buy new parts.
Yeah, if you
I bought the new arm. Like, you had to replace the arm. You destroyed it, but like you have to use a soldering gun to fix it, put it back on.
Yeah.
If you ever need any help in the future, if it's something like really hardcore goes wrong, I'm always in here.
Cool, bro. Like, I almost want to get, I don't know, I can't, but not too long ago I was thinking, like, what if I just bought another really nice one and said screw it, but and then you'd have two if you got it fixed. But I can't afford that, really, so I'm just gonna fix this one. This one's good enough, you know. It's got 4K.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going through the same thing as far as wanting to buy something, but no, I probably shouldn't. There's Microtech. I don't know if you're familiar with Microtech knives. expensive as all hell, but I've been wanting one since I was a kid, so kind of going through some turmoil of whether or not to spend the money on it or not.
I'm
YOLO.
so detached from money. I know myself well enough to know it's actually a detriment at times, you know. So I try to keep myself in check some. So especially when people, well, I mean, I don't know, when people donate to the tour, all the money goes straight to the tour. But just in general, like I don't care about any money at all. So it's, I mean, if you were to try to look for a really nice like new model of a drone, they can get up there, you know, a few $1,000, a couple thousand.
I'll tell you what, though, a lot of the Chinese knockoffs are, some of them are even better than the originals. You know, that's what I've experienced.
Nice, bro. If you have a suggestion, hit me up.
Yeah, definitely. I'll look more into it. It's been a minute since I've looked to see what they've got, but yeah, they've got some amazing stuff coming from over there. You're gonna have to wait a couple months for it to arrive, but yeah, for the most part, I've never had anything not arrive. And like I said, I've bought in clones of other DJIs and compared them side by side, and just you couldn't tell.
Nice.
I mean, there might be, you know, a little bit of better quality here and there, but for the most part, they do the same thing. And for like a fraction of the price.
I want to get on. I'm like real obsessed with mountains too. You know, like I want to go to the top of some mountains, and I want to just look at the sky.
Look on. Are you familiar with Banggood?
Say again.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Oh no, you go ahead. Sorry. Oh, anyway.
I was saying, are you familiar with Banggood? No. Banggood.com. It's a Chinese site that sells a lot of RC, a lot of drones and stuff. Check it out, Banggood.com.
Okay, so are you camping or do you have an RV?
We have an RV.
Nice, dude. All right.
Yeah. Also, probably the only way the trip has been possible this long.
Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, the mountains, dude. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, like I have a truck. We're towing my truck, so we'll park the RV and we can drive my truck wherever. Yeah.
Nice. I'm excited for you.
Thank you. Everyone says that, like, if you've never seen the mountains out west, you've never seen mountains. Like, you've just seen hills.
Right. Oh, there's all kinds of topography in Missouri. I mean, hopefully I can describe this right, or at least well enough to know what I mean. But like when I head a certain direction on a road, I literally can see 4 different references of different terrain at different elevations. It's pretty bizarre. It's kind of like living in a video game, like literally living in a video game. When I first moved here from Illinois, which you all know is flat as fuck, and I'm going up and down and around curves, up and down. I'm like, whoa, this is a little much. But Missouri is just awesome. Sorry, just had to. Yeah, Illinois is horrible. It's really nice to be here. So, what's the worst state, do you think, besides where you got arrested or?
That's Florida. I mean, Florida is actually very beautiful. You know, the worst state. I don't know. That's a tough one. Like I've been to Mississippi a lot, and I think it sucks. We haven't been on this tour, but yeah, I think Mississippi sucks. But yeah, I don't know. They're all cool in their own way, typically, you know. Illinois does suck. I agree with you on that. Illinois sucks.
Dude, the police are like not as bad as in Illinois. It's just like totally different. I don't know. Maybe I'm just lucky to be where I am. That could be some of it, but I don't know. I don't want to elaborate too much more and jinx myself, you know.
Yeah, what has been very interesting is I'm from Tennessee, and weed's not legal, but so like almost every state now, everywhere we go, you just smell kush everywhere. Like honestly, it makes me like more skeptical of bud. It's like so it's interesting. I'm kind of compiling like information like the legality of things, how many cops there are in the heart of places. Every single major city has crazy Masonic architecture, all of them, every single one of them. And every single one of them has a goddess with a sword as like one of the highest points in the city. So it's very interesting when you look at it as a macro. It's pretty wild that every major city is built very specifically.
You should maybe connect with the First Amendment auditors community, because they've got people all over the place, and I would think that would be really fascinating.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
To maybe glitch the matrix and go viral too. Like.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're knowledgeable, which you are, I mean, they're gonna respect that, and so they'd want more viewers for their channel. I don't know. One of the best, in my opinion, is a guy called San Joaquin Valley Transparency. He's a photographer turned First Amendment auditor. So he's been doing it for like about 3-4 years, I think. But yeah, it's a pretty big community, I'll put it that way.
Yeah, he's pretty badass.
Yeah, man. And his son's doing it now. San Joaquin Jr. There's a couple ladies.
Skater, dude.
There's a couple ladies, Pink Camera Magic and Susan Bassey, but she's got her hands full because she investigates private judges that decide the lives of children for money, profit. So, but she's pretty badass. There's a lot of good people. So pretty interesting. There's a lot of drama in that community, but you can kind of flesh out the ones who are like for real. It's not hard to do.
Like Freeman to me is hilarious, but he doesn't strike me as doing it.
You mean the lawyer?
James Freeman.
Wait till you see Mount Rainier or Mount Shasta or Mount St. Helen. Wait till you see the Cascade Mountains coming down the coast from Washington State through Washington State. There's these huge stark mountains, bro. Like you've never seen anything like it. It's astonishing. And then when you get down to Mount St. Shasta, which is freaking huge, it's supposed to be the navel of the earth. Like,
dude,
all kinds of strange stuff happening in Mount Shasta. They're saying people go inside and they've disappeared in there, and people have said they've gone in there and seen other civilizations, all kinds of weird. The indigenous people of the area have all kinds of oral traditions and things about Shasta. Also, like
missing 411, baby.
Yeah, a whole bunch of weird things about Mount.
Ooh, weird.
About
Use the word weird. Now you have to go.
It's near Redding, California, but when I was there, it was 30 years ago, more than that, almost 40 years ago.
Yeah,
it was 105 degrees.
David Paulides has got the bet. He's just such a great investigator.
Yeah, I've listened to all of that stuff too. So I don't know why that interests me so much, but
well, like the stories when he talks about coming across clothes folded completely perfectly underneath a tree with the shoes on top, and it's like some of the strangest things that they'll find a child that's like 2 years old, was lost but found 10 miles away, that the kid would have had to cross 2 rivers and
up like 3,000 feet.
Yeah, up 3,000 elevation. Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow.
Or like a hunter that left crucial things like survival things, but kept like useless things like a bow with no arrows and stuff like that, or something.
Yeah.
Like
A lot of weird stories.
Boots off, and left his boots in his backpack and his bow next to a bush, and disappeared.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just coincidence theory. It's okay, you guys.
It's that damn Bigfoot.
No, I think there could be feral people, actually. That's what
Dang, that would be. Oh my God, I would crap my pants. I'm just going to be honest with you. That would be the scariest thing ever to me.
Right? Yeah, hills have eyes, baby.
Oh. I mean, for that to happen, I think that would make sense. But is that Mount Shasta that you just posted, Sonny?
Yeah, that's was it? No, that's Mount Rainier.
Oh, okay.
Rainier. Yeah, hold on. Let me see what I have. Mount Rainier, yeah. And then oh,
Ugh.
mountain.
I don't want to look at that. I'm deleting it.
Shastas were a bunch of strange
Give me
things.
nightmares.
And
Yosemite's got some pretty gnarly stuff too.
So Shasta looks like is quite a huge mountain. Here's Shasta.
Yosemite is associated with Ansel Adams. He was a Freemason. There's a museum up there, actually.
So the first one is Rainier. Oops. That's a nice truck.
Yeah, it is.
Mount Shasta.
Really?
About to put-
Damn.
About to put that Smith touch on it.
Bet that's a badass truck.
Is that the tallest mountain in United States? Or North America?
No, Mount McKinley is in Alaska. That's I believe Mount McKinley is the highest one.
Okay, what's number 2?
Let me see.
Lemurian, the legend of the Lemurian people, Mount Shasta.
Yeah.
Let's just Google this and look at images. I want to see what a Lemurian looks like. The mills have eyes,
If
motherfuckers.
only. As
Let's
if.
see. So the highest summits, here we go. What do we have here? Mount McKinley, 20,310 feet. Alaska. Mount St. Elias in Alaska also. 18,000 feet. Mount Foraker in Alaska. 17,000 feet. Mount Bona in Alaska. 16,000
So they're all in
feet.
Alaska?
The
Yeah, but-
Lemurian people are
3, 4, 5, 6. The first
so
6.
they're the Galactic Federation of Light.
The first
That's
7 are 7, 8, 9, 10. The first 10, 11. Of the first 10 are in Alaska.
Okay, so after Alaska, what would be?
Then you have Mount Whitney in California. That's in the Sierra Nevadas.
Okay.
14,500 feet. Then St. Elias Mountains and more Alaska.
Man, that
And
makes the mountain in Missouri just like a pimple.
Mount Rainier is down 17th on the list, 14,400 feet. That's Rainier. Where's Shasta on this one? Wow, really high peaks in Alaska and definitely Colorado. Mount Shasta's 14,179 feet. It's quite a high mountain.
I'd say so.
And let's see. Where's the one in Washington?
So is there always snow on Mount Shasta?
Yes. Yes. There's actually glacier, like a glacier. There's glaciers up there.
Yeah. Okay, I like the picture Battle Mod posted underneath the Mount Shasta picture.
Yeah, that Mount Shasta is a pretty hill.
Isn't that amazing?
Well, yeah. The Tom Sock Mountain, it's only 1,700 feet. 1,770 or something. It's pretty tiny.
Can you imagine having to hike over these mountains like that?
No.
I dream about it.
Dude, no way.
Like the Donner Party. That wasn't too fun.
I think I'd be okay with taking the long way around. I don't know. Some of them you have to go over a mountain, right? In certain areas.
Yeah, Highway 80 in where was that again? In Colorado, Donner's. It's near Lake Tahoe.
Did you hear about that? The Russian, similar to the Dahmer type thing. There was like a Russian expedition, a bunch of youngsters that went into the woods, and the aftermath that was found was just like unbelievable. They ran without their boots, left everything. Their house or the tent was torn to shreds. There's blood, and yeah,
damn,
pretty crazy story.
Somebody get rabies, or did somebody get rabies, or what?
No, like all of them did except one. Didn't only one survive?
I want to say.
But was there cannibalism?
No, it didn't. It didn't get to that. No, it just reminded me that when he said Donner, it reminded me of that party that went out. I think they went out just for for fun. They weren't doing anything like official or anything.
But the Donner Party, wasn't there cannibalism attached to that story?
Yeah, that's how they survived.
I don't know if I could do that. Just thinking about it, I just picture myself throwing up.
You'd be surprised when you get that hungry.
Oh man! Mm-mm.
Only one family didn't.
Yeah, I don't think I would either, but.
I really don't think the creator intended us to do that never, ever. So there's no way I would. It would just be my time to go.
I'm a pretty knowledgeable hunter and forager, so I think I'd
that is
go that route first.
No doubt about that. Yeah, so you definitely would not be, if you're living off the land, you definitely would want to not be in an area that's in the winter unless you got yourself a homestead.
I've been on these mountains in the Sawtooth Mountains in Idaho. It's up in the wilderness area. It's called the Primitive Area. And the Sawtooth Range, I've been up around there, 10,000 feet up in the Sawtooth Range.
I don't know if you've ever been to the Ozarks, but I started to drive through there, and it just kind of creeped me the fuck out. And I didn't. I just turned around. Like, I don't know where I'm going. Probably would. I have directions, but
yeah.
I mean, I was going to check out the state park.
As a kid, they took us to the Ozarks and to where is it in Kentucky? Right? Isn't it the Carlsbad Caverns? Isn't that in Kentucky?
Sounds familiar.
And then we also sailed up the river to Hannibal, Missouri, where all the stories I read about Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer, where Mark Twain supposedly grew up and wrote all those stories. Interesting to go there.
There's caverns in Missouri. I remember my grandma taking me when I was way younger.
Merrimack Caverns.
Merrimack. Yeah.
Yep. She was really big on doing that and canoeing and stuff and camping.
My dad grew up in the Ozarks. We have property off a spring-fed river, off the Cascade River.
That sounds wonderful.
Yeah, just downstream from Bennett Springs State Park.
Nice. But yeah, I love Missouri so much. I can't. Sorry, I always go on and on about it, but what's all that Chinese stuff, you guys? What's that?
I must have lost the plot. Oh. Somebody's putting freaky music up here. Up in this joint.
I don't know. It doesn't look like my genre of music. Are they heavy metal? Is that the thing?
Sounds like Asian pop mind control, MK Ultra music.
Yeah.
I'm no language expert, but it doesn't look Chinese. It looks Japanese or Korean.
Yeah, that's why I said Asian. I didn't want to specify something I didn't know for sure. They wouldn't want to misorient anybody. Oops. That was bad. Sorry.
All in good fun. Hey, you know, I think there's like some Asian comedians out there that, you know, do digs on white people. I think that would be funny. Because I don't think everybody acts the same. You know, like Asian culture is completely different than what we experience here in the United States. But doesn't like China have that social credit scoring thing going on, like for real? Or is that just like a fringy?
You better be good, and you better be popular too.
Yeah, it's going on. It's going on, and it's coming here.
Lots of friends in here. Are you in trouble?
It'll be here one day, for sure.
Sorry.
Fuck that, man.
I know myself.
The kids better recognize. I'd say that. Makes me think of, you know, like, you know, what kind of transhumanism stuff they're doing, you know, with the virtual reality type of stuff they do, and, you know, for gaming. And I've never looked into it, but like the Google glasses or whatever. I mean, we have auto driving cars now. I'm sure you guys all know that.
I'm going to keep my eyes closely for any of those. I'd be afraid of getting hit by a freaking driverless car.
Well, I think thanks to the ground positioning system we have, they've recorded different routes and stuff like that. You know, like tracking the vehicles as they drive. That's what I understood. I mean, I think with the apps for like what are the Uber and Lyft? I think you have to be connected to GPS at all times. So I heard somebody in like the community of, you know, Uber and stuff, that everybody's driving themselves out of a job, is what he said. I was like, whoa.
That's really cool. I guess there's never been any problem with connection, cell phone connection. Nobody ever has a problem with that, do they?
Not with the GPS, no.
Yeah, they do. I mean, really, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, think about that.
In bigger areas, yeah.
But
you
think
travel
about losing
across the
losing
country.
connection. Let's see, these cars are running on GPS. You said what? They're using a connection. What about loss of connection?
Yeah, I don't know how that would be accounted for.
Who's gonna trust that?
Well, I
trust your
mean,
own cell phone.
wait. They've sequenced genes and stuff like that. I'm sure they can figure it out, right? Like technology, where it's at. I mean, what it can do. I don't know, man.
Enter Cinco Hey. 5 Ye.
What?
Say
New
what?
New technology, 5G, millimeter waves, line of sight, repeaters
okay.
everywhere.
I see. Yeah. Yeah, I see a bunch of fiber optic people on the streets. I asked a guy, "Are you a fiber optic guy? You're like a splicer." He's like, "Yeah." All over.
Yeah, it's ensuring that they don't lose connection. The new infrastructure.
I want to get rid of my Wi-Fi, to be honest with you. I just want to have my computer at home, and I'll get a fucking flip phone. I don't give a fuck.
I looked into that not long ago. The problem is, like, even with old phones, they're all like 3G, which isn't even compatible with hooking up to new networks. So even if you just wanted an old like 3G phone that was flip phone, T9 text, it doesn't hook up with the new stuff.
I don't care. I don't have to travel a lot for work, so it just works out for me to just take a couple minutes to go home.
Yeah, I completely turned my router's Wi-Fi off. 3G and 5G is off, completely off. I love it. Only go use my laptop with a hardwire.
That's a good idea because I don't have anything that my router uses in my house. My computer is hardwired to my router, and I never really even thought about that. I mean, I got my phone and shit that I use my router with, but my phone's got cell service. You know what I mean? And I got unlimited minutes and unlimited data. So I don't know. I don't know why
you don't even need the
router
Wi-Fi.
buzzing me all the time.
Yeah, you're always getting that noise. It's always like buzzing.
Well,
I don't think people realize
talking
it.
about the frequencies that are going through your fucking brain that you don't even notice that are probably affecting you. That shit is
I think I even noticed them actually. I think I sense those frequencies. I hear. It's like I hear them. I don't know how else to describe it.
Well, some people, I guess, I've heard of that before, but I don't hear them at all. So I'm at a disadvantage, I guess, to you because if I could hear them, it would probably make me want to get rid of them even more so.
Yeah, that's what I did. But I can't change. I can't solve the problem of people around me that have it on all the time, probably while they're sleeping. But I'm grateful because I live in basically a concrete box, so it's pretty well shielded. I think that concrete helps. But I still hear it buzzing in the wires or something. I don't know what it is, man. I'm telling you.
Huh. That's odd.
Can't you get like a certain kind of paint that could deter?
Yes.
Right.
But
yeah, and fabric too for windows because I have windows. So
Can you even buy lead paint anymore?
Nope.
No.
I didn't think so.
That's why
I think that's a coincidence.
Another coincidence theorist.
That's right. Too many coincidences these days, isn't there?
There sure is, man. It's getting really weird.
Yep. It's getting weird out here. Right.
It's gonna get even weirder, I'm sure.
But yeah, on my computer's hardwired straight to my fucking router. I don't even know why I need to have it. Just buzzing my brain all the time. I need to think about this. And maybe.
Yeah, right now all I've got is like this teensy little notebook. I need to get something a little more substantial.
I got a little tablet, but I never use it. I bought it 8 years ago.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. What mine is, kind of, is a tablet.
I used to use it. I used to lay in bed and watch shit and stuff with it, but I don't do that anymore. I go to bed to go to sleep now.
Yeah, that is more healthy for you.
Yeah.
For sure, man. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't hardwire to my tablet thingy.
Yeah, I don't think you got Ethernet cable to it. I'm sure.
So yeah, I need to get some other kind of device. I'm getting kind of tired of the phone. I'd rather sit at a desk.
But my computer doesn't have wireless capability. It's just a desktop. It's a great big great big tower underneath my keyboard here. I just plug it into the direct wire it to the fucking router, and then my router buzzes this fucking frequency all over through my brain all fucking day and night. I need to. That's fucked up.
Can't you unplug? Can't you unplug from the wall when you're not using your hardwire?
Well,
you could turn it off. Well, no, see, all he has to do is go inside the router. You just look it up. You go, what is the, and then you go to a web browser and you put that address. It's usually 192. I don't know. I forget. I have it on mine somewhere.
Your IP address, you mean, for your computer?
Yeah, your IP address, and then you go in there, and that's the menu for your router. You just go in where it says Wi-Fi, and you turn them off. It's not very hard.
Yep. I have to go in. You have to pull it up on screen. I think, don't you?
Yeah, you can. What do you got? Comcast?
Yeah.
AT&T?
I got Comcast.
You can shut off the Wi-Fi to your house, but you can't actually shut off the Wi-Fi for Comcast on the go.
Yeah, I know, because I'm
on the router. I'm sorry.
part of a hotspot thing. When you're with Comcast, you're supplying hotspots to everybody else.
Yep.
Yeah. If you sign up for a hotspot on my phone, see how I got a Comcast account. Anybody that has a Comcast router in their house, I can automatically hook up to them and use it for a hotspot, and they can't stop me.
Yep. That's Comcast on the go. Yep. Called Guest Network.
And I guess it's convenient when you're out somewhere where you can't get service, but my cell phone's got cell service, and I don't really, my cell service works everywhere and anywhere I go. It's weird because why do I need to use these hotspots? I don't ever use them. Not for my phone. My phone gets everything off the towers, and I got unlimited data and unlimited phone calls. So I don't need that fucking hotspot shit.
Got one of them insurance phones?
That's right.
Little fucker just supposed
Yeah. Yeah, my uncle's got one. He's on disability.
I used to do Uber. I used to let people use my hotspot. I'll talk about the lack of curvature.
I thought we were on lack of Wi-Fi. Where did we go wrong here? Just kidding. Just joking. Come on. Isn't there any Globers in the room? Is that what's going on? No Globers.
I think they all were dishonest and subsequently got removed.
Oh, it seems to be a bad habit they have.
$16 terabytes of GPS data is my proof of a direct measurement of the curvature. Rest in peace. I don't even remember that clown's name. What's his name? Artsy Meisty, that's it, yeah. His answer to the first question is 16 terabytes of GPS data.
Doesn't GPS stand for ground positioning?
Yeah, it's not evidence for anything.
Yeah, I know, but it's ground positioning towers that they work off of, isn't it? It's not satellites, for hell's sakes.
I would say that it can be, but it doesn't have to be.
Well, maybe a Satelloon, if there's even any up there I mean, I don't think why would they have something like that over the city when they got towers every quarter mile? They're going to have Satelloons and a cell tower every quarter of a mile along the roads? It don't make no sense.
I remember reading an article not that long ago that the U.S. government was putting balloons up. And you look at all these balloon programs, maybe that's what we should be asking. We need to do a FOIA request for all the balloon programs done. Because I bet if we did, we would get like a treasure trove of like operations that
I've seen lists, and they're named the same as the satellites are, a lot of them. Same exact name as a satellite name. And it's on a balloon. So what does that tell you? Tells you that's where they're at. Is what it tells you. On balloons, they aren't on satellites. Well, on a satellite balloon, on a balloon satellite, yeah, but not orbiting the Earth. That's ridiculous. I mean, if you understand the telemetry that would be needed, especially when the globe is supposedly going around the sun, constantly changing. It's around the Earth. I mean, the satellites would be colliding with the Earth at one point and then being left behind as it's rocketing away from you. I mean, as you're going away from it, I mean, there would have to be constant adjustment, 24 hours a day, constant adjustment with little rocket thrusters on these satellites to keep them in perfect orbit. There's be no other way. Absolutely no other way to keep them in perfect orbit, but except for constant adjustment every 15 minutes or more.
Yeah, but you don't understand how refractogravimeters work.
Yeah,
so,
I don't need to.
No, you don't understand how refraction works. That's what you don't understand.
I mean, when the radius is not even right to begin with, you're going to send these things in orbit using the radius as for your rocket telemetry? Come on. How are they hitting the mark? when we know the radius is not right. All it needs to be off is like 1 or 2 miles, right? And the telemetry is going to be off 1 or 2 miles, and the satellite's going to be hurtling off into space or crashing back to the Earth or whatever. Doesn't work, dude. Does not work.
You know, what if we were going around telling people that we detected the curvature, right? Do you think they would be like, oh, no, you didn't. You can't trust your eyes. You can't trust your eyes, bro. Because, you know, there's refraction. There's refraction out there. So you can't trust your eyes. No, bro, they'd be eating the shit up like fat people at a pudding contest. Like, I'm telling you. They'd be... We should do social experiments like that. You know, like tell people that we found the curve and see how they react. They'll be like, oh yeah, I knew it.
You'd have every glober on the planet wanting you to show it to them. I mean, every flat earther, excuse me. Every flat earther on the planet would go, you detected curvature. Oh, well, can you show that to me, please? We've been looking for it for many years. Now you've detected it and you're going to show it to us. You're going to get into trouble right there.
Yeah, what if the Glober asks, hey, can I see? Oh, no, I just made that shit up. We can't find any curvature anywhere, bro. We just wanted to see what you'd say.
Do we have any Globers in the building?
They've all been executed.
Aw, man.
You know, I would like to actually see the calculations for rocket telemetry and exactly all the angles and everything and how they calculate the fuel and the speed, the exact position for it to be in the exact spot it has to be in. I'd like to see those calculations. I don't think they exist. I'll bet money they don't even exist. They'd be impossible to come up with because the radius is not wrong. You would never be able to come up with the right numbers. It'd be impossible. I'd like to see someone try. These people, these NASA people. Let's see these rocket telemetry numbers and how they apply and how the fuel show us the amount of fuel, the speed, the trajectory, everything. You know, can you show us all of that stuff? And then when it gets into orbit, how it maintains it? I bet you they couldn't show it to you. Bet money.
How many licks of fuel does it take to get to the moon?
And it's like 2,000 degrees in the thermosphere.
I forget to say Celsius.
Oh, yeah.
2,000 degrees Celsius? That's pretty warm.
Yeah.
I think gold melts at lower temperatures than that, doesn't it? Gold and silver. So all these gold and silver connections in these computers or these satellites, if they have to go through the thermosphere, all the circuitry would be melted. all the gold and silver and all the precious metals on their motherboards in these little fancy little satellites. Just be liquid molten metal left.
Actually, I think it says it's only above 300 miles. Apparently, it's lower than that.
Well, see, here's the thing. It doesn't really matter about the metals, right? If you take hot dogs and let's say you were to wrap them in aluminum foil, airtight, and put it up there, they'd be done, like real quick. Right? So now you take some astronauts and you wrap them in like some aluminum foil and you send them up there. Well,
they're going to be done.
Game over, man. You lose.
That's funny.
Hey, Witsit, are you still there?
Hey, Austin, are you still there?
No.
All right, let's get the bail fund together. He's locked up again.
It could happen. Let's hope not.
What's the best way to?
robbers.
What's the best way to donate to him, just like in singular payment?
Probably off his YouTube channel. There's probably links in the description.
I think he has a Cash App too that he discloses.
Yeah.
I help
try that.
support him a bit through Apple Cash, but I have his personal cell number. I don't know if he gives that shit out.
Is he on here a lot?
He used to be before he started his tour. He used to be in here a lot.
Cool.
So
Yeah,
I'm sure he needs some emergency money, you guys. I mean, sure.
I think he's usually on a little earlier, typically. Seems to be when he's interacting more.
Oh, okay. That could be true. I'm not always in here in the morning. Uh-oh, we got GE Platypus in the house.
Hey, Platypus, care to have a conversation?
He'll just keep laying those eggs.
Hey, Platypus, you want to be like Mod one day? Got to put in time in the server, bro.
Uh-huh. Is he he's the
I'm here.
Is
Give me a second, damn it.
Is he
I'm only
proclaiming
joking with you, bro.
Is he proclaiming himself the token globe person?
Negative, nor would I ever want anybody to proclaim me that.
Oh,
because I am
okay.
not.
You're right. You're just dumb. You just act dumb. I don't think you're dumb, Platypus. I just think you act dumb. You know what I'm
He's
saying?
alive.
What, I'm dumb? I'm dumb because I think the Earth is a globe. What's it?
No. I don't think you're dumb. I just think you act dumb. I think you're forced into a corner of saying somewhat preposterous things because of your devotion to the globe, you know?
Ooh.
I know
That's good.
devotion is a strong word.
Yeah,
Yes,
no, I
it
use it
is.
specifically. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like if I was devoted to the globe at some point in my life, I would have actually owned like a globe and kept it in my house.
Well, no,
You
I
got
think
one in
it's
your
more
heart,
so
bro.
you're just devoted to the status quo. It's a bit uncomfortable to honestly examine that maybe what you thought was the case isn't, right?
No, I don't want to. No. I don't want to hear anything about not being able to leave a comfort zone or not being able to go against the status quo. I rejected my Roman Catholic upbringing despite anger
just said
from
it.
my entire family.
Well, I'm proud
That
of
was
you for that.
extremely
That's
difficult
good.
to do.
That's good, bro. And then you can see how it can be difficult, especially with the family thing. I can empathize with that. You know, I have to tell my family that they're completely wrong about the scriptures that I actually now have come to still think is true. But that's kind of, you know, that's non sequitur. I mean, it's pretty easy. It's popular to not like the Catholic Church now, right? So that's not quite the same. If you're to leave your upbringing or the social norm, but then you also don't get the assurance of the group, that's when it requires a lot of cojones, right?
Yeah, can I? Witsit, can I? This is not facetious.
What
I wanna
if
ask
he's
you-
an agent? What if you're an agent or a closet
Come on,
flatter?
Bong.
I already have the.
Probably an
Do I have
agent.
Agent Smith still?
Sorry, go
Yes, I
ahead.
do.
Come
I,
on,
still,
Bong.
I still have the
You're
Agent
up
Smith
against
bag.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, somebody's proud of it.
Witsit, can I ask you a question? And this
Yeah, man.
this is just like just a straight up question. I'm
Go
not
ahead.
looking for a specific answer. I'm not assuming your answer. I've just been asking some of the more prominent people here just as like a gauge to see where if maybe more people come from a certain position than others. How connected
Excuses.
is your religious beliefs with your world shape beliefs? Let's call it that.
Irrelevant.
I can honestly
And I don't
say-
make an assumption. I don't.
No, yeah,
and
you're
and
good,
even
you're good.
if you
Curvature.
and no, I'm just asking out of curiosity.
It's all good, bro. It's all good. You don't have to do all that. I can honestly say that it's not related at all. I found out about Flat Earth 5 years ago, and for the next 2 years, I would have said things like, "Oh yeah, there are 4,200 religions. Let me guess, yours is right. Religion's just the primitive attempt of humans to explain the inexplicable. That they want to create this comfortable, I know the answer to something they don't." And this was for 2 years of me being a flat earther. The only way they're connected is that it made the scriptures viable, again, like a viable option. So as like literally true as a description of the earth. It's not really the motivation. I was a flat earther for over 2 years. It just made the scriptures a viable option again. That's as far as they are connected for me. So
That's why I
The
wanted
old
to ask
world
that
order.
because you are
The old world
you're-
order was a
hold
flat
on.
Earth, so
Hold on,
it
Mimo.
doesn't really matter,
Wait,
does
let
it?
him respond. Let him respond.
So I find that fascinating because you're probably the, I want to say, I was keeping a tally, but then I lost track. You're probably like the 15th person I've asked that question in the past month. You're the first person who's given me any kind of an indication that the opposite of everyone else kind of sounds true. Like it almost, as opposed to most other people I talk to, it almost sounds like your flat earth beliefs kind of became not like a foundation, but a lead in to rediscovering a religious faith. Where a lot of people, I can't tell you how many people just give me because that's what the Bible says the earth is shaped like. Like I get
That's
that answer
just what
so much, and I respect what people believe, but I fucking hate that answer because I don't talk about religion on here.
It's like water
For a
being
lot of
level.
reasons.
You know, that's just how water is. You know,
Yeah.
Creator.
Yeah, I mean,
So thanks for answering the question, by the way. Thank you.
I can see from your perspective, like I can understand the outside perspective, thinking that it's the other way around. I can honestly say from my experience, most people they came to the realization there had to be a creator because of flat Earth. It's yeah, it's like the moon landing's fake, bro. It's not because of the Bible though. You know, it's like they lied about space, bro. Like I can see ridiculously far on the Earth. You know, like it doesn't really have anything to do with the Bible. I don't like. The fact that I can see really far that's not in the Bible, you know.
Obvious.
So yeah, I don't know.
I know this is not. I know this isn't proof or anything like that and all, but I've heard emails read to people, on a YouTube channel of people who are atheists, and then they just found out for themselves that the Earth was flat, and then they came to the conclusion for themselves that there has to be a creator. And so that was outside of organized religion, mind you. So I'm not really sure what direction, you're going with. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
So
I wasn't going in a direction. I really wasn't going in a direction. I was just curious what its answer would be like to that question on a personal level.
Because that removes the Anunnaki alien creator idea, right? Because the Earth is not a ball anymore, so it's like, there's only one thing left, right?
Yeah, I entertain, and I put quotation marks out around entertain because the degree to which I entertain these ideas is it varies in strength.
You know, when I first came, I used to tell Christians who kept talking about God not to talk about God, right? I even muted some of them, and I got told off
Can we
by
get back to
ODD.
the flat Earth thing?
And now I'm saying it's because they're hiding God. So yeah, let's get back to the fire. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
like,
I'm saying that, right?
Like, I was
Yeah, go ahead.
agnostic. That's all I do know. I was agnostic, bro. It's completely independent for me. I still think religion sucks. I still think that people just follow the crowd. I think it's used for control. It takes logic out the window if you just have this blind devotion to a belief. Religion is the death of knowledge, oftentimes. Religious belief, and I still feel that way, right? Like I still think that, yeah.
Okay, so would you hold on? What's it? Would you agree or disagree that atheists are totally ironically so buried in their disbelief?
They're religious.
It's
not.
I'm trying to find the words for it. Because I'm not atheist either. I am at present moment. I am agnostic. I'm agnostic. Yeah. I entertain the possibility of a creator simply because there is no firm answer on where the universe came from. So I don't outright reject the possibility that this is all a construct or a creation or anything like that. But I've never considered myself an atheist. Ironically, I find atheists to be so up their own ass with their anti-beliefs that they're essentially just as close-minded as religious people.
Let me ask you a question, bro. Is there a difference between a Satanist and an atheist? Because I think they both kind of have the same agenda.
A Satanist would be someone who literally worships something. They worship the devil. Whereas atheists stand strongly that there is absolutely no creator.
Yeah, but if there's like closet homosexuals, do you think there's like closet atheists like Aaron Ra, who's like really like a Satanist? I mean, I don't know. I'm just moving on. Back to the flat Earth. Sorry.
But an atheist can't be a scientist.
I honestly don't. I agree with Platypus more so. I think that most people that think they're atheists, they don't have like a conscious decision where they think they're worshiping Satan or anything like that. Like they're just kind of nihilistic, bro, and they just need a materialistic answer for everything, right? They believe they have the intellectual high ground, and yes, I do find it ironic because they oftentimes sacrifice logic for their devotion to their worldview of which is a belief. So it's ironic. We have the same problem on both extreme sides.
It's the globe cult. It's the you came from nothing, you are nothing, and expendable cult. You know, those are the people that will probably be.
Yeah, but they definitely don't think it's a religion. Right? Like they think it's science. They think that it's science.
No, I don't buy that shit either. Even if the universe came from nothing, even if the universe came from no intervention of a divine nature,
what does that mean?
That doesn't mean
something come from
value.
nothing?
It doesn't mean, yeah, but my point is that doesn't mean you don't have value. You don't have to come from something creating you, like
it means value is subjective.
To have intrinsic value.
If your existence threatens the progress of mankind, the species of the survival of our species, then values can change. You know, subjective. It all according depends on what the conditions are. For example, today, 2021.
Based on theory and fiction.
Well, I just think it's a limited value, you know. So
There's nothing that's created without a purpose. So if we're created, we have some sort of purpose in mind for our creation, usually. Because there's nothing that's created without a purpose. So we tend to have meaning with that.
Yeah, it makes that group uncomfortable. I think that that logical deduction, right? Because that then introduces accountability of purpose, accountability of morality, objectivity of morality. It's much easier to just ignore that the magnitude of that potentially existing. It's the easy way out. Simply put, right? It's the easy way out. You don't have to address that. So.
Freemasons call atheists profane and the vulgar. Yeah, I just want to throw that in.
Well, it's possible to be. It's possible to simultaneously not be religious and also have a good moral compass. Like, you don't have to be religious in order to have good morals. It is possible.
No, of course you don't. Of course you don't, right? But like what I'm saying, and Yeshua said no one's good. Actually, that's my belief. But like, I'm just saying that it's not more so the general idea of being moral. You can be a quote unquote good person and be atheist. Not all atheists steal from you, right? But it's the actual accountability part. It's the moral accountability outside of just the idea of what you owe mankind or general goodness due to humanity, right? Like your obligation to humanity. It's a much higher accountability. The idea of an intrinsic objective morality and accountability is a bit heavy for some people. They don't want to look at that possibility, right? Like it's easier to just say, well, I recycle, for the good of mankind. But like whenever there's a moral accountability, it's not answering to men. It's answering to something that instilled this logical order. It's a bit heavier, right? It's because then your accountability comes with repercussions. So that's like the intrinsic repercussions or accountability is more so what I mean, right? Like it's the idea of objectivity of morality.
Well, religion deals with fundamental values. And if there are no fundamental values, well, then mankind gets tossed to and fro and gets, battered against the rocks of, changing doctrine. So there needs to be something that grounds man, and that's where fundamental values like religion tend to come.
Well, fortunately, to me, there are certain morals that are just implicit, like regardless of it. Like, I don't think there's a logical, sensible, reasonable person anywhere in the world who thinks simply murdering another human being is an okay thing to do. Now, you can get subjective with that.
What about the Pentagon? What about George Bush? What about Barack Obama? What about all the presidents of the United States?
I wasn't
what about
talking
the
about specific people, Bon.
What about the Pope? What about all the governments? The
Yeah,
United
there are some
Nations?
exceptions, but
What
Platypus
about
is
the
right.
wars?
The average person doesn't think it's cool to just go murder someone innocent. Like that,
What about the violence on
And most
TV?
people agree there. At that level, most people agree. But then it starts to get gray because at an individual level, I'm pretty sure everybody has different conditions and scenarios under which I feel they'd be more than
What about the
capable of
jabs?
taking another person's life.
What about Bill Gates?
Wrong, bro. You're talking to other people.
Dude, come on, man. Like, I got
Bill
3
Gates.
kids. I have a house and I got 3 kids. You break into my house at 2:00 in the morning, you have forfeited your right to live. I've
this
got
is the
3
problem
guns
with
in my
that,
house that would agree with me on that.
They don't see the intrinsic contradiction there. That it's the lack of consciousness regarding the contradiction there. If we all know instinctively that murder's bad, how so? How do we know that? Because if you can't simultaneously hold the belief of quote unquote natural selection, whatever that is, right, and then say that murder's bad. It's not. It's not bad if natural selection is the end all be all. There is no bad. It's survivability. So there's an intrinsic contradiction. This explains their behavior a lot. Their aggression, their self-appointed high grounds, their virtue signaling, right? Because they haven't intellectualized that contradiction yet. So they are kind of bumbling around within their own worldview.
Well, a lot of Darwinian atheism makes for survival of the fittest, the hatred of the weak and power. So power is not going to look for things like exceptions like, well, we can, kill this person for committing a crime and murdering, but we're not going to have that exception over here where you value a human life. Power is going to bulldoze all through that and say, either I can kill people or I can't. They're not.
Well, that is subjective.
Like that.
That is subjective. Like not only at a country by country level, but in the U.S. on a state by state level, that's either considered okay or not okay, depending on where you live. In my state, it's perfectly acceptable to kill another human being, depending on the crime that they committed.
Well, people prioritize differently. We all have similar morals, but people prioritize those morals differently. Some people prioritize the collective. Some people prioritize the individual.
I probably have a less popular opinion here, honestly, because I actually think that, like, the Torah, like, you're basically alluding to capital punishment, I think that the Torah, if the Torah was in place, where it says some things that we would consider very extreme, like if you go take a woman's wife, like if you rape someone, you're murdered, you get killed, you die because you rape someone, and that sounds really extreme, but I actually am pro the Torah. Not just because I have a bias, but because of the logical foundation there. If you know that you die, if you go grab a female against her will and rape her, even the most degenerate people would be like, I want to rape this female, but I can't because I would die. It's like if they were actually just kind of set in stone, you wouldn't have to enact them very often. Right.
I don't even need you to
hand cut off for stealing. You wouldn't steal,
dude. I don't even need you to invoke the Torah for that one. You and I would. I believe you're saying you're okay with that, and I actually agree with you. I believe rape is one of the instances where imposing the death penalty would be the most appropriate thing to do, or at the very least, in the case of rapists and pedophiles, castration, either chemical or physical. Fuck them.
Yeah, for real. I agree, though. And, like, certainly when you extend it into children, like pedophilia, you should just be killed. But you should have to be killed, like, with some torture. I know it sounds bad, but it's like if it's just that was in place, people would never, ever rape a child, bro. But like, it's not really in place. So I think I'm actually pro it being in place.
But they still do it, but they just try to do it in the way that they wouldn't get caught. And that's
it'd be much less often.
Well, that's where religion comes in, and it changes you on a spiritual level, because there's only so much of these punishments and these, incentives toward, fear and intimidation can do when somebody's so degenerated and evil.
Oh yeah, because we all know, being a member of a high-ranking member of a religious body means you're never going to be a pedophile. Ever.
Well, we have a lot of religions that are infiltrated, so I call no true Scotsman, even with stuff like Catholicism, which appears to be heavily infiltrated by Luciferian Satanists at the top that are diddly.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Children.
Yeah, but Lemon, I went to a Baptist church, my man. I went to a Baptist church. Dude,
did you hear what he said?
The preacher tried to hook up with. Good.
What?
He just said about the religious people, talking about religious people. Yeah, the heliocentric evolutionists have been doing that to children for a long time. Yeah.
But like, okay, I'm just saying that it's not just exclusive to the Catholic Church. I was in a small country town with a Baptist church, the biggest Baptist church in the town, and the guy tried to make sexual advances at me via the internet, right? I mean, he did weird things when I was young. I didn't know what he was doing. He never like physically did anything to me, but he was a preacher at a Baptist church. He sent sexual advances to me on MySpace, and then it come to find out he had like 7 IP addresses with gay websites and child pornography, and was messing with other children. And I'm saying you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. It's pretty bad across the board, I think.
Yeah.
Well, the Bible certainly didn't make him do that.
What was that?
No, you go ahead, Lemon. Go ahead.
I was just talking about Bill Schneblin trying to become a Catholic priest back in the 80s, and he said 3/4 to 7/8 of the people there were homosexual. And he said that he had to write an essay for his final project or whatever about how Jesus didn't rise from the dead. And I'm like, what the hell is this? I mean, it looks like, there's a whole lot of infiltration across the board, really.
Well, I had a lot of resentment for, and this is really immature, but I had resentment for the scriptures because of that. And it's not the scriptures' fault at all, right? Like, it's just some psychopath that pretends to believe in it and uses other people's belief as a weakness. but like I still, as a child, I was like, this is kind of what blind devotion to a religion does to you, and I still am anti-religion. I literally am, and I think that most churches are wrong about the scriptures. But like it's I think that you'd be surprised how many people have an unfounded resentment to the scriptures because of people. Man ruins everything, right? Like man is not good.
Witzel, let me tell you why you're right about the punishment.
Yeah.
Do you know who Ron Wyatt is?
Yes.
Well, when his family went to Israel, they on one of their dig sites, they found hundreds of finger bones. You know why, right?
Thieves.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Because when people are stoned to death, they cover their skulls with their hands. Thanks.
No, wow. That's intense.
So you were right on that. Shouldn't be easy. It should be painful. That's what I'm advocating. Even though I probably shouldn't say this, but you're right, and that's why stoning is the method.
But I didn't want to keep going with the discussion because eventually we branch out from things that most like murderers, everybody agrees on. Murderers? No. I was saying the reason I don't want to go any further with this is because we've basically covered all the things that most people agree with. Now we're going to start going into things where people start to differ greatly on, like how do you determine where stoning someone to death? You know.
Yeah, the Torah.
And that's not what I. And I don't believe in that either.
Exactly.
I don't believe in. I don't believe in like a rapist or a pedophile or a murderer. I believe in simply taking their life. I'm a lethal injection kind of guy. I'm not a gas chamber kind of guy. I'm not a firing squad kind of guy or a stoning to death kind of guy. I believe if you're going to do it, you can still
the god of this world, G.E. Platypus. Yep.
You can still attempt to inject some humanity in the act by being as civil about it as possible.
But Platypus, the problem is, and this is the unfortunate truth, is that there are some people that are so degenerate that they were like, well, if I just instantly die painlessly, then I don't really care to inflict pain on these next 5 women I'm about to rape because worst case, like I'm just out of here, right? So it's much more about like if it's
you can't set an extreme standard based on only the most extreme cases. You have to be a little bit more dialed in than that.
What about someone that starts endless wars?
You're going to have people that have already, they're going to do what they're going to do anyway because they've already made peace with the fact that if they get caught, they're going to die and they'll, take it like an adult. But that doesn't mean you have. Now you're going into more of the eye for an eye shit, where you have to make them suffer.
Well, the fact remains is there's absolutely no rehabilitation for a pedophile.
Yeah, honestly,
I think
it's highly unlikely.
The stones are the rehabilitation.
Yeah, they get rehabilitated till the end. Yeah,
right.
I think honestly, if you take a female and you forcibly make her have sex with you, like bro, like physically force it, that's
you don't have to specify female, by the way. I mean, men rape other men all the time.
Yep, it's whatever Platypus needs. Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And if you do it to children, you shouldn't just be taken out. I should get to beat the shit out of you for touching my son, and then you have to wake up. Yeah, and then get hit again, and then get rocks thrown at you, and then burn to this. I don't know. I know it sounds bad, but I mean,
good. No, that sounds good.
Yeah, because I bet the next pedophile is gonna keep his mouth shut and his hands to himself after he saw it. I'm just saying.
Yeah. What about people that start endless wars and lie about it all the time? What
you need to go watch. You need to go watch. If you've ever heard of a comedian named Christopher Titus.
Your global controllers, the ones that start endless wars. Thanks, Globe. That's your paradigm.
Exactly. You need to.
Hey, so from what Witsit just said, what I thought of is, from my understanding, what we're told of history is that, not too far in the recent past, there used to be public shaming for thieves and things like that. But as far as I know, they did some vigilante activism, with any crimes against women or children.
And even
I don't think those kind of-
adultery,
well-
like the Torah doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
It's not happy about the adultery, but to today's society, we've become desensitized to that. But it's actually, if you've ever been cheated on, or if you know anyone who was in a marriage with children and they cheated on them, like it hurts them so hard. It's such an evil thing to do, actually, right? Like I think that extreme punishment for adultery is cool too.
Well, there's no.
No. See, no, that's where you and I diverge greatly. That's adultery is.
Okay.
There's, wait, hold on. There's just no accountability. That's the problem. There's no accountability.
Yeah.
People have like this anonymity. I don't say that right. With a larger population, people can hide in plain sight.
I draw a big distinction between.
God's always calling Israel an adulterous wife. You know, like the church, or you know how people are adulterous in that way. You know,
I understand it sounds extreme. I understand Platypus where you're coming from.
That is a bit extreme, man.
I
mean,
it sounds like
it's opinion versus opinion. I get that, but my opinion is that that's a bit extreme.
But I'm talking about
because for me, for most of it, I draw a distinction. Hold on, I draw a distinction between physically harming someone and not like only emotionally harming someone, like not simultaneous, physical and emotional, but physically, like raping someone, physical harm. That's where we can start talking about but adultery, just like when your spouse cheats on you. I mean, that doesn't physically harm you. Sure, it sucks. It's emotional. It's a betrayal. That's not the kind of thing you physically harm a person in response with. That's more of a civil issue.
I think the logic is very hard to comprehend in today's society, right? But it is more so that if it was fair, it would cut it out. Like, she's a baddie. I want to cheat with her. I want to go take this dude's wife, but I can't because I don't want that punishment. Like it.
Nah, you're going too far with it now. I mean, why stop there? Why not invoke the death penalty for drunk driving? Like,
why do people think they can break their oath to God, but not to Freemasons? No. I'm saying, or to the United States, or to the military, or to whoever people swear oaths to. Like doctors, lawyers.
Bong, you were having one of your nights, man.
To God, right? But they can break their oath to God, right? Like marriage. Okay.
Again, I know it sounds extreme, but I just know that I know the creator knows what he's talking about, man. And if you just had a logical framework to society, you wouldn't really have to worry about it. You wouldn't be stoning a bunch of people. That's actually not what would happen. Like, it would be a rarity, and their family would be shamed. It would rarely happen. That's my overarching argument there. We've become too lenient upon depravity.
Now you're ruling with an iron fist. That's like ruling by fear.
If your spouse cheats on you, that's when it's hard to get a divorce.
Well, the fear of the creator is the beginning of all wisdom. So.
Well, but not everybody believes in the creator.
What
you're talking about isn't really fear of a creator. You're talking
you
about
don't even
fear
believe
of
in
punishment.
morality. This entire time, Platypus, you're trying to escape morality, which is what all evolution is.
Absolutely not. And I think the one person here who would agree that I'm not trying to escape morality is Witsit. Like, of all people. I am not trying to escape morality here.
You're an evolutionist. You believe they're animals anyway. It doesn't matter. You have no morality.
Well, yeah, it's a contradicting worldview. I think that's what I said earlier. I think that Platypus does believe in some just intrinsic morality about major issues, but he doesn't realize the contradiction, right? Because if evolution's real and quote unquote natural selection is real, you can't pick and choose. Murder isn't bad.
Platypus are the only mammals that can lay eggs. That's what he believes.
Yeah, that was wrong. Disproven a week ago. Next.
Only mammals.
Only a bird. Let's just start saying things like whales. Oh, that's evidence right there.
So it's not a bird?
It's the same thing. They both have bones, don't they? And that's why we have religions like the evolution that taught 100 years ago ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny, so that we can now have this abortion Earth society because of these people.
It's a new world.
Hey, don't roll me into that shit either, man. Hey, don't roll me into that
murder
shit.
Of innocent. Yeah, murder
you
of
be a flat earther,
people.
but you want to be an atheist.
Humans.
I get it.
that can't make the
This is
choice
why
to
they
use
invented
them.
the evolution religion was invented to enslave people and to justify all of the elite's crimes. That's why.
To use them in their medical tyranny, dictatorship.
First of all, just because I believe the Earth is a globe does not mean I don't think abortion is abhorrent. I do
Yeah,
find
well,
it
it's
to be abhorrent.
you're on the same team, so it doesn't matter, platypus.
Damn right, Sonny. Well
That's
said.
a globe problem.
Yeah, that's your problem.
that
You're
is
on
not
you're on that team.
association.
Yeah,
Absolutely
no,
not. Fuck that.
sorry. Just like curvature, you have to take the whole freaking enchilada, bro. Yeah, sorry.
If you would have
do.
lived on a flat Earth, things would be
That's right.
different.
That's
Positive.
the society. Globe Earth society. This is what they
You don't
agree
get to
on. Yep.
choose that you like don't have curvature and then you don't have rotation. Now you have rotation with no ball. Now you have gravity with no ball. Like no, you take the whole thing. If you're saying this is the ball, then it's the same thing with the rest of what you're saying. That whole belief is from the glober side of it.
Ball problems.
Right. We just come from monkeys, Sonny. It's fine. We're just advanced fish. Yeah.
Yeah.
These are all the great reasons why the Earth should be a ball.
And social Darwinism, which is what you seem to go with there, you're taking on the whole thing of social Darwinism. So humans are bad. Agenda 21's good. We can kill off as many people as we need to because we think they're lower than us, and we are the elite leaders, supposedly, and we get to choose who gets to live and die. So you're
Sonny.
going
And
along
what's
with
their slogan,
murderers.
Sonny? What's their slogan, Sonny? Save the planet, not humans. Save the planet.
Yeah, save the
Their
planet
ball
means
cartoon.
kill all
Actually, I think they're letting people decide who lives and dies.
Save the ball cartoon. Forget babies. Forget humanity. Forget people. Forget truth. Save the ball cartoon. That's what they mean.
Yeah, it's some kind of cockamamie, freaking moral
Ritual.
relativism.
The word you're looking for is ritual. It's a ritual. Plus whales, so it's okay.
Could I put my machete? Oh, there. That just reminded me. It's like, oh, I got my.
Man,
should we name them off? The Inquisitions. How about the witch trials? Huh? How
Well, you
about all
probably
that?
shouldn't play with your machete tonight, buddy. Just leave it
How
where
about
it's
in
at.
front of
Okay?
all the freaking churches in Europe that they beheaded people, chopped their heads off with axes, tried guillotines because it was more, it was a higher tech. So, like literally slaughter people in front of the churches, which is your religion. Those Jesuits that created the Big Bang, that's your side too.
It's for yard work, Hank. Yeah. With sharp. Sharp machete,
How about
sharp
human
yard.
slavery. How about that?
That's right. That's why Darwin had to find that evidence so that he could write back to Her Majesty and say, yeah, these are just primitive non-people, Sonny, so we can round them all up and use them as animals. Slave labor,
Doesn't
yeah.
matter what we do. That's your
Those
side.
guys went out to write bullshit stories for all kinds of sciences. You know what I mean? Like Margaret Mead,
So great job on choosing teams.
so-called scientists.
Yeah, it's funny how
Eventually,
most of these
Bob, you're
leftists,
gonna
they don't
make me
realize the
think.
contradiction.
Cloud chasers. Yeah.
We will soon get rid of these primitive races.
But they're in favor. They're in favor. I'm sure Platypus is in favor of those people that were enslaved before because of the way they look, being enslaved because of the way they look now.
He was a
Tell them to
Freemason.
cover their
wasn't he?
faces.
Aren't they all Freemasons? Are they all part of
So
some
Platypus is in
society?
favor of that. All of that shit, yeah, is your
I do not
side.
believe in slavery.
Yeah, you do.
Although
You
I do
believe in
find
the
that
globe.
funny. What's
That
your
is
stance
slavery.
You
on?
believe in the globe.
Here comes
Hey,
this.
hey,
Here
hold
comes
on.
the contradiction. Watch him assault the
Hold on.
Bible now. Watch
What's
this.
it?
Watch him lie about the Bible.
What's it?
If you believe in the globe, you believe in slavery, period, bro.
Yeah, and to justify it, he's going to attack the Bible like a good atheist. Watch. Yeah, for some reason they didn't want
Is
to.
there
believe
any
the Bible.
part? Hold on. Let me ask you a yes or no question.
So Sonny, he's not
Hold on,
talking
hold on.
to you. So Sonny,
If I- hold
the
on.
Bible said you can't even take somebody
If I
against
ask-
their will. So there is no permission of that in the Bible. That was indentured servitude, which of course is volunteer. Just like when you have a McDonald's employee, that's a slave. Or
Thank you
didn't
very
even
much.
exist. Slave came from Slavics anyway. But modern day is different.
That's
150
it,
years
thank
ago,
you.
that's why they had all these black people from Africa, slaughter them and take them over to America. And let's build America. Let's make America great again. What an amazing story.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Roger.
We came to America,
Roger that.
killed everybody. Now they're free. God bless America. Congratulations.
Amen.
Yeah. So it's okay to just kill, murder, maim innocent women and children everywhere you go, and then just call it, oh, okay, we were freeing them.
And then what happens,
still
Sonny, when they
continue to
start
do it
waking up?
today.
They start waking up about 1912. Let's have a world war. And by 1920, they were changing the textbooks already, we find out, Sonny.
Yep.
We better start taking some of these pages out of here, Sonny, because that might not work with what we want them to know.
Actually, speaking of Tennessee, in Tennessee, the school board were going to run these people out of town for teaching their children such idiotic things as a spherical ball in space. In 1920, they refused to let these people teach it.
For no other reason than it went against their religious beliefs. I mean, let's be honest.
You have.
That's really
you
what
have
it
a
is.
religious belief. You just want to change the definition of religion.
Yeah.
You have
They're psychopaths,
you have a typical religious belief in the globe.
Yeah. Evolution is a religion. Big Bang is a religion. No proof of them, but yet you have faith in them.
Crush.
I think we got to draw a distinction between proof and evidence.
You have to define for him first, Matthew.
Trying to run away from the
Is
slavery.
there any evidence for the Big Bang or evidence that we came from an ape?
Yeah.
No.
It strikes me funny that a Glover says that. Because that's what we've been trying to do for a long time. Strike a clear line between what is clearly empirical evidence and what is theoretical bullshit.
Well, yeah, Battle Mod. We're not talking about the ball anymore, so now he wants to talk about evidence. What a coincidence.
And the standard thereof.
Funny how that works.
Step to the podium, bitch. It's your courthouse arraignment. Gas fucking off all day without containment.
Ooh.
Well, why do these fools tag me from fucking CogDis? Don't they know I'm just going to come in there and ban the guy starting shit and then ban everybody that agrees with him? Like, look, dude, I don't believe in CogDis. I just ban. You're tagging the wrong damn person. 15 kindergartners. Battlemod, he's transphobic. And when you look at what they're calling transphobic, you're like,
Chicken scared the shit out of me.
Hey, I remember when I was growing up, a tranny was a transmission.
Yeah, we're going to change this tranny today, bro. A Muncie 4-speed rock crusher.
And now it's
Around
the average
three.
atheist. How times have changed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They even had to steal the terminology from gearheads. We're so mad. We're like, dude, don't you know we bust knuckles every day, motherfucker? You don't want to steal our words. These knuckles got 10 layers of calluses.
And without us gearheads, y'all would be stuck, not able to change your own oil in your car because it would turn to tar. Ooh, can you even change a
That's
tire, Glober?
And if I punch you with these calluses in the forehead, you're going to need some corn huskers, motherfucker.
And some stitches, stat.
You know, if you know what those things are.
Oh, platypus had to go all of a sudden? Oh. No. Did I chase him away?
No Mick Booger eat enthusiasm. Where's your enthusiasm? Get that booger, boy.
Just
was
had
all
to
you,
deafen
Sonny.
himself. He couldn't hear
Sonny,
any
ever
more of
since-
that stuff about slavery that was like hitting too close to home.
Sonny,
he's a moron.
Remember when you showed him the distance of the Japanese submarines? Ever since then, he's had it out for you. He just can't take it.
I don't care if it was
Could you
only
imagine
14.
somebody's?
I don't care
Could
if
you
it was
imagine
only
the guys
14
from the
miles.
Navy? The guy's from the Navy and got schooled by Sonny about something in naval history.
Well,
Got
see, I was in the Navy too, and I used to build torpedoes. After the Navy, I built torpedoes. But in the Navy, I worked on submarines. I repaired Los Angeles class fast attack submarines. You know?
Oh, that's a good one.
I used to fix the shit that kept the water out of the people compartment. So it's kind of important.
It's not like your job was important, right?
No. So talk about pounds per square inch of O-ring surface and shit like that. That's what I had to make those O-rings. Those.
I think those O-rings would last in a 2,000 degrees Celsius thermosphere.
Well, they pretty much said like this, and Michael understands this. Your name is going to be on it for 50 years. So yeah, you're going to make sure it works. You made sure it worked.
Or you'll be waist deep in shit.
Wasting material. Yeah, you're wasting material. They don't, you can't waste too much material. So
Then you got a leak.
like if you're building a shaft and you screw it up and cut one of the chamfers too deep, then you have to start over.
Oops. I bored her out a little too big, Captain. We're fucked.
Mm-hmm. Then they put me on these shells doing the finishing, drilling and tapping on freaking huge, over a 1 ton, 11,000 pound column on this CNC boring mill that I ran. After there was already 1,000 man hours on these shells that I worked on.
Yeah, but isn't the typical manufacturing process take a billet and cut the part out of it?
Yeah, some of them are turned from big, huge bar stocks that are like 18-inch bar stock.
Yeah,
aluminum bar stock. Yep.
You ever seen that
For what?
A-bomb show?
For a torpedo
cylinder?
shell. Torpedo shell.
Oh,
Torpedo, yeah, mostly the aft section.
Have you ever seen A-bomb?
Excuse me.
Seen what?
A-bomb on YouTube.
I might have.
He uses shapers and all that stuff. Shows you how to dial them in and all that.
So the guitar player on the 24/7 Discord knows more about pressurized containment than astronauts. It's pretty good, Sonny.
I can make my own pistons. Machine my own blocks.
That's good. Yeah, exactly. I haven't been, honestly, I haven't machined in years and years, but that was pretty good. There were people that were a lot better than me that we called them the artist.
In my bar, I got a blowed out Chevy 355 block that I turned into an end table. Pretty tight. But I'm into that steampunk gearhead shit. You just get a big piece of glass, weld some arms, put some padding on it, make them look like tunnel rams and set the glass across the top of it.
Does anybody know how to use the spray welder?
I bet Mike would give that a gander.
I'd give it a try. Have I ever done it? No. I'd give it an old attaboy try, though.
The old college tryout, yeah.
Hell yeah. Experience is the best
learn
teacher.
something new if you don't do it.
Exactly. I've never done that, but that is pretty cool. I've seen some stuff on it.
Yeah, mainly it's for repairing journals that are worn because a sleeve was installed incorrectly. So instead of installing a sleeve, he likes to spray weld it back up because the spray weld is actually harder than the parent material or what the sleeve would be.
Yeah.
Like you got a bunch of different powders to choose from depending on the application.
church, just a set of the tips. Get a special tip, put the powder in it, and bam, you're off and hooking.
I bet there's still a couple Tucker automobiles up in your area. They're from.
Hey, this is for spindle turret. This is for spindle and turret repair. Chuck repair. All right, I'm with you.
Sorry, I changed the subject.
Yeah, I like
I was thinking another one. You can spray weld headers too.
I don't know why BattleMod doesn't have a flying machine yet.
I guess
where's that dang helicopeter there, Mike?
I got a Healy light. Just looks like one of them. Yeah, it looks like a glider. So it's a glider wing with a 10-horse alcohol burning motor and a 3-wheel cart on the bottom of it.
Nice. That's what I'm talking
I can go
about.
up to like 1,200 foot. The next one, I want to get a Healy lift or a miniature helicopter. That's the next thing I want to do. I fly around, my neighbors all looking at me. You don't be looking at my weed, Mike. And I'm thinking, bitch, mine look better.
Shut up.
You ain't got to worry about me on your property, punk. I got bigger plants than that by the house, shit.
Yeah, I've seen these guys before strapping these motors on. I don't know. That's a whole nother deal, man. Like crap. But that's kind of fun. And ultralight, I guess it's kind of like what you have a little bit.
Yeah. That's
ultralight. You have one of those?
A Healy light, ultralight. It's a difference in kit.
Mm-hmm.
Healy light, ultralight, Healy lift. Gyrocopter, that's a Healy lift.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what I figured.
The difference is manufacturer. Who manufactures the kit?
Yeah, it seems real stable to me.
Yeah. My buddy down the road's got one. I mean, the most rudimentary part, ultralight glider, is like a parachute with a motor strapped on your ass, and a prop propeller. Mine's more like this. Yeah, I'll find a picture. Yeah, I guess kind of.
Yeah, that's the only time I thought about flying. I thought that would be pretty cool to be able to fly somewhere because this guy was flying long distances, and he's got a freaking motor. So if you had something you could sit in, like that.
Yeah, he's got a bigger motor than me, and he's got an enclosed cart. But I literally want to go to a better kit, the crosswing kit. So the crosswings are better.
I don't know if I like the idea of the wing failing that you're screwed, but
if you fall on that motherfucker, you're fucked, bro. I'm just
totally.
I mean, not always. You wear a parachute with it if you want, but this is the crosswing design.
I guess you could put
I like these.
You could put a parachute on one of those planes anyway, right? In case of extreme emergency.
Yeah, you can have an emergency chute. That's the X-wing, crosswing type. Those ones are a little better for lift and longer distance. But if you go too high, you're going to get in trouble.
Why?
The
Because of the
chopters are.
crosswinds?
Yeah, that and the FCC regulations.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
The higher you get.
So if you stay under 1,200 feet,
1,200 feet.
1,200 feet, I think.
Huh?
What's the maximum? 1,200 feet in one of those?
It depends in your area. So, I'm in a restricted airspace. I live down from the world's largest walled prison, a couple miles from that. There's like a mile radius all the way around it that's restricted airspace. You can't fly in it. But my brother works out there, and they know damn well when they see me. So I go as high as I want because I know other people aren't flying. That's it.
Perfect, man.
He got a hot air balloon. He takes that up sometimes. But we call the arsenal sergeant, Sonny, at the prison, and we let him know we're going to be flying.
So, like, look, if I could fly from like San Diego to like Las Vegas and land out there, and take these little, then maybe to like Phoenix, then like you'd be across
Fucking
country.
arms would be
You'd be
tired,
across
bro.
country. Yeah, you would be. I mean, in pretty short time you could be
I'd
across
rather
country.
do the hot air. I'd rather do the hot air balloon than do that in ultralight.
Well,
the way my steering's set up, you pretty much steer it just like a glider. So your arms are hanging in the air, holding onto a bar that you use to shift weight.
Now, see, look, if you had a little dirigible that you could just go up vertically and back down, you know, with either adding
that's
more
what I
air
thought.
mixture or some weight, and then just have a little motor that
If I had a listen, if I had a mini Hindenburg, I'd make a mini Hindenburg shaped like the X-wing fighter, and then strap a bunch of model jet engines to the motherfucker. Then I could get down.
Jet engines.
You know, you can get a hell of a thrust from. There's big model jet engines. I mean, you're talking $15,000-$20,000.
Yeah, look, you could make a dirigible. It could be solid. It could be like fairly rigid. You know, still you just.
Have you seen some of the JPL dirigibles and the NASA dirigibles? They make some crazy dirigibles.
See, I'm talking on the level of like a personal dirigible. I don't know why. I mean, people are flying all over on cliffs around here on freaking hang gliders and stuff, and paragliders.
Right.
What's the difference? If you have something you can just go, and it just goes up, straight up, and then you just go, okay, turn on the motor, pop, 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 pop. Go anywhere you want. Within reason, I guess.
I seen this one they make that I thought, yeah, it's the way to go. JPL makes them, Jet Propulsion Laboratories. They still mess with dirigibles right now. They just don't let other people do it. That's it. We're not allowed to do this. But some of these, they most definitely could be mistaken for a UFO.
Or a drone they'll just shot at.
Yeah, they have some designs that look like the stealth bombers too. That's the one I was thinking, man, I could put a lot of RC rocket motors on there and I'd be getting down. Or just 5 alcohol burning 20 horse motors spinning a turbine. Just fuel would be the problem. They make them that look like bombs and rockets and all that shit. This is stuff JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratories, is playing with right now. Or at least what they'll let us see.
Yeah, I just saw that one too. I was just about to put that one. Hold on, it might be slightly different. Let me see. Yeah, it's almost the same. What the heck? Look at this next one. Oh, of course, because they're not real yet. They're just projected, like, designs, right?
Not all of them. Some of them are in the testing stage or prototype stage.
That thing.
But
Yeah,
they absolutely
solar
have them that
panels
look
and-
just like. Yeah, if you had solar propellers on them and enough shit to float forever, you could just essentially fly forever.
Whoa,
As
look
long
at
as
this
you
thing. Hold on.
the energy from the sun. They call them
This one looks like a
airships too.
manta. Look at this thing. Looks
Yep.
like a manta ray. Look at this thing. Hold on.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking for.
That's a weird one. What the heck? JPL.
Is there
something
a
else.
moderator that can go to the VC and see if that's a candidate for conversation?
Oh, I'm sorry. You are 110,000 in line. Push 6 for English, 2 for Espanol. God damn it. I guess.
No one can speak English here, sir. Sorry.
No habla inglés. Looks at breaking down walls of lies is already up there.
Holy, that's Speedy Gonzalez right there, ready to translate.
Here's probably what was in the skies that they made everything vanilla skies in those old pictures. They probably had these all over the place, these little ships. People were flying around, they had rudders on them.
Well, we used to have the Goodyear factory here in Jackson, so this was always parked right here in Jackson. The Goodyear blimp was parked at the
The
Jackson
original
Airport.
I believe it.
The original pimp blimp. Yep.
Yeah, what do you do with 1,000 used condoms? You recycle it, turn it into a tire, and call it a Goodyear.
All these blimps.
When the boilers blew down at the Goodyear plant, it shook the entire town.
It's amazing how many of them. I never looked.
Damn near knocked over our water tower. You can look up JPL airships too. Lockheed Martin airships. You'll
like these
see
old
different
ones.
designs when you go from JPL to Lockheed Martin. They got them that look like a whale, which is based off the design of a whale.
Here's the first all metal airplane. That's a weird looking. No telling how that design did. I don't know. Oh. Didn't want that.
Lockheed Martin, lighter than air programs. Oh, they figured out anti-gravity. Lighter than air.
What about
the density project?
That one airplane
how
that's a
easy
wing
it would be
full
for
of
us to
injuries.
like
Blimp
crack some water and get some hydrogen and just blimp copter all around the Earth? Like, how easy would it be? Because hot air balloons get around really good up there with no motor whatsoever. They just get in a jet stream. So imagine if you're in a jet stream with a motor.
Mm-hmm. You could fly.
Here's your UFO.
That whole Hindenburg thing.
Here's a
It's got to be
1915.
it's got to be like mind control. Oh, humanity. It's got to be mind control.
Yep.
The blimp boss. The blimp. It blew up.
Here's a German one from 1915. That was huge. Luxury liners is
their first thought about dropping bombs was dropping them from airships. Dirigibles.
Hydrogen pops, right? Like, it wouldn't have just like slowly caught on fire and then melted down. Wouldn't it have been like skadoosh, right? It would have been like huge.
Yeah, the Hindenburg was one of the first on-film recordings of a false flag.
Oh, the humanity.
I shot down our blimp.
Goes right along with that whole secret covenant of Rockefeller.
We even got upper atmospheric ones, stratospheric airships, dirigibles, blimps, whatever you want to call it.
Rockefeller
Lockheed
secrets.
Martin design.
Yeah, The Secret Covenant by Rockefeller.
The U.S. Navy uses them. The noon bloom.
Yeah, and all we would have to do is wrap it in aluminum foil, right, guys?
Yep. I swear, Alice, one of these days, straight to the moon. Pow! Wrap your ass in foil and send you on your way.
Roll it in glitter.
That would be gay bong.
My bad.
Yeah.
You can't polish a turd, but you can
very
roll
much
it
so.
in glitter. Yeah, that's what I forgot to say the first part.
You can make a turd sparkle, huh?
Is this Aussie rapper's
turd
lyrics, right?
In any
He's like,
other package,
you can't
it's
polish
still
a
a
turd,
turd.
but you can roll it in glitter. Like, what? Never mind. Sorry.
When they scream homophobia, it makes me real bitter. I have no fear for this or that.
And
I
it's
get
talking about turds,
disgusted
like-
by the idea of a guy on another guy's back.
It's like the music today, you know. It's like it has good beats, but shit lyrics. You know, turds rolled in glitter. Christmas.
You gotta say it 4 times and say it real low. Turd rolled in glitter. Turd rolled in glitter.
NASA
rolled in
space. I got NASA space tourism posters.
It's talking turds and glitter.
poster.
Turds and glitter. Turds and
Don't-
glitter.
Don't use cast iron skillets that are used for making cornbread with the corn prints for doing brownies.
What?
Oh, did you get enlightened today or something? Well, why the hell would you use a skillet to bake in? What the fuck?
I know, right?
You know it's gonna suck up all that grease, and then whatever you're baking in, it's just gonna stick right to it. You better be ready to scoop it out.
Nobody's eating those brownies.
They look like turd
Fuck
brown.
that! Get a spatula. Get a spatula, damn it.
I wonder if you can polish one of those.
That is fucking funny. It's a corn roaster. We don't really call that a skillet, but okay. It's a cast iron corn roaster.
Yeah.
You can roast corn in there. Comes out nice too. I actually own one of those fans, but that is funny. I could make some turd brownies and gross out my daughter's next stayover party. Played the turds on the table.
Yeah.
Here's one a brownie. Brownies for the brownies.
Or
Oh,
the
I'm
next
sorry,
time,
your Girl Scouts.
or the next time you
Just
have
eat-
one of
eat
your
ones.
buddies come over and be like, "Oh yeah, I made some pot brownies."
No, you just stand there and eat one, bro. Hey, you want a brownie, dog? You sure? I had to chase the dog for a week to get these back. He ate the whole plate.
There's peanuts in them.
Yeah, they're peanut brownies, bro. Come on. They're great.
Peanuts.
That's fucking funny, dude. That's got to be one of the funniest ones I've seen in a minute. How is it not a speckled turd, though, damn it? Should have little corncob looking kernels in it. These fans are good. Corn that comes out of that is good. I prefer to just, I'll barbecue it on the grill and just leave some of the shuck on it. The silk. Just leave it on there. Don't shuck it all the way. And then roast it on the grill.
I can't believe somebody actually said, "It's the only mammal that lays eggs." Mammals don't lay eggs.
The Heinkel 162.
What mammal is the only mammal that lays eggs? What the fuck?
Apparently the platypus, but it's not a mammal.
It's a manimal, like all these atheists running around.
Ooh.
You can tell it's a mammal because it lays eggs.
And has a duck's bill.
You can tell it's a ball because it looks so flat.
It's funny, he's talking about proof, and then he fucks off. And really, there's no evidence for the globe or his solar system.
Where's mammal? Where's platypus?
I know an orca is the largest dolphin.
I don't know. It says here that 5 mammals lay eggs. Only 5 species of animals share the extraordinary egg-laying trait.
What's a mammal
the duck-billed platypus is one of them. Western long-beaked Echidna. ECHIDNA.
Oh,
Eastern
Incada.
Incada, yeah.
That's
so 2 of them are in. 3
Knuckles.
of them are Incadas. Another one is a Sir David's longbeak. But 4 of them are Incadas, and one of them. So technically, is wrong. Apparently, Google says there's 5 mammals that lay eggs.
Uh-oh, so there's nothing special about a platypus besides being Darwin's paradox.
Well, it's got to be a duck-billed platypus, though. Doesn't say just regular old platypuses lay eggs. So
Yeah,
I wonder, is he shooting eggs out of his ass? Is that what he's trying to say? Damn cat.
Yes.
That's Knuckles from Sonic and Knuckles, right? Because Sonic was a hedgehog that had spikes, and Knuckles.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Imagine some kind of ungodly underground science experiment where they crossbred a duck-billed platypus with a, what are those things called? They don't give a fuck. Honey badger? Man, that would be one. Oh, okay. What about a Tasmanian devil and a honey badger?
It would be ugly, right?
That'd be a mean
Who cares? It would be a machine. It would be a killing machine.
Yeah. Or a badger and a wolverine. I don't even know why Michigan's the Wolverines. We actually, we haven't had Wolverine here in a long fucking time.
You killed them all, did you?
I think we did.
Don't worry, they probably still got some frozen somewhere in one of these arcs.
Yeah. The only known Michigan Wolverine is on display at the Visitor Center at Bay City State Park. That was the first one ever verified to live in the wild in Michigan. So how the hell did we get the Michigan Wolverines?
Just sounds tough.
I guess.
Oh, dude, you got that information from Tree Hugger.
Fuck, I don't know, man. That's why I just copied the whole
it's
link
from
there
Tree
so you
Hugger,
could
dude. Treehugger.com.
It's not a valid source.
I don't know about that one. I was told that the platypus and the echidna are part of its own kind, from what I remember from biology, but I could be mistaken on it. That was after all,
Monotremata?
35 years ago.
Yeah, Monotremata.
Yeah.
Egg-laying mammals. That's what a monotremate is.
Yeah, but I thought a mammal was the only animal that gave live birth besides some species of snakes, like the ball python. Thus, the mammy, because,
right.
more developed
mammary
teats.
gland, yeah.
Yeah. But like marsupials, they have mammies too, but they're underdeveloped. And their young are usually underdeveloped when they're born. Like the possum.
Typically the birth of living young.
Yeah.
Secretion of milk by females for nourishment of the young. Hair, fur, vertebrae, warm-blooded.
Teeth. Duckbill don't got teeth. Or does it? Ooh, that'd be scary. It's a vampire duck. Vampire le duc.
They're actually poisonous, aren't they?
Yeah, they poison your mind with what you see on TV and what you learn in school. They poison your body with what you eat and what you drink.
No, I'm talking about the bladder.
Yeah, it's poisonous. Yeah, poison the well. Just like GE platypus to poison the well.
Hey, that's exactly right. He's the only venomous egg-laying mammal, Sonny.
Yep.
He poisons everything. I just had to introduce this young gentleman named Yo Henry 20167. There you are, Henry. You're in the server right now, and there's moderators in here. Just as long as make sure you keep it clean and have fun.
Thank you.
So what brought you to a Flat Earth server?
Yeah, how's it going, Henry? You got any questions for anyone in here? You got anything you need answered? Feel free to ask.
Not particularly right now. No.
Okay.
So what interests you about the subject?
I don't know. I'm so caught up on what the XO said to me earlier. I'm still kind of like thinking about it. He told me some stuff about like we're just being lied to, and it's kind of eye-opening. I've just been thinking about it, to be honest.
Do you celebrate Christmas?
I do.
Oh,
yeah.
come on. What he said wasn't the first thing you ever heard about a flat earth.
Well, Santa Claus isn't real, right?
Yeah.
But yet your parents lied to you about it. Why would they lie to you about Santa Claus? Because they told you if you're a good little boy, you'll get gifts. If you're bad, you'll get a lump of coal. It's to control you.
All the land on earth has been found. It's a globe. Don't be an explorer. Be a pizza delivery guy.
I'll take it a step further. Christmas is not what you think it is. It's actually Saturnalia. So there's another lie that we have been told, right? It's a pagan festival for sacrificing children.
How do you spell Saturnalia?
Got him.
Hang on.
Got him.
Starts with Saturn.
I just want to Google it
correctly.
I think I have those candles around here somewhere.
SATURNALIA.
Thanks, Sonny.
Yeah, it's spelled like Saturnalia.
Saturnalia is Ganalia.
Children? What the heck? Oh my God.
See, we inherited a lot of lies that were just tradition of our forefathers.
Yeah.
I couldn't put it into a book how many lies we've inherited. In fact, if you look out into the world, you'll find that there's not a whole lot of truth that you do know. You know very little, but there are some things that you can know, right? And you have to differentiate what is belief, what is truth, what is fact. And the thing about it is that the truth is verifiably true, right? So if it's not verifiable, then it's a cool story. That's all it is.
So yeah, if you guys are too lazy to look it up, and if you ever do look it up, do not go to Wikipedia. Anybody can change that shit. So try something like worldhistory.org. Right? That's a pretty good site about history, right? From what we know of.
What you know about Lupercalia? Lupercalia, Valentine's Day, ancient Roman pagan history. What do you know about that? Big sex orgies with animal sacrifices.
Saturnalia was an enduring Roman festival dedicated to the agricultural god Saturn, which was held between the 17th and 23rd of December each year during the winter solstice. Originating from archaic agricultural rituals, the Roman festivals came to include a general round of gift-giving, merrymaking, and role reversals. So it became one of the most popular celebrations in the calendar, and certainly the jolliest. The similarities of some of its features and the timing, pushed later into December over time, suggest a strong influence on the Christian celebration of Christmas.
Same with Ishtar and Easter. Ishtar is an ancient goddess of fertility, and she was known to be surrounded with rabbits and eggs, which are both symbols of fertility. And in the early days, they would have a baby and
look like rabbits.
Yeah, they would have babies as
And the
part of their
colored
fertility
eggs?
thing, and
The
they would
colored
dip it in the
Yeah.
they would dip it in the blood of the baby when they sacrificed it, and that's where you get the egg coloring ritual from. Now it's all been, kind of
whitewashed.
It's all been doctored up, whitewashed, kind of made not so obvious. But don't worry, we still abort like probably millions of babies a year. So don't you worry. Don't you worry about that. The sacrifice is still going on.
52 million aborted children in Trump's presidency alone.
I didn't realize it was that much, man.
Oh, but they won't eat an egg because it's killing a baby chicken. But they'll abort a fetus because it's just a clump of cells, right? It's asinine. It's ludicrous.
We also had one of the other really great charming celebrations that the Romans had that the Catholics brought into their fold because they're so benevolent. The Bacchanalia, or Carnival, were Roman festivals of Bacchus based on various aesthetic elements of the Greek Dionysia. So,
Mardi Gras.
Liberalia, dedicated to blah, 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 blah. Hold on. The cult. That's interesting. A cult? Huh. Around 200 BC. So what were they? They were rebellious, drunkenness parties.
Are these all from Jesuits?
Featuring huge orgies. No, these are your Catholics. These are your Catholics. Yeah.
Oh.
These are all the things that the Catholics brought in.
Well, what's the difference in Catholic and Jesuit?
There isn't any.
Jesuits are the dogs of the Pope. the warthogs.
Yeah, they're like the.
Well, they're the higher up in the order, yeah.
They probably do.
It's like the double Padme effect. When Padme got assassinated, it was like, oh, you got the, the decoy. Good job, guys.
Mm-hmm. Dionysian. Guess who else is supposed to be Dionysus worshippers? Is Hollywood. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, what's crazy, bro, is if you start to read some of the Jesuit literature, it's very similar to the Talmud. Probably a coincidence.
So check it out. These were religious sexual religious sexual celebrations.
So instead of eating and getting fat to where I get hungry.
Yeah. They were like, just like, we're crazy and do anything you want. So they didn't go anywhere. They've been here forever. They still are. Still here. Still hear them talking about it. They think it's new age. They think it's new ageism or something like that's a good thing,
Well,
and it's Satanism.
Well, Catholics are the Archdiocese of Boston, where Jesuits are from the Society of Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Secret Society of May His Name in Remembrance be blotted out.
Oh, hell, Nimrod.
They're very similar to the Talmud, man. That really blew my mind. It's some gravy, bro. Like, they have the same pedophilia rituals. Under 7 years old, they get magic, and with a K, of course, right? And, like, it's dark, it's morbid, but they're very similar. You can read the Jesuit Order Oath, of course. So what about this? What do you guys think that they're watching in, like, say, the world's biggest observatory, Lucifer? They changed to Lucy, right? What do you think they're watching? You can't get the pictures. It's, like, very hard to get them. What do you think they're looking at in the sky? I think they're looking at something that they worship, personally, like metaphysical.
And they probably know about signs and seasons that we don't, because they've hidden it from us. So they probably do have secret knowledge, the mystery schools, that's what I believe. They might know of something about to happen.
They could be watching the floodgates. They could be watching the floodgates.
Mm-hmm.
What if they're actually watching
rolled away like a scroll?
Like, say, what if they have technology that they can isolate these metaphysical entities as they move about?
Yeah, well, what if they're just waiting for the sky to be rolled back like a scroll so they can see the first movement and know to go underground and say, "Mountain, save us."
Right, yeah, touche.
I saw something really weird in the sky the other night. I saw something really weird. One of the clearest nights I've seen in a long time. And I went on at night so I could look at the stars and stuff, and had a great view. Anyway, so I saw this strange, like, streak that went. It was like a shooting star, but this went like straight down. It was really weird. And then I was in this really dark place, so I was looking up at the Big Dipper, and one of the stars in the Big Dipper, I swear, when I first looked up at it, it flashed in my eyes, and I was kind of taken back, like something flashed in my eye, but I only did it once, and I looked and there was nothing around. It didn't flash any other time. Saw a flash. Usually if it's a light that's flashing, like on a plane or a helicopter or even a drone, if it's a light, it wouldn't just flash once and you wouldn't see it anymore.
No, it's flashing a rhythm. I watch the skies too. It's dark. Yeah. I don't light up my whole driveway and my property. I put sensor lights up. So if I see a light at night, if my light lights up my window, then I know damn well something's moving around outside.
I apologize for hot mic in there.
There's when I get the Mini 14 and head to the door. Barefoot. I'm a redneck, damn it. I don't need no boots for these grounds. Here's my stomping ground. I won't step on an acorn one. Yeah, I don't mind. No, I love them sensor lights, though.
I
You
felt
hit my
that myself.
driveway. You hit my driveway, you drive up, they'll start lighting up all the way up there. So I'll know if somebody's here. If you're out by the barn, it'll reflect off a certain thing and hit my window at a certain angle, so I know exactly where you're at. If you're in the bigger barn, it's going to be directly on my window. Even the dog knows. He knows what direction the light's coming from. He'll bark towards right where it's lit. He's a smart boy, too. And that's what the light's for. Motion detector. Kick the dog in the ass, open the front door, he's going straight to the light. Don't be in the light, and don't have your scent left there in your trail either. 'Cause he's a hound. It's like I got a bull and a lab. And the bull runs right out there, and the lab goes straight out there and puts his nose to the ground. And then the bull just watches the lab. Where's he at, boy? Get him up. Find him. Them two work together, it cracks me up. I mean, it doesn't crack me up. I'm at home when I'm watching it. It's just normal to me. Other people would see it and at first refuse it, but if they've seen it as much as I had, they'd know these animals have a communication skill. They communicate. They have a system of bellers. Urgency, non-urgency. What are you sniffing? Nothing. Shut up. I'm still sniffing. Are you on him? Hell no, not yet. Shut up. Then you get the alert. Oh shit, he's on. And my bull terrier, he's not loud. He's a quiet dog. Most dogs come in sounding vicious. They let you know, so you start running. I'm gonna tear your ass up. My dog actually enjoys to tear your ass up, so he just wants you to hear his footsteps. That's it.
Like a ninja.
Yeah, he's like, I'm on your ass, boy. You hear them footsteps, you know I'm large. He's a 60-pounder dude, but a horse can't outrun him. Well, most of my horses. There's a few that can. That calf, that motherfucker can. He can outrun him. He's actually been thinning out chasing the young pony. Since we had the pony, he likes to race. I'm cool with it too.
Check out these earrings.
What is that? Austin Street Corner Hustle. Is that you, Austin?
Yeah.
That Sonny posted?
Yeah. That was after the NBA championship.
She said, hey, she was about to say, Cracker, you just call me fat? I will slap the cracker shit off you.
Yeah, she said, who's flat?
What? Yeah, in Detroit, he'd been, what, bitch? Them's fighting words.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, bro. The chocolate loves me, bro. I got my way to get in there. I'm like, small waist, pretty face with a big bang. Polo just dropped that heat, bro. Yeah, they're like, damn, I can't hate this white boy. It works for the most part.
That's funny as shit.
Oh shit.
He can come to the barbecue.
What the fuck is that? Penicillin? But this bitch got insulin earrings.
Yeah, she's got the genetic modification vials as her earrings.
Jabbity jab his earrings.
Now I'm gonna
laugh so hard when I saw
he.
God.
She is a he.
Or is it penis?
Yeah, but I can't tell what her stance is. She's like, oh, I love it so much.
About 3'5" and swinging to the left.
Hey, I'll say it once and I'll say it again. It's called an IQ test.
There's a dude.
Look, here are the supposed numbers from it. Talk about an IQ test.
Oh, I would post something, but it's iffy.
Just look at the numbers. These are the
so
official
blurry.
numbers. Yeah, it's the best. It's a screenshot. So you'll see the genetically modified versus the organic, right? And then the cases. It's hilarious.
They say 80% of the 40 to 49. Fuck, I'm only in the 19.1%.
Yeah, you got the percent of
We need
cases
some old
and the
guy
percent of
fights.
population. Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
We need some old guy fight. He said, bitch, you took the vaccine. Come here, you old motherfucker. You better hope you can roll away in that wheelchair, bitch.
Those
you
are
got
really
the COVID now. Get the fuck on.
Those are really high percentage of population numbers, man. 70, 77, 80, 84, 86, 92, 91, 89.
I'm not buying that.
In Israel, it's for Israel. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's not true, but
I thought Israel was one of those places that like had their own their own developed vaccine, like how India has.
Yeah, that's the Israeli numbers. Yeah.
Oh, they get to do that. They get to make their own.
Yo, Witzer, were you flat smacking them?
Who?
The kids in Chatterbox.
Oh yeah, that's why I got so popping. It went from like 8 to 55.
Dang.
Yeah, dude, I just dismantled their worldview, then left, and they were spiraling.
They literally had to get a staff in there to moderate, mute everybody.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
There's still a lot of people there.
Yeah, dude, and there were like 8 people there. So like Mrs. Musk, she was talking to one other person, then it turned into like 8 people, and I jumped in there, and it turned into 55 people, bro. Flat Earth is like the life of that VC right there right now.
Hey, what text lobby are they in?
Chill.
VC text?
Yeah, they're in the chill text right above the chill VC.
Oh, I see. I don't see a text right above that chill VC.
Just a sec.
In a
It says
world
VC text.
where you can be told you're
Yeah,
spinning.
VC text, yeah. There you are. It went back down to 36 because the flat earthers left.
In a world where Witsit disturbs youngsters like bumblebees. Maybe he needs to smoke them out next time.
There ain't nobody here. We could always bump their numbers up.
They
What's up?
They interrupt so much, dude. I started doing my 1,000-mile-per-hour thing, where I just talk crazy fast. I'm like, you guys are ready for the technicality of this, but theory of relativity attributes physical properties to conceptual abstractions, one of which is a privation, so you can't attribute physical properties. It's called reification fallacy. Misplaced concreteness to a conceptual abstraction. It's impossible and admissible in a space.
Hey, great job on showing the repugnancy of park rangers.
Did they say refractity?
Dude, they literally did. They just spammed me with non sequiturs and diversions and kept asking questions. Oh, park rangers are awesome, man. We just got to Yellowstone. Hopefully, we won't have to deal with.
Hey, boo boo. Fuck the park ranger.
Yeah, but they removed you from somewhere where they have no jurisdiction to somewhere they do.
Yogi's wife's got the best picnic baskets. Yeah, you're damn right, boo boo.
Yeah, they kept trying to ask me to step over there, and I was like, "No, dude, no, man, I'm gonna stay right here."
And if they place their hands on you, that's kidnapping, period. With malicious intent because they have guns.
Yep.
In a place where you're not allowed to have one. How is that possible?
And mask.
I saw that. You're like, don't you touch me.
Freaking mask bandit. Freaking
There's
mask
a pandemic
bandit. Don't touch me.
That was like the first time I've
6 foot, motherfucker.
That's like the first time I've dropped the F word on my channel, I think, since the beginning. But oh well.
Oh no, here
You saved it for the right time. I mean, if someone's putting their hands on you, it's like, what makes you think you, a grown-ass man, could put your hands on me, another grown-ass man? What makes you think that?
Yeah, I wasn't even talking. He's like, calm down. I'm like, dude, get your hands off me, bro. Calm down. You calm down, buddy.
It's like you haven't identified yourself. You haven't given me no business card. Anyone can buy that uniform off of eBay. You touch me, I'm breaking your neck.
Well, I will
Right?
say, they actually interacted with me prior to that. I have a document on the GoPro, and I did get their badge numbers and names, right? And then the guy was wearing the mask actually gave me a business card. I said, "Good job, bro. You know the rules. You're supposed to have 3 forms of identification." Then the bearded guy was like, "Oh, you're one of those guys." I'm like, "Okay."
What, one that holds you accountable for breaking the law that you're supposed to uphold? Yeah,
Exactly.
you're repugnant. Do you know what
Yeah.
repugnancy is, son? Shall I educate you? Repugnancy. Look in the mirror.
That's why they got
Ugly.
so triggered, because I was like, "Are you detaining me?" He said no. I said, "Okay, well then we're free to go over here. So peace out." And so they were just looking. They were just sitting there for the next 20 minutes, coming up with a way to get us. They were pissed off.
You should have said, my name? Well, you can call me Frida. Frida? Okay. Last name? To go. Okay, so free to go? Thank you.
That's pretty funny.
Hey, they're the one that said it. Okay, so you're free to go? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I have any warrants or anything. It's not like I really care. It's just a principle that I don't have to ID myself, bro.
You should have said, "Hey, I'm not stealing no picnic baskets."
I knew a girl named Iwana, but I can't say her last name.
Cuddle?
It's hell no. Cuddle. I want to cuddle.
Yeah.
It's an adult joke, bro. I get in trouble.
Nah, I saved you, bro. You just want to cuddle, man.
Yeah, I know another girl, Anita. I need a man. That was her name. There's a bunch of dumb name jokes, you know?
And then there's Eileen. She kind of walks funny.
Right. I would have told him my name is Jack. Jack me off.
Is that German?
Yo, dude, I know someone who's actually Jack and then Kaufman. Jack Kaufman. His actual name.
That's legendary. That is so legendary.
I know.
Fucking stoners giving their kids names like that.
Dude, he got just made fun of so hard in school, bro.
Yeah, I tried to do one of those legendary names, one of those legendary stoner names. My wife wasn't down. So we settled on a good Christian name.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna name my children with the Yah at the end. So
Nehemiah.
yeah, Nehemiah, Jeremiah. That's how you
Nevaeh. Nevaeh is heaven spelled backwards.
That's clean. You gotta admit it. Nevaeh.
Yeah, I like Nevaeh.
Like
I'll say
that's what's so crazy. All the prophets' names mean something, right? Like
I only got to pick middle names though, so my wife, her name started with a T, Tammy, and she wanted to name the kids all T names. So it's Tyler, Tanya, and Taylor. Of course, it's Tyler Michael. Of course, it's Tyler Michael. I guess.
So get this. My wife wanted to name my son Joaquin. And I thought that was the stupidest shit I ever heard of. We're not French. And I wanted to name him something else. And we settled on Christopher. It turns out that Christopher means one who bears Christ. And Joaquin means like similar to the same thing. Like one who bears Christ. We had no idea what Joaquin meant.
Michael, my name is a question. It means a question. Who is like the Most High? Who is like the Lord? Because Michael will be the first to step up and say, none. None are like the Most High. So Michael means, who is like the Most High?
So my name is Lawrence, which comes from the tree that the what the silkworms feed off of. And so my first name is about trees, and my last name is about it's kind of like land or farmland or agricultural land or something.
Yeah, my middle
name's
name.
pretty lame. Just a name.
Yes, Michael is the name of an angel.
My first name is Joshua.
No, bro,
which
not
means-
here. Austin is a pretty badass name here. I don't know about where you're from, but
Well,
I know you're from
Texas.
Yeah, you're from Texas, but you get what I mean, right? Stephen F. Austin, pretty important dude here. Pretty important.
Well, my middle name's David. I used to hate my middle name. Now I think it's awesome. David was a badass.
It's David.
Yeah, David.
Davidian.
I mean, he killed a lion with his bare hands, bro. He popped up behind Saul and cut off his CC and was like, I could have killed you, bro. What a legend.
Gangsta.
He's like, I could have killed you, but I respect you as my king. Even though he was trying to kill David, you know?
Yeah.
That's why it's so gangsta. Because he was trying to kill him, and he was like, you know what? I could have, but I didn't. But I could have.
Yeah, everyone knows him for Goliath, which is obviously pretty epic, but I mean, killing a lion with your bare hands is pretty wild.
I'm pretty sure everyone here knows what Joshua means.
Both my first two names, Michael is who is like God or gift from God. Jonathan is Hebrew, meaning God has given.
God has given. Yeah.
Yep. So I'm
My name-
Michael Jonathan Smith.
Joshua means God is salvation, and Matthew means a gift to all man from God.
Yep. Salvation in Yah.
Just for the record, Lawrence isn't my name. My mom never called me that. It's not on my birth certificate or anything like that. It's just what Larry derives from.
Louis?
No,
So-
Larry, not Louis.
So,
Lawrence.
I'm a Smith. That means to strike or he who uses the hammer. God has given you he who uses the hammer, he who strikes. My grandma used to play this game with me. I'm like, yeah, whatever. So Thor uses a hammer, Grandma. She's like, no, I'm not talking about them pagan gods. I'm talking about the full armor of our Lord.
Yeah,
Put it
my grandma
on.
knew about that armor too.
Yeah.
Put it on, because if you have that armor, you can drink poison and you will not be harmed. You'll be able to trample over scorpions and snakes without
Faith
shoes.
can move mountains, brother.
Yep.
All things can be done through faith.
Think about it. Caleb was what, 90 years old, still whooping giants.
Giant.
Oh wow, I'm looking up Austin. It's actually pretty badass.
Yeah, I suggest everybody study what their names mean. Look into the Hebrew as well.
For sure. For
whatever
sure,
the root
Josh.
language where it comes from. Yeah. It's eye opening. There's a reason why your mother named you that.
I just always thought it was because she was on drugs and I was born close to Austin, Texas.
Yeah, I was raised or made in Houston, right? But yeah, like I'm sitting there talking to my mom, and I go, who named me? I didn't name you. Your grandfather named you. Talk to my grandfather. Who named me? I didn't. Your mother did. Oh, okay. So it's one of those circumstances to where Makes sense. Checks out.
This says trying to get the Hebrew, it means exalted. I don't know about that. Austin name means exalted. From the Hebrew name Havel meaning breathe. I don't know.
Havel Ruach. Breathe the spirit, breathe the wind.
Bro, you know how much air comes out of your mouth when you be talking fast?
A lot. Yeah, dude, that's what it is. That's why I have such good breath and I can talk so fast and so long. It's because of my name's on point. Breathe. Austin, just breathe.
Yeah, I'm glad I could share that with you, bro. I told you your name's important. Especially here. If you guys don't know your Texas history, like Stephen F. Austin was like one of the main dudes getting shit done to like make it the place that it is today. Because it was kind of almost a failed state.
Nice. There is no doubt that me being named Austin has something to do with the city, you know, because I was born in Fort Hood, and I feel like they just looked at the map and they were like, let's pick out a city. I don't really know. I've never actually asked.
Oh, that's me. Actually, I think Karen B made that and gave that to me. No, it's not a FP Core thing. I'm pretty sure Karen B made that for me. She also made my profile pic into a GIF. If you hover over it, flames roll up behind me.
Nice. So it's saying Austin came from Augustus?
Yep.
Interesting.
August. That's where we get the name August.
Yeah. Like my actual last name is Landahl, Landahl, but I got the name Whitsitt like when I was born. But the actual genetics go back to Landahl, which is like German or something. I don't know. Blah blah blah.
The original's better. Karen took some of my muscles out with that fucking darkening and shit. Made me look skinnier than I am. But, whatever. It's cool. Didn't want to offend her by not using it. I guess she put a couple hours into it. I was listening to her and letting her run the VC over there at our server, FE Reality, 2 days before Christmas, and she was drinking Christmas wine. She said, "Oh, I'll hook it up. Give it here." 3 hours later, I was like, "I was trying to go to bed." She's like, "Man, I'm almost done with it." It's cool though, you know.
Yeah. It comes from Augustus, Western Europe during the Middle Ages, owing its popularity chiefly to Saint Augustine of Hippo, whose influence on Christianity is generally considered to be second only to that of Saint Paul. Blah 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 blah. There are Austin canons established in the 11th century. I didn't know any of this. This guy was actually a Grabbler, though. If he's attributed to mainstream influence on Christianity, I'm gonna have to look into him.
Yeah, but I think you're looking at the wrong guy. I think you need to be looking at Stephen F. Austin, because if you were born in Texas, that's more likely where your name came from.
Yeah, for sure.
Boy, I tell you what, by God, from there Austin, Texas boys, them are hard as hell. Boy. Yeah, I
Next time
mean,
you need to go found a state, help found a state's liberation. You know.
I think
Who's
it's
down?
appalling what you Texans did to the 24th Infantry of the Colored Army. Why are they showing that movie so much on TV? There's like 5 different movies right now on about the 24th Division Infantry. You guys know what I'm talking about?
No, what did we do?
The 1st Colored Army Infantry. Here, I'll show you.
Oh, it's called wokeness. Next thing you know, it's going to go back to Tuskegee Airmen. When I was a child, we were learning about that in school and the syphilis experiments.
Here's the trailer for the movie. Stars just keeps playing it over and over again. I mean, I don't really care. I got on demand, you know. I can watch whatever I want as soon as it's up. Put it on demand. There's another one about the 24th. I think the other one's called Glory. But they showed 2 different things. It's the same.
It's all about them trying to
integration.
Bring the Black Messiah about. That they want this civil strife. That's what they're planning for. They want us to fight against each other, not against them.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what the whole thing's about. It's Machiavelli.
Yep.
Their plan's falling apart. The best laid plans are only good for the first move. Then you have to improvise.
It just doesn't work on all people because they look around them, you know, just they know what they experience and then they know what they're seeing on TV. Most of the people are wondering where is this still happening, what you're showing us on TV, because they don't see it in my own neighborhood.
I'll tell you what needs to happen. We need to. I'm not calling for it, but I'm saying what would be a great thing is if every red-blooded American, because not the blue bloods need not apply, but the red bloods, right? Yeah, stand up, take over the media.
Yep. Unite, UNITY.
Get to the root of the problem. What's the root? Media.
Well, it goes deeper than that, but yeah.
Oh, I know that, but
TV programming. We just abolish that shit. Now I see why when I was younger, my dad, they said if you watch too much of that, you're going to turn into a boob. That's why they called it the boob tube. That should have eat your brain away. Get out in the real world and see what life's about.
Shit'll rot your brains, son, is what I was always told. Don't believe what you see on it. It's fake.
Yeah. So
yet they're watching the news.
Don't watch.
My dad called it the idiot box. You remember that, Michael?
The idiot box. Yeah.
Idiot box. Yeah. You watch too much of it, you're just going to be a damn idiot. Spend your life watching other people pretend to live life under circumstance that never happened in the real world.
Seriously, we need to band together against a common enemy. That's their plan, right?
Yeah. Isn't what they're doing treason?
Yes. High treason. Isn't it a duty to not stand for repugnancy.
Well,
and
to overthrow a tyrannistical government.
Yes, to remove tyrants by any force
Whenever
necessary.
any form of government becomes tyrannistical, it is your duty, not your right, but your duty to remove and replace said tyrannistical government. Read your Declaration of Independence. Or just go back to natural. See, this is another way they're...
Anarchy. Let's do it. No government. Rule over ourselves. Somebody does something wrong, it's death.
So I've said it before that a constitution is a social agreement wherein we give up a little bit of... Each one of us has all power rights. We have all dominion. Men have dominion over earth. There's no such thing as ownership. And then you get into a social agreement. Now I start giving up some of my rights so you can share the same equal rights. And then when it becomes unjust, you're getting more, you're taking more than you're given. The natural state of man is go back regression, and that's war. Go back to war. We're going to go back to war until we come back to a civil agreement. And then we'll build another community. So here is where an example where the Declaration is just giving you another one of your natural rights back in a restricted fashion. That's why I'm tired of covenants and constitutions and trusts and agreements and contracts. They all start with con. They're conning. Yep. Somebody's conning you out of your natural fucking authority. If I disagree with that shit, I can even walk around it or get rid of it. It's that simple. That's my natural right. It's my God-given right. I was born free. I don't have to agree. I don't have to fall in line. I don't have to follow rules. I owe no allegiance to the men that wrote the book of history that you go by. Dead men wrote your laws. Dead men wrote your constitutions. I honor nothing they say just because their words are written on paper. I don't owe them shit. I was born free.
That's why the pen is mightier than the sword, because the pen lasts forever. The pen is eternal.
Well, it is if you follow it for eternity, but you could throw that shit in the dirt and wipe your ass with it.
Chisel and stone what they have done and what the consequences of it happen to be, what the outcome was, as an example and a statute for all mankind through all ages.
Well, see, this is why the Indians have had such a hard time for so long, because they knew the natural state. They enjoyed it, and they lived in it. So for years after that, their land and everything that was naturally theirs was taken, they yearned for natural freedom, wherein the white peoples who came here had already never known true freedom for so long. It's just like when you watch the Highlanders and Cry Freedom. Same with the Irish and the Scottish. They knew true freedom. They lived by natural laws in the Highlands, in tribes, and sets, and groups, and families. And they agreed with each other, they bartered with each other, and they tried not to break unwritten laws. It's just common sense. You don't go in another village and start killing off their family members. Please still come here and kill off ours. I mean, it's common sense. If you go into my village and do a bunch of shit, with your actions, you said it's okay for us to do the same fucking thing. You kick over my cup of water, motherfucker, I'm put you in the river probably. I like to end shit quick.
Yeah, you kick over my cup, I'm going to take yours.
Yeah, and if you fight for it, then you might be in a watery grave. So the rest of the people watching know damn well don't ever mess with my cup again. Now I got two. I'm just a thirsty man trying to get water from the source the Creator gave me.
Yep. No man should have water rights. The most precious thing in this realm is water. 2 days without it, you suffer and die. You can go 42 days without food. Is it 42 or a little bit longer?
Listen, ownership is an illusion. Yeah. Ownership is an illusion created by social compacts and agreements and contracts and trusts and constitutions. You can't own anything. It's all ours. They take materials from our dirt Our mountains, our rivers, our streams, they reshape them and sell them back to us. The shit was ours in the first place. Why you got to pay for fruit? Fruit grows wild on Earth. Who can own them apples? Who made them? Where'd they come from? The Creator? Were they yours or were they meant for everybody? It's like you throw down a box of donuts. You say, well, I got 6 kids and there's 12 donuts. Be fair. So you know you might have to give and take. You're going to get 2 donuts. Probably none of you are going to get only the ones you like. Unless the oldest sister's washing everybody's damn clothes, and she might get what she wants. You know what I'm saying? It's a barter system. But you will come to an understanding.
Yeah. I mean, see, this is one of the reasons why I've never liked politics, right? When everybody starts talking about politics, I'm like, blah, 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 mumbo jumbo, I don't care, right?
Yeah.
And they, you should care, you should care. So this year I got involved in it. And lo and behold, it woke me up to the saying, yeah, there's a reason why I wasn't involved in it. And no, I did not vote. I have never voted. They'll say, well, if you didn't vote, you can't bitch. No, it's more like I didn't vote, so I didn't give consent to what is going on. I do not consent.
I don't play party to this convention or legal fiction.
It's a comedy. It's divine comedy.
It is.
It's satirical to the core.
The world's a stage and terror's the show.
And we are the actors. Yeah, if you voted and the other guy didn't win, you can't bitch. Because the contest is already determined before you cast your consent. Why can't we go back to line in the sand? Stand on the east for this one, stand on the west for that one. Anybody that's left in the middle holds their peace. Right? Head count them. Those are the votes.
Well, sir, most of them are in the middle, sir. What do we do now? Get rid of these 2 guys.
Yeah, get rid of these guys and those guys that want this one thing and those guys that want that one thing because mob rules.
We'll try again tomorrow.
Hey, where's Jim? Where's Tony? Don't worry about it. Stand in the middle. Now, for this candidate, stand to the east. For this candidate, stand to the west. Lo and behold, nobody moves.
That guy that keeps telling us to come back, get him.
Yeah.
Get that guy. Don't let him get away, damn it. I ain't coming back this
We will try this again tomorrow.
You all stay over there and we'll stay over here. And at least you be fucking with us, we'll kill all you. And if we come keep fucking with you, we'll expect the same.
So I've been telling people, don't vote for any candidate. Just put me. Not my name, just me.
Did you hear about the guy that was in prison and got elected? In prison? There was a guy in prison, and apparently it's completely legal for him to run for office in prison, and he got elected.
Maybe that's why the whole Bail Act started.
If you think about it, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea for prisoners to lead us. We certainly can't say, well, we'd be run by criminals. We can't have that, can we? But you know what? We already are.
Now, see, the only kind of politics that I like are jailhouse politics because it keeps everyone in order because there's clear consequences.
Tell me about these consequences.
Another gang, you disrespect another gang, get your ass beat. Get put on the wall. You squeal, we're going to stomp you out. You don't steal from anyone. If you steal from anyone, you're dead. If you cause a riot, you're dead. Basically, respect one another, keep the order of things for the program to happen. And the program is just the everyday normal instead of being locked down in your cells or on your bunks if you're in a dormitorium. It's just politics. And like, say there's a secret message that needs to be delivered to someone. It's called a kite. And if you're the flyer, if you get caught and that kite is found, you're dead. You pay your debts in full before your release date. Or when you come back in, you're going to be a bitch. I mean, it's very rudimentary, right? It's just respect everyone, get through your time, do your time, don't get involved in everybody else's BS because they all have time to do too. It's just a way to keep things, and then the workout program, that's pretty good, right? 1,000 push-ups a day. On top of leg exercises, squats, all that other stuff. Military style exercise. You got to build up that body mass in case a riot or a war breaks out so you can survive the shivs.
Morning, everyone.
Morning, Roger.
So did Charlie prove the ball yesterday? Did he finally show
No,
us?
but he didn't do too bad.
He didn't do too bad.
As far as conducting himself, but no, he didn't show us no ball.
That was just an act, man. Just he was playing a game, practicing his act. I'm a panda goon.
Shout out to Chopper Dave Hinkle. He's out there somewhere circling the city. I just thought I'd ask, is there any glow believers in the house? Anybody who thinks they're going to spin a water ball?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, yeah? So what's your best evidence?
My mom told me that NASA never lies.
You willing to bet the farm on that, son?
Oh, bored already. Did he say NASA never lies?
His mama told him. My mama told me. My mama told me.
How would you even begin to try and prove that empirically?
But seriously, you got to wonder, how come everybody's so strung out on this hopium? Every 4 years, this hopium ride starts going, and everybody gets high on that hopium.
We're going to Mars in 20 years, kids. Don't sweat it.
Hopium!
Get your hope.
Ooh, I can't wait to go to heaven, just like the Christians. We'll get to go see our Sky Daddy, and then we'll go to heaven.
Yeah, but don't Mars mean war?
Come on, Star Child. We're going to Mars.
And then do we get to live forever like the Christians, too? Think technology could take us there?
I'm going to be a Mormon. I'm going to get my own damn planet out there. Mm-hmm.
We need to try to figure out how to get watery clay to cling to steel, to metals. Yeah, we got to figure that out.
Make us a sticky bomb.
You got that sticky icky?
Or at least a proximity mine.
Yeah. Hank knows.
Nothing better than a strategically placed proximity mine. I've been playing Mario Kart and Call of Duty way too long.
I remember when my kids were younger, I could let them win the race the whole time and then just hit them with the turtle.
Hit him with the blue turtle. You've been hiding in second the whole time?
Yep. On the Rainbow Road.
I bought my wife a pin that she pins on her hat, and it's that blue turtle, and it says, "Fuck you."
My daughter used to hate that. She would get up and put her hands in front of my eyes and try to race me while covering my eyes. I'm like, whatever, kid. I know this track in my sleep. Just launch the turtle now. Your brother will win. I mean, it took her a while to figure out she could take my turtle. Come on, man. Get with the program. Get your own damn turtle.
Anyone remember that ridiculous supposed live video of Biden with the top of his hair missing? And you could see trees like through him because it was a hologram. Anybody remember that?
I see trees of green.
Come on, man.
I think Fauci's the president, but hey.
Skies are blue. Trump ain't got no hair. And Biden don't too.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. Seriously? Yeah, I remember seeing you in the 90s, and looked like your solar cell was prepped for collecting sunshine. That Rogaine must have worked for you.
Didn't work for Joe.
There was just a solar-powered sex machine. He'd be sniffing all day long. Pervert. I swear, if I ever passed anybody my kid and they leaned over and sniffed my kid and my wife, I swear I would, bitch, it'd be bail money. I'd knock that motherfucker's teeth down his throat. Give the whole damn nation an example of what you do. Some motherfucking pervert sniffs your kid.
What if he just wants? What if he just sniffs your neck?
Same shit. Auto bitch slap. See how many cops it takes to take me to jail. That's what we're gonna find out. And if he's still living when they get me cuffed.
He's a quim. Biden is a quim. He will never face the public because he's too much of a quim. Spineless. Come on, man.
I'm just wondering how many people out there are like, oh, thank God it's not Trump. Now we got like the evil emperor's like puppet, but at least we don't have the orange man.
He's got a lead press on spine. His wife's got to install that shit for him every morning. Hold on. Don't leave home without your lead press on spine. You'll turn back into a jellyfish.
Were you talking about like X-Men, like episode 1 where the senator turns into a jellyfish?
Yeah. He forgot his lead press on spine. He left that shit in the box on the dresser. Where'd that kid go with the NASA Never Lies shit?
Oh, I was joking. I thought that was a flat earther.
Oh.
Yeah, I was joking.
Yeah, coincidentally, in another language, Nasa, or otherwise known as NASA, but Nasa means to deceive.
Yeah, it's just got an H
I keep
in it.
hearing that. I keep hearing that, but I don't know if that's true.
If it has a H in it, it is Nasha. Strong's Concordance. Meaning to deceive. To beguile, to deceive. Here, I'll give it to you. One of the transliterations is NASA. If you look at it, so it's a shortened version of Nasha.
It's like God is actually GAD, but it's pronounced the southern way of God with a W.
Yeah. GAD, that's Lord Gadriel.
Yeah. Fortune, good luck,
Baal.
bad luck. It's Loki.
So it's come deceitfully, deceived, deluded, utterly deceived, Nasha. This is one where article and particle principle are clarifiers to denote whether it's you were deceived, he came to deceive, he is coming deceitfully. There's indicators, about a dot above this, a dot below that.
Rabbit come up through the fence in the backyard. So I called the dog. He came out, didn't see the rabbit till the rabbit ran away. And he's like, oh, what's that? Yeah, you missed. You're slacking. You need to guard this area so they don't come in and eat my damn marijuana plants.
Can you imagine a bunch of rabbits going to find the marijuana plants? Like, come on, guys, we can do it. Forget about the dog. Gotta get some cannabinoids.
So we can jump high.
Omega-3.
I heard Lafafra is pretty plentiful down in Texas.
Well, what?
Lafafra cactus.
Oh, I don't know where that's at.
Well, it's shoot, I forget the kind of desert it is, but it's in the desert
place,
region.
Mate. It's a big place.
Yeah, I know, but it's in the south. There's one region where it's its natural habitat, and it's highly endangered because of poachers. Lafafra, otherwise known as peyote.
Ooh, I want to do some of that before I die. That's on my bucket list.
Try some what do you call it? San Pedro cactus. You can get it at Home Depot.
What?
San Pedro cactus has more mescaline in it than peyote. San Pedro cactus.
What do you mean? I just gotta grow it myself and then let it get big and then just chomp down on it like the Cookie Monster, or do you gotta boil it and extract the essence?
Yeah, basically you have there's instructions for it. You can
Never mind.
buy
This
it.
channel's about sorry.
You can buy it at a certain height, right? And then you just cut the top off of it so it'll propagate. You clone it. And you clone the top and the rest of it you harvest. You don't do the roots, just the flesh of it. You take the skin off of it. Don't take the woody core out of it, but just take the flesh of it, like the slimy crap, and either let it dry out through a food dehydrator or whatever till it becomes a powder, and then take that powder and throw it in some water and boil it. And traditionally, they inhale it through their nose. The slime.
It's all academic, I assure you. I mean, come on. Hey, if these bozos can sit there and claim that they're playing with like nuclear weapons, right? And they're like, we got nuclear weapons. It's like, okay. So you're saying that we can't have like guns? Because, you know, why? That doesn't make sense. Like, you guys are messing with plants. Aren't you guys like enriching uranium and you're judging us? Hookers?
Yeah, aren't you guys perpetrating wars across the world with proxy soldiers
and enhancing
to kill innocent people to deceive everyone
with the black market?
Eisenhower was right,
but he didn't tell you about the military intelligence industrial complex. But he was still right.
And the best proxy soldier is a religious fanatic, like a ball earther. Like Platypus, for instance. But yet, his tactics are weak sauce. There will come a time where you will have to lay down your life to defend your home. Are you ready?
Sounds like a UCCA commercial.
I was born ready, right?
Man, you seen them triggers where you squeeze them and it fires, and you let go of the trigger and it fires again? Oh, man. Gotta get me one of those.
Binary trigger?
Yeah, that's what it's called. Those things are so awesome on a 22. It's like, you know what it's like.
Imagine what it would be like on a, say, a 5.7.
What's a 5.7?
It's like the FN 5.7. Here, let me find it. The round of the 5.7
Did you say
5.7.
FN?
Yeah.
FN? Oh, I know what that is.
Yeah. The 5.7 is a pistol round shaped like a rifle round. Let me see if I can find a good image. Right here. Yeah, this one should be good enough. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. 27 rounds that mag holds. And it's like a 22. Almost no recoil. So yeah, binary trigger on one of those. Ooh.
That Mini 14 probably could use a binary trigger too. I heard it don't have a lot of recoil.
Oh yeah.
If you had a 223 or 5.56 round and you had like a really good like stabilizer and the new gas system to where it's not in sync. What are those called? The new gas systems?
I'm not sure.
Anyway, there's like a new gas system where the piston is moving not in sync with the thing, but it's kind of moving out of sync. That way the recoil's dampered. Guns are getting better every day. I fucking love guns.
Wouldn't it be great if Australia didn't give in to the fear.
I worry
Wasn't
about
a mass
all
shooting,
my.
wasn't it?
Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just asking, wasn't it a mass shooting in Australia banned all their guns?
It was a false flag, yeah.
Dang.
They've been trying it here for years. It's like, no. What you're not understanding is if the teachers were armed and the students were armed, that would have never happened.
Yeah, I think it was a live stream.
There's a story. There's a story from World War II to where the Germans went into France and these kids at like a school held off like the German army with like some single shot 22 round long rifle guns, held them off for like, was it like weeks or months or something, and all they had was like single shot 22s, and they held the German army off.
Wait, I thought they needed nukes and F-14s. Yeah, I remember when you were allowed to bring a rifle to school for hunter safety class. They used to have shooting classes at school. Teach you to become a marksman, better hunter.
Yeah,
Some
there's
things from
been 2 draw Muhammad contests, one in France and one in Texas. The one in France, like 150 people died. The one in Texas, 2 people died. Wonder what the difference is between France and Texas. Oh, Paris, France has some of the toughest gun laws in the world. So the argument's over. Like, as far as I can tell, the argument's done. After that,
See, when guns are made illegal, only criminals will have them. Wait a minute. The
criminals
police
and
have
cops.
guns.
Wait, what's the difference?
There is no difference. One got caught, the other one got caught. That's it. My PO said, I could have been in the same shoes as you. I just never got caught. And then he said, oh, I'm pretty sure you'll figure out what to do now that you're free. I was like, what's that supposed to mean? And he gave me the one-eyed wink. And I was like, oh, you're an Illuminati bastard. So you know what's coming.
Yeah, I've heard them say that these, Illuminati type or Masons or secret society type, they say that they're basically controlling everything. And if they don't like you, they could just have you like arrested and put in prison.
Yeah.
Right? And they like the whole conspiracy theorists because conspiracy theorists say like so many radical things without proof that it just like falsifies the whole conspiracy narrative. Right? But if you think about it, the oldest fraternity in the world, the largest fraternity in the world, and they're all like politicians and movers and shakers in the community, right? They're always like the guys who are like the judge or the lawyer or the defense attorney. And then all the cops are like Blue Lodge members. Well, I'm assuming all. Cops don't arrest cops, right? Well, Masons don't try to harm each other.
Right.
Right? They're not supposed to, unless it's like such an event to where they absolutely are forced to. Like if there's a public uprising, then they might give them, like the Epstein sweetheart deal.
Yeah, one of the last things that I told the PO was, so you mean there's hope for the son of the widow after all?
Yeah, I think I know the story. Hiram Habib.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just talk to Ryan. You know Ryan. You remember Ryan, don't you, Hank?
Oh, of course. Yeah. Were you there that night? He was drunk on the mic and I interrogated him.
Yes, you got it. Yeah,
Oh, I got him.
that was.
I don't know.
That was one of the reasons why he got his leg broken.
Hey, man, I don't know if you can blame that on me, bro. He was the one on the mic drunk.
I know. He's the profane one. Can't handle his booze.
Right. I was just doing my job as a journalist. Because I'm like writing all that shit down in my head.
Yeah.
Everything you said, bro. Shouldn't have been bragging.
Yeah. Last time I talked to him, I said, I've attained what many have seeked. And he goes, "Oh, what do you mean? Just ask me anything you want. Let's philosophize sometime."
But what voice do you belong to? Probably longer. You've been in hangouts like these longer than probably anybody in this room. So you ever notice when like a new person comes in the room, and if everybody will let me, I'll like politely interrogate them. Like, I fucking love that shit when everybody shuts up and lets me like ask the new people questions. Not so much in this server, but this server is about flat Earth and not people. But I love asking the new people questions.
Yeah, those are the good old days. And even back then, I had a suspicion that some of the people that were in there were in a cubicle.
Oh yeah, dude. Man. Okay, so I was truthing the whole time, right? I was talking about like 9/11 and stuff like that, and I was promoting ICANN network and stuff like that. Del Bigtree and Robert Kennedy Jr.
Yeah.
And I was like wondering, like, is anybody in here like a normal person? And then I thought that you were, and what's that elder lady's name, the redhead? From Kentucky?
Kitty? Oh, Denise.
Yeah, Denise. I thought she was a real person. I thought the girl from Florida, Armando's wife, I thought she was real.
Kitty, yeah.
Kitty, yeah.
I was always suspicious
I was wondering,
of Ray of
Sunshine?
Yeah. Always suspicious of him.
Ray.
You don't remember Ray of?
Yeah, I remember Ray. Yeah. Took me a second. I'm not good with names.
And then there was that other Dave Simpson.
The drunk nest monster?
No, the other one. The one that was like
Dave
IT
Simpson,
tech.
the Scottish guy.
Yeah, but there was two Dave Simpsons. You had Dave Simpson, the Gimp, and then you had Dave Simpson, the hacker. He was IT professional, and he usually had like the Joker avatar, who would only come on like in the mornings when he was at work.
I don't remember.
He's probably running the botnet.
Oh, another guy I thought was real. Everybody kind of made fun of him, but that white dude from Germany, the music guy, the symphony guy.
Shoot, that's Coffee's
older guy.
Yeah, Coffee's buddy.
Yeah, Coffee's boyfriend. Yeah, friend. Sorry, friend.
John.
Yeah, that's
John Carter.
Yeah.
John Carter of Mars. Yeah.
I thought he was real because a lot of people didn't understand what he was talking about, but he was talking about like Pedogate, like back before it was like popular.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, "Whoa, what the fuck is he talking about?" I was like, "Oh, John's been doing some research, y'all. Y'all don't even know."
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. I still talk to Peter Ban.
Dude, oh yeah, that guy was a sodomite. But yeah, I don't know why I hung out there so long. Anyway, glad you made it over to Discord. Not on Hangouts.
Oh yeah, remember Grim, Mr. Grim V?
Oh yeah, I've seen him around.
His was the first server I joined.
Cool. Yeah.
The EU. Yeah. And I see you, Hank.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah.
I see a lot of familiar names in there, actually.
Yeah, what was that elder lady that he hung out with? Like the pretty blonde?
Debbie?
Yes, Debbie. Dude, her Google Plus was like grade AAA, like truther.
Well,
Like, oh man, she was awesome.
You might want to head over to over there and just check out the Lynx Pharma.
Right? Yeah, those people over there, like, super props for their research on pharma.
Well, heck, Grimm's mother had AIDS, and he was cut up in a car wreck, and she died and was covered in her blood. And he never got it. So he knew something wasn't right about the narrative.
Yeah, I don't think that Grimm is a grabbler at all. I mean, maybe genetically, right? Maybe he's a descendant of grabblers, but I think he is a legit truther who just so happens to think that the Earth is a sphere. But his work on he can debunk gravity like some of the best flat earthers, as far as I'm concerned. In a debate, he's definitely an asset to have on your side rather than an opponent. Now, in here, he may seem like an opponent to everybody, but as far as debate in the normie rooms, he's an asset.
We had, I had on my channel Nathan and Buddy do a debate, right? Buddy lost horribly.
Buddy W?
Yeah. And yeah. I meant Grim V. Grim V was victorious. The last thing he said...
Yeah, Buddy hated Grim V.
The last thing he said before, like, rage quitting, suck my dick. I was like, what the hell? Who the hell would say that?
Yeah, that was, I don't know, a little weird spiraling there.
Yeah.
But yeah, a bunch of those dudes were like, I don't know. I think that, obviously Richard Garnash, obviously.
Oh, that dude.
He was a grabbler.
Pedo.
Obviously.
Pedo.
He's the one that was always talking about mental philia.
Yeah.
He said flat earthers are mental philiacs. Yeah,
well,
Richard Garnash, bro.
Not everybody can flee to Thailand.
Right.
Remember, were you there when I asked him about ladyboys? And he goes, oh, yeah, ladyboys are great.
Yeah, bro, they're all the same, bro. All of them are the same. It's like, I hate to do that, right? Because it's so terrible when people put labels on people. Yeah. But it's like all these grabblers, as some people call them, they're the same, man. They're exactly the same. Remember P-Mars?
Oh, yeah, that... Oh.
He told me he was a grabbler, and his real name is like one of those weird German names.
What about John Galicia, the Orthodox one?
I don't know who that is.
He hung out with
John?
The rabbi? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember one day he just kind of hung up on me. After I asked him where his loyalty was. Says, your loyalty with America or Israel?
I remember I asked him if he's a Hebrew. Oh, he flew off the handle at me.
Yeah, that's insulting, yes. Yeah.
I said, yeah, that checks out. You're not even who you claim to be. Then kick on his live stream.
Kicked you,
me out. Yeah. I said, yeah, checks out. You claim to be something you're not. Pretender.
Ethical Quantum Racer calls them pretender clowns.
And that was actually, oh shoot, I forget. I think it was, anyways, it was, like 2 weeks before the new year, because they have, a remembrance of the time they were in captivity from the time of Esther, right? And supposedly that's the only time that they can drink hard alcohol. And they were all up on the stream with their bottles of whiskey and go, oh, carrying on. Look. Noahide this, Noahide that. Look.
Oh, yeah, they're excited about the Noahide. They can't wait to put us Goyim into little death camps.
I hope everybody that's listening knows that Israel is not real.
And then if you get caught keeping the commandments, I think it says in the book of Revelation, he will be given power to wage war, those that keep the name Yeshua and keep the commandments.
Yep.
Or believe upon the name Yeshua and keep the commandments.
Given power to trample over the saints, the set apart ones. Yep.
Yeah, the Noahide law is coming. Forced, but they can't enforce it till the populations diminish. There's no way they can enforce it now. Even with a number of leftists and commies and anti-Americans.
And remember, they're not Jewish, they're Zionists. Not Jewish, they're Zionists. They built the Zion already, so why is there still Zionism?
And most of them are Christians.
Most of them are atheists.
No, I'm saying most Zionists are Christians.
Oh, yeah.
Especially here in the South.
Like, there's this one lady I was talking to from Palm Springs. Or no, not Palm Springs, Palmdale. Anyways, I was like, oh, yeah, because this, and this, and this, and started talking to her about Scripture, and she goes, I don't know anything you're talking about. I go, then you're a fake Jew. Oh, she flew off the handle. Look, I'm atheist, okay? Yeah, come on, reprobate. Ban.
Yeah, that'll get you a quick ban.
And I was like, I was the one that told you everybody that's commenting is not real. They're robots. You have never met these people. They're AI chatbots. And they're trolling you, and you're feeling bad about it because you're under their spell. But she's one of those stripper types. So, yeah, that checks out 100%. But anyways, are there any intelligent globers? Are there any intelligent globers? It's all right, I already knew the answer. No, there's not. Oh, well, I have a higher education level than you. Education is not intelligence. I'm sorry. You can have a master's degree and still be a dumbass.
Yeah, but if they got the degrees, then they can change the definition because level means curved. Straight means curved.
Yeah,
Right.
They don't even realize that degree means level.
That's what Charlie did yesterday, right? Well, I have this picture, and when I turn this dial, right, Earth becomes a ball.
What about that good old boy from Louisiana? I got a curved bridge to sell you. I definitely think Fatso What was definitely like a Mason or something. Not only because he was Scottish, but the way that he would troll like flat earthers constantly.
Yeah.
I've seen that he would go from like room to room, like trolling in the streams. And I was like, oh, this dude is like a straight up anti-flat earther. Anti-flurfer.
He's a haggis muncher. I remember he goes, you remind me of my brother. I was like, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And he goes, that's a good thing, trust me. Oh, I don't know. He's like, huh? And that snake Ruddy.
Was he a snake?
Yes. He may appear as a bird, but he's a snake.
Interesting. Yeah, I felt really bad the way that me and Ruddy parted ways. I don't pick up on social cues sometimes. And I was talking with Buddy. It was the last time I ever talked to Buddy. And he was like, oh, yeah, tell Ruddy I said F you. And I was like, okay. And then I told Ruddy, and I didn't realize that they had beef. I had no clue. So Ruddy was like, why are you going to do that? Call me out right here on my own live stream. And I was like, I'm sorry, bro. I didn't know.
You know he's a Mason, right? He's always showing off his craft. Yeah.
Uncle too, right?
Yeah.
What's up, my friends?
Who we talking?
Weekends, Mr. Weekends.
How's it going, guys?
Pretty good. You
Good,
still
bro.
on the
How you
fence?
I'm doing good.
Are you still on the fence?
Well, it's been a while since I've been on here to be. Well, you remember, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
But to be honest, I've been really busy. I haven't really been focusing too much. I just thought I'd chime in, say what's up to everybody, see if I can gain some knowledge.
What kind of knowledge
Too much
do you
sauce and too much bacon on my burger.
Where's your burger from?
Yeah, now you got a wet bacon burger. Deal with it, son. So what brings you to the server?
That means less sauce.
Is this the Bong's Burger server?
Or less bacon.
Yes, it's the Bong Smoker Burgers.
It's the balance server. It's the balance all things server, yeah.
So, Bong, we got a possible Glober in the house. And he sounds like he's ready to have an honest conversation.
Yes.
He's got a thirst for knowledge.
I just had
lunch. You guys talk about me, I'm guessing, because I just got on here.
Yeah.
So, what is knowledge?
So,
Don't
wait,
put too
hold on.
much
Who's the
mustard
homie
in
who
your
knows
burger
me?
sauce.
I'm sorry, it's been a while. I can't remember your name.
Yeah, I'm Hank. I don't know you.
Oh, Hank, I'm Chris. Or Mr. Weekends, whatever you want to call
Knowledge is knowing how many parts of each ingredient you need for the sauce. Balance, right?
Category error, bro. Go to the cooking channel.
If Bong can cook, so can you.
I was going to bring it back to flat earth, like the balance of water. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyways, what kind of knowledge were you looking for? Just general?
I don't know. I joined this a while back, and I just I listened in and all that. Like, I mean, last time I was saying that I was like, I wasn't really like leaning either way. Like, my both sides piqued my knowledge or piqued my interest, and so I stumbled upon this. I forget how even. Like, someone gave me a link, and I joined and listened. And you guys always have killer points, and it's been a while since I've been on, so I just thought I'd join back in.
Welcome back.
See what was going on?
Hey. Glad you come back to see us. So, what's the part that interests you the most?
I don't know. I like listening to all sides, and so I don't really have, to be honest, I don't really have a whole thing right now about wow. I just wanted to listen in. It's been a bit, and so I come here.
Sounds
with
like
all,
you have an empty cup, and you're thirsty for knowledge, huh?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
So, what if I told you that it's a new world? It's a completely new world than what you've been told. Well, there's a new world order. Do you know about the one world banking system?
Wow. Yeah, I know. I'm very limited in my knowledge of this stuff. That's kind of why I joined in the first place.
You know about the Federal Reserve, right?
Yeah. Isn't it? It's a private institution too, isn't it?
Right. It's not anymore, federal, and there is no reserve.
Not anymore.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're right. Go ahead, Josh.
It's all numbers on the screen.
Not anymore. Now it's a part of the U.S. Treasury Department.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, they integrated this. I would call it. It's not really a bastard. It's more like an abomination.
A beast. Amalgamation.
Doesn't sound very nice.
Yeah, because
I mean, from what I know, like I don't know, like I remember looking up a long time ago, and yeah, it's pretty fucked. Like just the way it's all set up, and it's all bullshit, really. You know.
You got it, bro. It's all bullshit. If people didn't participate in it, it would not exist.
100%.
For example, what is money?
Money just gives incentive, really. It's a made-up store of value. It's whatever the collective kind of agrees upon the value of it is, and that's what it is. But really, it doesn't do anything. You can't really eat it. You can't drink it. You can't build a home out of it. You know?
You used to be able to.
Money there is no money, but what we have is a medium of exchange, right? Well, we can exchange power, right? And the labor is our power that generates the system.
Huh. I like the way you put that.
Do you know what we used before we used paper money?
Paper
we still
money, I guess.
We still kind of use an archaic form of it.
Well, I think it went from like before paper money, it was like coins, and before that, it's probably like precious metals, right?
Well, it went from paper money to paper money with a promise to pay in metals, and then from there, now it's paper. Before paper, it was paper backed with gold. Before paper backed with gold, it was precious metals. Before precious metals, it was salt. Like thus salary. Really? Thus salary from sal for salt. Yeah.
Wow.
Or the term man's not worth his salt. Right? You can preserve foods with salt. You can even eat salt.
Oh, wow.
Now before salt, like World Empire of Egypt, right? They used bread as a form of payment.
Huh.
And before Egypt was Babylon, right? Samaria. And what did they use for money? Beer. They had like over, 240 recipes for beer?
Oh, wow.
All those can be converted into carbs, which is energy to run your body to produce the labor, which produces the so-called money, the medium of exchange of your time or your labor or your energy. We're all batteries, all of us. It's just like the movie. There's like fields and fields and fields of humans that are just like stuck in their little eggs where they don't think outside the box, and they're all just Duracell batteries for the elite.
Yeah, I believe that. See, I have to say real quick, this is why I joined this in the first place, because I love this kind of conversation. And I like hearing people who really are know about it, talk about it. That's why if I'm a little more quiet, I'm just listening.
Well, I mean, you just have to ask yourself these questions and then try to answer them to yourself. And you're not going to lie to yourself, right? Like, see, you never know. I could have a hidden agenda, but I can tell you I gain nothing from lying to anyone, right?
Yeah.
So you could think of it like this. Who would be the best one to answer a question that you have is yourself.
Someone
so you would have to
gain from it.
You would have to research out what those before you had found. Right? I mean, the words on pen and paper are eternal.
Yeah.
I mean, how long ago was Shakespeare alive? How long ago was Shakespeare alive? And there's still movies made about Shakespeare.
Yeah.
If exposing the lie makes them weaker, then that's what you gain, right? You gain freedom or some kind of, you're doing something. Or
and in fact, some people will even say that money is power. I go, what do you mean?
Well, that's the thing. With enough money, you can do in the system that we're set up as right now. If you have enough money, you can do pretty much anything. And if you don't have any money, then you can't do it.
What is enough money anyway?
It's based off slavery, right?
Yeah,
monster slavery.
That's slavery.
Index.
Just like in the Bible, it says that you're allowed to use usury against non-Israelites, right? So what they've done is they've got all the countries in the world to take these loans, right? And these loans makes you a debt slave. So this debt slave system, this Federal Reserve system, is not concerned with paying off the initial loan, right? They just want to keep you in perpetual slavery so that you're constantly paying interest.
Fiat.
So anytime you hear the word system, put the words Federal Reserve System in its place.
And every time you hear the word system, also think synonymously sewer.
The borrower is servant to the lender. Is in the Bible somewhere.
Because there is no republic if people don't want it. If they choose to take the democracy instead, where they supposedly get all this free stuff, there is no free stuff. Right? You're going to pay for it one way or the other. So you basically get to choose what you want to live in. But if everybody chooses to be ignorant, there's this saying that goes, those who wish to be both ignorant and free wish for something that never has been and hope for something that never can be.
Is air free though?
It depends. Is there a carbon tax in your country?
Okay, I don't know if it's out of line here. I don't know what the rules are, but where's everyone from in the world, if you guys don't mind me asking? I don't know if that's allowed or not.
Arizona.
From all around the plane?
I'm from California myself.
I'm sorry.
I'm in Sydney, Australia, bro. Yeah.
Australia.
I'm sorry. An American national, I'm a permanent resident here. Yeah.
And Toby says, "What's up, guys? Oregon."
Ew. Migrated. I'm an immigrant.
My sisters live in Oregon. I told them, "How does it feel to live in a bleeding blue liberal state?"
Oh, Josh, I just remembered something about you and little homie, but I'm not going to say it on air.
Oh yeah, he just got shot in the head too.
What? Are you kidding, bro?
Nope.
Is he all right?
Nah. He might be all right one of these days, but he's always going to have a girlfriend to open up a ketchup bottle for him.
Oh, you got to be kidding me, bro.
Yeah.
What do you mean he's going to have a girlfriend open up a ketchup bottle?
Left hand's paralyzed.
Dang. How to teach that little homie to shoot?
And he's only 19.
It's a bummer, bro.
My condolences, bro.
Heart goes out.
Well, he's the one that wants to run around like a little thug.
Thug laugh. Keeping it real.
Hank left.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yes, loud and clear.
Are we still flat?
It has always, yes. It is flat.
No measurable curvature. So
Hey, sorry. I was just looking at the voice text, and I don't really know much about Freemasonry or anything like that. Can anyone help me out with that?
It's modern day Judaism, like Kabbalah, Hinduism, all that.
What do you mean exactly?
It's about enlightenment, it's this whole...
So they're religious then, a religious group.
Yes, they have a God. Same God that's on the dollar bill, In God we trust. Their God.
It's a weird thing, huh, that everyone has their own God. But when you think about it, the whole concept of God in the first place would be that there's one. So no matter who you're calling your God, you'd be really talking about the same God, essentially, right?
No.
No?
Not
No.
really.
When you create your own idea of God, that's not correct. Right? Some people can create, like, say for instance, if you were to create for yourself a huge structure made of stone, and you tell everyone, this is my God because it provides me shade from the heat of the sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you bow down and worship it. And others will start bowing down and worshiping it because they say, yeah, it's true. It does block the sun, so, we're not getting burnt.
It's almost like ignoring that God is a person. If we're made in the image of God, if you think the creator is greater than you, right, and you're a person with personality and feelings, desires and all these things, right, like, you also have to accept that the creator who made you and those feelings, right, it might also have feelings like a person, you know what I mean, instead of like trying to say it's this force,
like jealousy.
Right. He can also be jealous. No, he or she, I think it's a he because, Bible.
Father.
Yeah.
Well, isn't God the concept kind of that God is like that? It's the all being, almost the source, right? So I don't think of personally. I don't see God as like a he or a she or anything. I see as the source of all creation, right? And
no.
So
no. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like the personality, right? You have to like.
You want this?
If you're hey, what's up, Hank?
Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
If you're a person with a personality and feelings, right, and you believe there's a source of that, then you also have to believe that source has a personality, is a person like you with feelings like you, and want you to identify him for what he is and his correct name and all these things, rather than trying to make up your own version of who he is, just like any other person.
Wouldn't the version that you're saying that you created yourself as well, or that you've been influenced by other people who've created this vision of this? Right?
No, because science shows us that there's a creator. It's not that we sit around and make things up. We discover.
Yeah, but you're putting your own thing onto it.
No, it's science. Science has agreed. Like evolution.
Right?
Evolution has been replaced by something called intelligent design, meaning DNA shows us that information comes from an intelligent mind, right? Which they're calling aliens now, right? But it's always been, when we think about the creator, God, that he must have an intelligent mind that designed everything. That's what science tells us when we study it. That's what the stuff we're studying tells us.
Okay, let's do some reasoning here, right? If it is a 0-point energy source, right, that's everywhere and everything and all that, would it have a name? A personalized name?
That would only be something that we'd put onto it.
Like I have a personalized name called Joshua, so I could say, "Hi, I am Joshua." Right?
It's basically just a form of identity, right? It's a way to identify
when God speaks to you, when Father speaks to you, he says, I am Yahuwah.
I am that I am. Right.
But just like when people say that the earth is flat or is a ball, even though it looks flat, see? It's the same thing they can make up about God. Like the evidence is in the creation, evidence of a creator, of evidence of what things are.
Like, for instance, have you ever read scriptures? Like any scriptures? Doesn't have to be the Bible. It could be the Quran.
I've dabbled in quite a few. I like a lot of Eastern philosophies, actually. Like I like
that's the problem. Those Eastern philosophies, that duality BS, that bullshit. That's all Freemasonry.
Interesting. And I just want to preface everything too as well. Like I apologize if I ever say anything offensive or anything. I don't mean it by that. I mean it in a purely
no, we
understand.
understand.
In a pure way,
think it's
you know, like
anti-creator. Yeah, it's against the creator. You know what I mean?
Like for instance,
those other religions and gods.
You know what I really like? Actually, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if you guys ever dabble in like Taoism at all? You guys know anything about
That's duality. That's duality,
The
and
way?
it's inherently
I do.
flawed.
Yeah, the way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so the thing about Taoism is, can you be a married bachelor?
No, because it's very
Yeshua is the
paradoxical.
way. If you think about Yeshua being the way, that's the way.
But in
just
essence,
listen
what
to
I
Hank.
do like about it is this: is that
Sorry, go ahead,
one,
Hank.
one
Sorry.
there has to be one in order to define the other, right? Like you can't say something's big without there being reference to something small, right? And so in that way, duality makes sense because it's like, you know, the only way to say that something is good is to have reference of something bad. Otherwise, it just is. So at the root of it, really, like without our judgment of going, it's this or it's that, it just is. Anything beyond that is just something we place onto it. Does that make
You don't
sense?
need
at
to
all?
do evil to know.
Hold on.
You don't have to do evil to know that you shouldn't do evil. You know, to know that this is good and that's evil. You shouldn't commit the evil to say, oh, now I know that it's evil or not. You know what I mean?
No, I understand what you're saying. Like, you know, for sure. Like, I know, like, without most people, I hope know, like, you shouldn't go rape someone because you know that's just not a good thing to do.
Right. The
Right.
Bible says that God's law is written on man's heart, for he is without excuse. So when people kill other people, or they rape, or they, you know, break one of the
It's not
commandments.
duality. Yep.
Right. So when you break one of the commandments, it's not like you could say, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to kill nobody. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to steal the pussy. Right. You know not to steal it. Right. You automatically know. It's innate. It's not yours. Right. You can't take it. That's the same thing with someone else's life. Or wife. Or property.
Would you not feel
God
bad
made
if
the
you stole
darkness.
something from someone?
He made the light and the darkness, and he said that both were good, right? So we just use it as an example, as an analogy, as a metaphor to good and evil. But good and evil are not duality. It's like you don't need to, you know, like evil doesn't need to exist in order for good to exist. Like evil is the absence.
I guess
of
I mean our
or of God
labeling of it. I guess that's right.
Because with
Versus light
duality,
and
we can say that what we perceive as light is really darkness, and what is darkness is really light. That is duality.
Yeah.
Right. So if
Because you need a reference to say,
But
that,
it's
you
not
know,
true.
In the
But it's
in
not
the
true. The
labeling
philosophy.
aspect, I guess.
But
right?
that's only in
I
the
guess it'd be
physical
more so in
context.
the-
God only means that in the physical context because of our eyes. We only see a spectrum of light. You know, some animals can see in the dark. To them, there's light there, so there's always light. You know what I mean? So that's what he meant by the dark and
Yeah, that's
the light
what
was good.
That actually blows my mind, is to think that, like, you know, other creatures are seeing a 100% different world than what we're looking at. You know, like I'm sitting right here looking at, you know, what I'm looking at, and if I were a bee, I would see a completely different world. You know,
Yeah, but if you were never think about it, if you were never told about the globe, nobody could ever tell you that it's a globe. You'd be like, what are you talking about? Like if you never went to school,
yeah, that's 100% true.
you would never know that that they say it's a ball. You would never know that because your eyes tell you it's flat. Right? So the people don't see it as something else. It's an illusion that they have in the forefront of their mind.
Because
and no
it's
matter
been so
what,
drilled into them, right?
Yes, it's brainwashing.
And it's almost like it's one of those. Actually, not almost. It's one of those things that's always from birth. This is how this is. This is how this is, right? Like that's what.
Yeah, you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be taught by your parents, right? Your
So you don't even think about it because you just like accept it as this is.
And they straight up lie on TV. So that's another big thing that people won't accept, that the TV is, that they're lying to them on TV.
Oh, the TV's
at school.
I don't like the TV at all.
All the
When you
stuff
think
they
about
teach at school is a lie.
how powerful a TV is, Imagine if you could go back in time, right? And you could make the natives of the land, whatever land you were trying to enslave, make them see visions that you wanted them to see and hear voices that you wanted them to hear. You could program to think anything you wanted to, and they would believe it. And just like the person who gets captured, eventually their captive becomes their friend, right? And then they'll fight, they'll fight to like save their captivity.
Dunning Kruger, yeah.
What's that? The
No, I
allegory of the
wasn't
cave?
talking about that. I was talking about Stockholm syndrome.
Oh yeah, sorry, wrong syndrome. Sorry, Stockholm syndrome. Yeah. Dunning Kruger is when you think you're smart when you're not, right? Yeah, something. When you think you're good when you're not. When you think it's a ball, it's not.
That's funny. Well, it's kind of like the allegory of the cave, right? Where it's like, you guys know that one, the allegory of the cave.
Yeah,
right?
the shadows. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Where it's like, that is life, and then until they get out, and they're like, whoa, wait a second.
These shadows are not the real thing.
This isn't.
Facts are just shadows of the truth.
Nice.
Muhammad Ali said it in his poem. That was an awesome poem, by the way, too.
Muhammad Ali was a talented guy. And a very
He said facts. Yeah,
smart
he
man.
wrote the poem and then he said it on TV. It was like, wow.
He's very creative.
Like a truther, a red pillar. Or I don't know, you had the whole Islam thing. The whole, Malcolm X. Bobby Fischer.
Muhammad Elijah.
Yeah. Nation of Islam.
I'm actually, a huge fan of those guys, right? And they believe things I don't believe, but some of the stuff they said was just so fucking awesome. As far as race relation goes, like Muhammad Ali was like really on point when he did that interview with that Brit guy, and he was talking about his woman. He wants his woman to look like him, so his grandchildren look like him. Right, and I'm not really the type to say, "Oh, you can't do that." Right, I don't care what other people do, but just what he said, like, made sense about you want to.
Bluebirds want to fly with bluebirds, right?
Yeah. But yeah, that made sense to me. And before he said it, I never really entertained the thought that way. I never thought like that.
What exactly was he saying? He was saying what?
He was saying how he wanted his woman to look like him and be from his tribe, right? That way they would have the same taste in music.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he wanted his
I'm
children
gonna be
to look.
honest. Like I'm white. I'm blonde hair, blue eye, white person. Right? But I am
The
attracted.
Chinese
But
man
I'm
might
not really
want to
attracted
listen
to white
some
girls.
Chinese music.
Yeah, I don't eat chocolate cake. I don't eat chocolate cake. Like, I will not eat chocolate cake. Not any
I
day
have a
of the week.
Mexican girlfriend, and I'm white.
I'm sure
as
she's
fuck.
hot. I'm sure she's hot.
Very beautiful.
Yeah.
You know, but
So that's the thing. It doesn't really
that's
matter
just
what
my
flavor of
opinion,
cake
though.
you
That's
like.
like
Yeah. European, you're Pexican. You're gonna have some of your Pexican children. Just kidding. Mexican.
They're gonna be crazy looking kids.
Dude, I met this chick. She was half Japanese, half Mexican, and she was like hot. She was a scientist, studies birds, came to the islands. She was so pretty, man.
Hey, are you on the islands? Are you in Hawaii?
No, I'm in Sydney. But she was really pretty. I was like, wow, Japanese and Mexican. Pretty hot.
That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a Japanese Mexican chick.
A Japa Mexican.
Yeah, it looked like a South
Mexinese?
American with Asian eyes. Yeah, she was hot. You could tell she was Japanese though.
Interesting.
I mean, you can't help it, right? When you're born, you're born. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, we were all born as well, and whatever bodies we were born into.
I think Malcolm X would have left Islam, probably became a Christian or something.
Oh no, I don't. You know, I try not to tie to any religion myself. I think that I like the saying that God is too big for one religion. I like that because I think that like the concept of God being the whatever, the all-knowing or the all-powerful or the creator, all these things. It's like I think that things get twisted. We're humans, right? So we mix things up, just like we're talking about with the globe versus flat Earth. Things get distorted, things get twisted for control's sake, right? And I think that a lot of religion is control based as well. You know, I think that there's good things and good things in all of them, and I think there's a lot of twisted, weird things in all of them as well. And so I think that it's
But
like
here's the
at
thing.
the most pure source, it's like, you know.
Here's the thing, though. All the other religions, as far as I could tell, they say that you'll be measured based on how good you were, right? And Christianity, it's different. It's the only one that says that there's no way that you can be good, right? So you are redeemed. You're already pre-purchased. All you have to do is accept the reservation that Jesus Christ has given you, like a hotel reservation into the afterlife. But the thing is that after you accept it, you can't just keep on doing the same old things that you were doing before. So you have to change, and you have to produce, you know, good deeds, right? And as far as I can tell, all the other religions are different from that one, because I've studied the major religions, except for Islam. I haven't studied Islam yet, but I will. And as far as I can tell, like Taoism, you know, teaches you to be good. Like Buddhism teaches you to be good and to be kind and to share and all that stuff. And I'm not going to mention Judaism because I'm not sure that I've even studied the correct Judaism because I haven't studied the Karaite Jews. But yeah, Christianity is the only one that says, "Nah, bro, you ain't good. Like none of us are good, but he was good, so try to be like him." So basically, we're told to try to be good, and he showed us the way. And he showed us how to be good, right? And he was very anti-establishment. So he talked about his kingdom not being of this world. So he's basically trying to show you the way, and he's trying to redeem you with the path of the Creator. Now, the funny thing about the Creator, if there was a Creator, wouldn't he send ambassadors? Right? And wouldn't these ambassadors try to, you know, show you the way, like go back to the old way, the old law, the natural law? And wouldn't he send like his greatest ambassador? But not only that, when he sent his message to mankind, wouldn't he try to authenticate his message? And then you look at the letters, because in Hebrew, letters are words and numbers at the same time. And right there in the very first sentence, there's an encoded message in the book of Genesis, which predates Christ because the Greeks have had it for that long. So we've compared it with the scrolls that we get from the Holy Land to Greece, and they're identical. And right there in the first sentence, it talks about the Son of Man being wounded in his hand. Right there in the letters, the message is authenticated. So if there is a creator, you might want to find out who he is and what he wants. And I think the worst that you could do is just ignore that. I think the best thing that you could do is like, maybe this guy is telling the truth, and maybe I should look into it just for a little while, right, to see if he's telling the truth. Because I think it's the best thing that you could do is love God and love your fellow brother, your mankind, and to serve God through serving your fellow brother and sister, which is mankind. Like, I don't think there's any like higher goal that you could aim for.
I don't
And the
think so either.
Ten Commandments are flawless. If that was the only laws in the land, just 10 rules, imagine how prosperous we would be. But instead, we got international law, we got federal law, then there's state law, and then county law, and then, while you're at it, city law, right? And all these jurisdictions exist simultaneously, so you could be charged with any law that you broke, right, within any of these jurisdictions. Or we could just follow natural law. You know, don't steal from your neighbor, right? Like, love your neighbor and don't lust after his Porsche. You know, don't steal your neighbor's wife. Or if your animal harms his animal, you should probably agree with him outside of the court, right? Agree with him quickly so you don't have to go to court and compensate him to his former glory. I mean, this is all stuff that people do every day anyway. So it's almost they recognize, like, hey, in a society, what are we automatically doing? Right? What makes a successful society? Right? And it's like, hey, write these things down. You mean these things that we're already doing? Yeah, we're going to write that down, and that's going to be the law of the land. And Moses was coming out of slavery, out of Egypt, and going in to be free, and he had to brainwash the people how to be free. What he was doing basically was he was creating a government on top of the mountain so that they wouldn't be so lawless. And think about the best way to create a government is with these natural laws. Everybody just follow these natural laws, and you're good. It's perfect to think about. Like how perfect of a government that he created on top of that mountain.
And
Or
I want to add that
the day he was living in. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add that thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife is a biblical law, not a court law.
Yeah, it's biblical. But like I said, all these laws are. Like, you know, the laws about procreating with your next of kin, your sister or your brother or something. Like, you automatically do that without even thinking about it.
Not always.
Well,
you have incest,
unless you're
so
a Rothschild, right?
You have to use the Bible because you have incest. Keep you straight.
Okay, yeah, there were incidences of incest in the Bible, but that's just history, bro. Like, you think all the Rothschilds ain't related?
Hey guys, I got to get some sleep because I got work early. But I just want to say thanks for the convos. I appreciate it, and I enjoy hearing what everyone has to say. Yeah, I'll be back soon. Have a good night, my friends.
Dude.
Bye.
Was he the one that asked about Freemasons?
No, me and Josh were talking about Freemasons earlier. You got anything to share?
No, but my father-in-law just joined. My wife said just joined the Freemasons, and I don't think he knows anything about anything sinister.
He'll find out before too long once they start asking for his assistance. But he'll have to ask for their assistance too. Does he have his own business? Your relative, does he have his own business? Eartha Godric. Herman Godric.
Sorry, go ahead. What about assistance?
Does he have a business?
He's a business person. I don't. I think he might have a small business, like
It's definitely it's definitely going to grow exponentially. His business, watch it take off like crazy. but nothing's free. Just remember that. So he's got to pay something.
Right. He has to pay the piper.
Yep.
So what you're saying is you wouldn't sell your soul. What you're saying, and people do. Obviously.
No, I would not sell my soul for information. There was a time where I was very apathetic and frustrated with the normies that I was trying to basically save them from the jab and other evil deeds that they were doing. But I was very frustrated because all these kids, kept getting messed up. It's like I tried to warn them. Like I posted all this information, and now, your kids are messed up and or dead. And at one point, I was thinking about joining, but I would never do it now that I'm older and I understand better. But I was so frustrated with the way that people are. I was very apathetic, like I said, and I was like, man, maybe these people are sheep. Like, maybe they don't want to know. Like, maybe this information isn't for them. Right? And I was really upset, I was really emotional. And the more I thought about it, I was like, no, I'm not going to join. I'd rather be a free agent.
You can get information, but you can also get money for your soul.
I don't care about money. I was wanting the information. So the way I understand it, the way it was explained to me, these Masons, what they do is they tell you, look, go into this library of ours and pick these books and go into it assuming that there's no misinfo and disinfo. So you're supposed to go into the library and pick up the books and read what they wrote and assume that it's all true.
Go on.
Right, but that's it. Like, how can it all be true? Right, because it leads to Luciferianism. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but from what I can tell, it's effectively like an extremely fascist gang, the Masonic Order. And I say fascist because one stick is weak, many sticks are strong. Fasci means a bundle of sticks. So these people are very fascist with one another. And even though some of them are criminals and some of them are like district attorneys, they're all working together. So if one guy commits a crime and let's say he steals a whole bunch of money, well, he gets like 5 years in prison. So he's willing to take 5 years, right? Because he's going to have people looking out for him while he's on the inside. And then when he gets out, there's all that money. So I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. I mean, why wouldn't you work together in your brotherhood to advance knowledge and power? Why wouldn't you get together and conspire, right? If you own, both sides, the court and the criminals, why wouldn't you get together and enlarge your influence of wealth and knowledge and increase the power differential that is this knowledge differential? And people perish for lack of knowledge. Right?
I just thought of something. That's good. That's good. I just thought of something now. You always see on TV, on the news, hey, Freemason financial corrupt ring busted. Jewish corrupt ring busted. You never hear that on TV. It's usually the small guy who gets busted.
Right.
The
scapegoat.
The base criminal.
Well, see, it's not just the Masons, right? So what we're living under is like an oligarchy, but it's plural, so it's an oligopoly, right? And this oligarchy means that basically the corporations have taken over, and they are our leaders, so to speak. Even though it's not true, but that's basically what kind of system we're living under right now. Because Big Pharma is lobbying the United States government in Washington more than the people are. Meanwhile, the people are voting with ballots. Meanwhile, Big Pharma is voting with dollars. Which one's going to move the politician in their favor, right? And until the people realize that they have the right to lobby their government, and there could be a party that lobbies against Big Pharma, and these people lobby against Big Pharma to where there's more of us than there is of them, and we can outvote them with our dollars, we're not going to be able to take the system back. But it all starts with education. And a lot of that has to do with the media. And they control way too much of the media, and they've really turned our internet into some sort of South Korean-like internet where they're censoring us to the point to where we can't state true facts, even if they are true, until they come out to be true by the mainstream. So this whole fake news, even though you got New York Times? Even though they got busted pushing Chinese propaganda, right? They can get away with it because they're not fake news, because they've been ordained to be real news, even if they're pushing Chinese propaganda and getting paid for it.
Fact checking depends on who's checking the facts.
Who's checking the fact checkers? Because what these fact checkers are doing. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, the guys with money. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Bill Gates, right? He's like a lot of the fact checkers can be traced back to Bill Gates. So what they do, these fact checkers, according to the Corbett report, is they debunk the straw man version of the argument, and then once they debunk it, they put it out there that, this has been debunked, right? So people are like, irreducible complexity, that's been debunked. It's like, really? How did you make the mousetrap work without the spring then? Go on. I'll wait. So like I was saying, it's not just the Masons, right? It's the Knights of Malta, the Knights of Columbus, the Jesuits, all these secret societies, right? They own all the big sports teams and all that stuff. And they're always like movers and shakers in your community. But what they're doing is they're piecemealing away your rights piece by piece by putting them at the bottom of bills that sound like the Patriot Act or the Get Free Money Act. And then at the bottom, you read that son of a bitch and it's like, whoa, how did they sneak that in the bottom? And it's like Nancy Pelosi says, well, I can't wait for you guys to pass this so we can read it. That's not how shit's supposed to be working. Like, that is like huge red flags that this is no longer a republic. It's been converted into an oligopoly. And the Speaker of the House, you would think that this is probably the most patriotic person, third in line to be president. But you have to ask yourself, if this person is a dual citizen, where do their allegiance lie? Do their allegiance lie with the United States of America, right? The people? Or do they lie with the Zionist state of Israel? And if they lie with another state, how could they be our leaders? We didn't elect these people to be like dual country citizens who are in it for like maybe another country. And if you think this is crazy to contemplate, do you think that Nancy Pelosi or Dianne Feinstein would ever go to Israel and campaign to take the guns away from the Israelis? Never in a million years, right? Only from us. Because the thing is that communism is complete when the guns are taken away from the Americans. The only thing that stops them from implementing this communist takeover to where everybody dies after the farmers, just like it's been in history over and over again, is the fact that we have guns. That's the only thing. And if you don't believe us, ask Australia. You guys having a good time, mate?
What's happening with Australia?
Yes, an excellent time. Everything is going according to plan.
According to plan.
Fire the laser.
Oh, I love it when a plan comes together.
I love it when a tragedy doesn't go to waste.
All we need is the right crisis to usher in the new world.
The new world. Where it's not the laws of the jungle, not natural law.
A big idea.
And all we got to do is convince people that they live on a spinning water ball created by gravity, created by a Big Bang, a godless Big Bang. That way they never realize that their rights are inalienable, unalienable rights from the Creator. And anyone that doesn't know that they have rights and they don't stand up for their rights has no rights. If you can't assert your rights in 3 seconds, you have no rights.
The news is saying that parents shouldn't speak to their kids in their houses, in their homes, because it might further spread the disease, the virus, the plague.
But the CNN consumption is completely unlimited.
Channel 9 News, yeah, it's the local. It's like, Prime Minister's gang, like that.
The Communist News Network.
The news, the TV is saying this.
It's her body, her choice. Well, what about the jab? Except for the jab.
Bill Gates. He's excited.
It's equal rights for women. What about Saudi Arabia? Oh, we love Saudi Arabia. Except for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, the next phase is coming and he's excited for it. It's going to be real.
What about freedom of religion? We love that, right? Oh, except for the Palestinians.
They're not going to believe it the first time. But when we really release
What about minorities? What about minorities? We got to protect the minority, right? Yeah, except for South Africa.
I don't think Saudi Arabia is on the same circuit as the U.S. and Europe.
It might be a real vaccine.
What about tolerance? Yes, tolerance from me, but not for thee, right?
First, you have to release the virus. Then the vaccine will be on. Ebola was scarier, It's like, whoa, Ebola. But it wasn't as global. Get it? Global? Because you're on a globe? Because you think you're on a globe? What if the Earth is not a globe? It ruins everything.
In a world that only exists on TV or in your head.
And it kills the what's your
In a world that only exists in your wildest imagination. Funded by taxpayers to brainwash the children.
I used to watch PBS and all that, and I used to like the Endowment Foundation. I was like, what is that? I found out it was the New World Order. It's like, oh yeah, okay, Freemasons. All right, of course. That makes sense. Sesame Street and all those educational programs. So you're a Mason when you graduate high school. You're pretty much like a first degree Mason because you think the earth is a ball. Your God is on the dollar bill.
No, you're not a Mason when you graduate high school. You're a slave. Masons are teaching people how to be free men because, like I said, knowledge is power. If you don't know how to be free, then you're going to be a slave. So people that work at McDonald's make enough money to pay for their housing, right? To pay for their travel back and forth to work. But they don't ever really make enough money to own their own house. So if you work at McDonald's, you're a modern day slave. And that's what
college.
school teaches
College. When you get a college degree, you're like a first degree Mason. You're the Mason that thinks, God, that doesn't know that Masons are bad guys. Maybe. Degree, right?
You're not one of them until you get your master's.
You're a master.
Right. And then when you get your doctrine, you're highly indoctrinated. That's why they say your doctrine.
Higher learning.
Doctorate, excuse me. Yeah.
You'll be a part of a fraternity if you do well. If you're talented enough and kick ass, show yourself to be a useful tool. Might get some money.
And what is money other than energy?
Easy life. Easy until it's not easy.
What's always amazed me is the people that are killing the saints in the book of Revelation. They think they're doing right by God. They think that they're doing God's work.
Yeah, they even killed God's son, right? And God's son of God was like, forgive them, for they know not what they do, right? Exactly what you said.
That's what I say at stop signs when people cut me off. These people don't know what they're doing. So it's a four-way stop. So when the car goes in front of you, it's your turn next, right? No, it's when the person to your left goes, then it's your turn. Like, how did you get your license?
China.
China. You just got to grab them by the vagina.
Have you seen traffic in India? Like, the hell is it?
Traffic?
Yeah, traffic. Like,
yeah, India's like God's armpit.
One of those Asian countries is like.
Yeah, there's a very, very nice Chinese woman that I spoke to during my son's Taekwondo. And she was explaining to me, is like, yeah, you can work 100 hours a week. Like, well, I'm only getting paid for 40. Well, we can fire you and find someone else that's willing to do it. Okay, I'll work 100 hours a week. No problem.
But do you get paid 100 or just 40?
There's 4 times more people there than there are here. So it's like, if you won't do it, okay, we'll find someone who will.
But that's probably a lot more than what they make their average, right?
Just a lot of hours.
Yeah, they get paid chump change. Haven't you heard there's like, what is it, that there's nets outside of the Apple and Samsung place? Like jump nets outside of the buildings?
Damn.
So that they can't open a window and kill themselves? You know your business is profitable when you got nets outside the buildings, right? That's a good business model. That's good business. And see, everybody says that it's capitalism, but it's not capitalism. This isn't a true form of capitalism.
How many people
This
have
is
actually
crony.
jumped?
Enough for them to put up a net to stop loss.
Dang.
Yeah, because every time one jumps, you got to retrain a new person. But yeah, it's not capitalism. This is crony capitalism. Right? Like I said earlier, this isn't a republic. It's an oligopoly. Or unelected officials like Bill Gates and Anthony Fauci. Right? They're the ones speaking for the corporation. They're the talking heads. They're the puppets. While the puppet masters are the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the Kennedys. Fill in the blanks. All those Italian names.
J.P. Morgan. The Mel.
No, he only owned 15% of all of his assets.
Yeah.
So it was the Rothschilds.
Are all the presidents related? Cousins?
Yeah. You know what happens when a guy gets two sisters pregnant and they both have boys? Brother cousins. All the presidents are brother cousins. Right? Because they're all cousins, right? But they're all in that fraternity, right? So they're all brothers. So all the presidents of the United States are brother cousins.
These guys, so they made it far enough by they learned from the royals the mistakes that the royals in Europe were making. So when they came here, they made sure it was far. It was still in the family, but they spread it out so that eventually, you know what I mean? The bloodlines are not going to be so, not the mutations, you know. So I think that's
Flatline. There's no superior bloodline. Yeah, next time somebody mentions like flat earth music, we gotta bring up B.O.B. because, and
cool song.
I never really liked rap when I was a kid until I discovered conscious rap because I was exposed to gangster rap and I was like, this is kind of funny, but you know, rap is funny to me. Like it makes me laugh.
Can you play us some B.O.B.?
Coming out of Compton.
What, bro?
Oh, sorry.
Can you play us some B.O.B.?
I don't think I can, but someone else might be able to. I mean, maybe I can. I just don't know how, to tell you the truth.
I think rap could be really funny, like Eminem and other really funny raps. It make me laugh too.
I think conscious
I
rap
laugh
can be
when I listen to rap.
poppy. You know, I think you can make conscious rap sound, you know, popular.
Dude,
like,
I
you know.
love conscious rap. Oh man, it is so good. Like it speaks to my soul.
Yeah, you bump it in the radio at like home.
I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Conscious rap? What is that?
You know, like B.O.B. talking about Wi-Fi, cook a blank in a sleep. You know, like you're like, what?
You know, like,
and
yeah,
you type
rap
it in,
that's
you like
good.
learn about Wi-Fi, and you know, it's like maybe we should turn that off while we sleep.
I guess you could call it conspiracy rap. Yeah. Hip hop when it first started with like Africa Bambaataa and them, it had a new age feel to it. So I think hip hop at its core has a new age agenda behind it. And conscious rap is that thing. But then, you know, hip hop, gangster rap, you know, and all this other stuff, the prison industry, drugs, you know, and now, you know what I mean? Yeah. Conscious rap. You guys heard of Tom McDonald?
Hank?
No.
No. Because these are conscious rappers, but they don't talk about flat Earth. Yeah, that's like not conscious enough. Fat woke rappers.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, most rap makes me laugh like a lot. Because it's the way that they talk, their slang. I'm not used to it. But like the conscious rap, like, makes you think, right? And you can't laugh when you're listening to it. And there was so much stuff in B.O.B. songs that I had to like Google because I wasn't aware of it. Like he knew like more than me. And the fact that he could put it all into a song, it's like just amazing. But yeah, these people that tell stories in music and they're talking about real life. I think like art is like the last like true free speech, right? And music is obviously the first science and the first art.
Yeah. Now you can still kind of get the message across the medium. It gets around the guard, the conscious mind, and gets to the subconscious, the music, and then the words are delivered to the music.
Yeah, like that one song where B.O.B. is singing something about Cherokee in my bloodline. He's talking about that, right? Like there was one like famous person, and he had like a Native American like headdress, with all the feathers from all the coups that like the chief would do throughout his life. And like he was like reprimanded, so he was like apologizing for wearing it. Right? But when he had that thing on his head, it's like obvious that he was a descendant from a Native American. And that's what they don't want, right? They don't want people to know who they are. They would rather people fight about black, reparations, when the blacks have already been given reparations. They just forgot who they are. And not all of them. Some of them, some of them are.
They want you to adopt their culture.
And then the cultural appropriation that goes along with a lot of it. And then, stuff like gangster rap and the tall Israeli. Right? A lot of people don't realize like what's really going on.
Yeah, they create cultures and then they want you to adopt it and not identify with your roots to the earth, the digital world, like an artificial world they create. You can be whatever you want to be, even a god.
And I can't believe I've been getting good signal all day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still can't believe that Charlie guy called us ignorant. And then Indio demolished his refraction argument. And he still went back to it. Music. And we are the ignorant guys. Right?
Like a cow chewing its cud goes back. In the good book, bro.
A pig or a cow or a dog, goes back to his vomit. Pig goes back to the mud.
So, yeah. That dog went back to its own vomit. Funny old world, isn't it? The one that they sell to us.
I hope it was clear for the audience that that guy was just playing a game, right? Just playing his games, practicing his width. He would make a good
Practicing his
politician.
rhetoric.
Yeah, he would make a good politician.
You know, when we say mind control, people don't know what that means, right? They're like, "What do you mean controlling my mind?" Like, it's like they haven't read enough books or learned enough to understand what it means to be mind controlled. Anything like a puppet or something. Just through the senses, through the propaganda, through the system. I didn't mean to rumpus. I'm high, man. Sorry, Roger.
Hey, go ahead. Driving. We have Weedy joined us. Maybe he wants to talk about the shape of the Earth.
Talk about a ball, a sphere that he probably thinks he lives on. That matters.
Spinning space pear. You can always claim it's locally flat, right? That's your way out. It's locally flat, guys. It's a simulator. When I dial this
How can a
knob-
ball?
Yeah, go ahead.
How can a ball look flat?
No, they know. Somehow you think they get paid to do, or it's just them practicing their debate skills, right? They know they're lying. They know they have nothing. So they use it to try and practice their game.
They're agents. They get paid. Maybe they have a debate class and they're just practicing how to debate. Yeah.
Yeah. So when people ask you about the South Celestial Pole, what do you say?
You say. You're begging the question that there is a. Yeah, you're begging the question that there is a South Pole on a ball.
Yeah, but I'm talking about whenever they say that like, say you can take time lapse of star trails, right? And it looks like it converges around a singular point in the sky in the south.
The case?
I can't actually verify that that's even a real time lapse that exists, but
right.
I would say it's evidence that it's not a ball, but I wouldn't know how to explain it.
you are still seeing the stars move across the sky either way, not that you're turning underneath. So I don't even let them get to that point. You can't explain any of the movements of any of the luminaries, right? In the first instance.
Yeah. Yeah. Is the solar Saros cycle is an observation from the Earth, so the model's already broken because it doesn't really fit, and there's no curvature. Yeah.
Why did you ask, Whitson?
Well, just a bunch of people have been asking me, and I just asked them for verification of the time lapse, and then they'll get a picture on Google. I don't know. It's not particularly convincing to me. So
I live in Australia.
Fake. There are two star trails. It seems like I wouldn't try to call out the photos. It's fake.
Yeah, but in Australia, the stars go from east to west. The same as the sun.
I'm not talking about the stars going east to west or them looking quote unquote clockwise or counterclockwise. We're talking about the appearance of circles around what they claim is the celestial South Pole.
This is something that I've dealt a lot with because I have a friend that was an old school flat earther, kind of like veered away from it, went off on his own for a while because of the southern star trails are a contention that seems to be just ignored as far as an argument on the flat earth side, and it's actually a win for the flat earth side if you look at it as two adjacent circles of stars in the sky next to each other, not on the top and the bottom of a ball, like a titty earth type thing, where there's two circles in the sky and they work like thermodynamics, constantly fluctuating in and out, just like when you see like lead on a piece of paper, you put the two diodes there and it makes a little circle pattern. That's possibly what's creating some kind of continuous motion to it all, that charge. But on the top and the bottom of the ball doesn't work in any way. In fact, if you could get out past Easter Island far enough in a boat, you might even be able to see those stars separating from each other 360 degrees in the opposite direction. In fact, my friend E1, I'll drop a video where he explains the whole theory on this. That's a possibility of what it could be. If we could actually see those stars separate and go like completely opposite direction to each other, and then meet up again at the celestial equator and go through the middle, and the Milky Way is torn apart, which goes along with the legend of Quetzalcoatl being torn, the dragon being torn apart in the sky. It could be what they were describing. But the crazy thing is that if that is the case, then they're coming back and then meeting up completely perfectly with the other part of the Milky Way to recreate that illusion through the middle of the area that we're allowed to go to on this plane, right? So if it's two adjacent circles in the sky, that would answer it. That ends the argument. The ballers always take that as a win when the flat earthers always go with the one answer of all stars go east to west. Well, actually, they are circular motions, so you can't just say east to west because they're actually going in circles, not just one direction. So through the celestial equator, they're all going east to west through that area for sure. But then they circle around. So that's not east to west. That's counterclockwise and clockwise.
Yeah, I mean, I think if your answer is like the only way stars works on a flat Earth, like that's not a good answer. I like your answer. That's a cool answer, but I just don't like. I don't like when people say stuff like that. I'm trying to actually reach the people that are new to the conversation. They hear there's supposedly a south celestial pole, and they see these pictures, and they're like, "Oh, this makes sense on a ball." And they're trying to understand it, and so whenever you just hand wave dismiss it and say it could only work on a flat Earth, like that's not.
No, I'm not saying you're hand wave.
No, you're not. You're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're giving that. You're saying they're adjacent, two circles, and that's what's apparent. That we're seeing two circles of stars in the skies, and that things work in pairs, especially when you're talking about electrical fields or whatever they are, however they're working. So we're not allowed to go to a certain area where we might actually see them separate from each other, which is an answer rather than just saying, hey, they all go east to west, or trying to say it's just a reflection like that one video seems to show. So they're looking at it as a win, and a lot of the Globers are still Globers because flat Earth doesn't have an answer for the southern celestial stars. That's like the one thing that they think is in their pocket. But it could be the opposite. If it could be proven that it's not the top of the, they're adjacent. It's obvious. And the 3 stars of Orion seem to be, according to what my friends figured out, that those 3 stars are the only 3 stars that don't go in the opposite directions and circle around. It's like almost like a Pac-Man effect. They go through the middle and then they disappear, and then they go through the middle. And the 3 stars of Orion are the ones that, the only 3 stars supposedly that can be seen anywhere in the area that we know of as Earth, right? So that it seems like they were using those for navigation. And there's more than just the pyramids in Giza that are lined up to match the formation of those 2 stars. There's places all over the Earth, and if you line up the Orion's belt with those monuments, from Easter Island all the way over to the other side, you would find where the continents are supposed to be. And in fact, then you could look up at Orion, and by knowing the time and the place that you are, you'd be able to figure out where you are on Earth by knowing where the 3 stars of Orion are over a certain monument on a certain day and time. And maybe that's why that they built those monuments, so that they would be able to know where they are on Earth by looking at the sky, which is kind of ironic, because we always say looking at the sky tells nothing about the Earth, right? But it could be that it's a coordinate thing with monuments. I'll send you a video. I think that's a huge thing, because it would actually show you where the continent could be in accordance with Orion's belt. That's why they made those specific spatial distances between the things in Arizona, or they're all over the place. But it lines up the equator, or the celestial equator, and the celestial equator is not the equator; it's a totally different thing, which is another point you could bring up. Anyway, I'm babbling.
Oh no, thank you, man. Again, I just think the worst approach is hand wave dismissal. I'm just saying this to the group of people here. I don't like that approach, man.
You shouldn't have anything to worry about in any argument. When they feel like you're trying to put them off from not asking that question, like you're trying to win the debate rather than knowing you're right. It's not about winning the debate. It's like they have nothing. Who cares
exactly
about who decides that the debate's won by whoever? It's like there's nothing. Flat Earth is bulletproof, and there shouldn't be any avoidance of anything, because there's a possibility that this are adjacent stars. In fact, that makes more sense.
And so I always tell them it's not about being right or wrong when it comes to this topic.
Yeah.
It's literally like discovering what you live on. Like they have the mindset of like trying to fight you all the time. Like, the Earth is not flat. How could you? And then when you start shutting them down, they just run away. Like they just, I gotta go and shit like that. Right. So, they don't actually care.
This is one of the only things they think they got. They think that it looks like a celestial pole and there's not a star, but that's because you're on the bottom of a ball. And when Flat Earth's response is just stop pointing to the sky, I get it. I understand. As a person that's new to the conversation or something, that's not satisfying to them, right? Like that is right. You can measure the surface.
You're avoiding it because you just want to win the argument.
Exactly. Which is what Globers do, right? And that's what's made it's a bad look.
Exactly. It's not necessary. That's why it's been frustrating, because E1 and I used to talk about this for hours. It was showing me he has all of these translucent that he has in layers.
Now he dropped. But you wanna, when they say to you that the southern stars prove it's a ball, you're basically going with them in there, begging the question that it is a ball, right?
No, but a genuinely curious person is going to say, then why does it look like the stars are going in circles around a central point in the south? That's just a genuine question.
No. Right. But people ask, what is the moon, right, or the sun? You can't give an answer for that either.
That's correct, but it's at least cool to be honest and say that we don't know all of the answers. Like not just act like it's a dumb question. It's a
Well, that's
reasonable question.
right, but I understand. But then you have to explain them that they are asking this question because they believe they're on a ball, right? So they look at the southern stars and say, well, of course it's a ball because we see these stars going this way, and that couldn't be anything else, right? So that would be the fallacious part of it. And then when you explain them that you first need a ball for them to claim that it couldn't be anything else, then I mean, if there's no curvature, how can it be a ball that where so I don't think that's hand waving it away, right?
Well, sure. I just
Feel
think
like
that we
that.
need to try to make all of our arguments as strong as possible. Like
I
even the
know.
questions we can't fully answer, we should have at least something of an idea. Like just because like an open-minded person, I'm not really talking about globe zealots. I'm just talking about an average person. I mean, we can say in here, look, you're not listening. There's no proof of the ball. It can't be a ball, and they're just gonna leave Discord and then think, okay, the flat earthers can't answer this question. I agree with you that it's fallacious. It's a begging the question fallacy. But like, you know, we should still try and think about what's going on, right? Because it may actually impact the rest of our arguments. For me, I'm in pursuit of truth, not really, just. I think it's really easy to debate Globers. I could do it like after chugging a fifth of Jameson at this point. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I just want to know what's going on, or at least like use our mind. I guess what I'm saying is to just throw it on the back burner and not ever address it as a group of people that are flat earthers. Never like that. I don't think that's effective. I think that's us kind of falling in the loop of circular conversation where we should try to figure out everything that we can. We can't figure out everything, but we should at least keep looking into it. I think the same thing with the electrostatics thing. It's like we should never just sit complacent, I think, because who cares about them, right? What's our true motivation? Is it to be the special boys that figured it out and that we're right? Or is our true motivation to figure out what we don't know?
Right. Well, yeah, you have these demonstration of domes putting over circular lines, right? Where you see that they move in a different way. You've seen this, right?
Yeah, that's one of my favorite.
Right. So, of course, it's speculation. You can't prove anything of it, but that's an explanation, right? Globers come here and only use explanations. I mean, something that they need to provide the empirical evidence of curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without containment. The only thing they have is explanation. We have all the evidence, right? Except for some things where we cannot go or don't have the means to. So, I mean, you can show them that dome about over the circular lines and tell them, oh, it might work like this, but I can't tell you exactly because I can't go there. So I can tell you a lie or a story, but right?
Yeah, for sure.
I wish we could actually go there and check it out.
Did you get fined or did you get your speaker back?
No, we can't get it back till after the court date, apparently.
Okay. Wow.
Wow, they took your speaker.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
You gonna get a new one?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna buy one today, but no Best Buys within the like 500 miles that we
Wow.
drove today had one. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you will get it back and then probably auction it, right? This is the speaker that was taken away.
Yeah, what a douchebag. We're gonna take your flat earth sign and the speaker. Yeah, okay. You're triggered.
Yo, hold on. Who took your speaker?
As evidence.
The cops.
For what?
Oh, I got
I mean, if
arrested
they were,
yesterday
if they were,
for
if they were trying to take evidence, they would have taken the camera and the speaker missing.
You got arrested?
Yeah.
Cited, right?
For disturbing the peace?
Well, I mean, he called it a federal arrest and release, but yeah, I mean, I didn't go to jail, but I was in the cop car for, I don't know, maybe an hour. Maybe not even that long.
They can't call it a federal arrest if you weren't actually arrested.
You wouldn't think so. Technically, you have to be booked in.
Do you read you your rights?
No.
Then you weren't arrested.
Yeah, you're coming in very low, new perspective. Maybe you
I
can,
got my cool headphones on.
can crank yourself up.
You can request that back though. Your
Yeah,
speaker.
but they're holding on to it as confiscation of evidence for the court date.
What law did you break? According to them.
Ongoing activity that required a permit without a permit and disorderly conduct.
So they could just do whatever the hell they want. What was this at?
Mount Rushmore.
Ah, bastards.
Yeah, they said there are free speech zones, and you have to have a permit to be in, and then you have to have a permit, and you have to stay within the free speech zones. Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I got arrested. I just ignored them, and then boom.
How's Flat Earth offending anybody? Like, it's not even political. That's what I don't get.
People get really triggered, though. They really do.
You guys hear me now?
I don't know why it gets people so angry. Like, is it ego or insults their intelligence? That they've been tricked?
Yep.
Literally.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, how dare you say I'm, ignorant enough or maybe dumb enough to be fooled about something that big, you know?
It's like offering someone a permanent hit of acid. Literally. Because they will, it's like it all adds up in their head immediately and they panic because they see that if they think this is true, then that means they're everything they've decided up to that point in their life, they may have to rethink. And they'll be at odds with the rest of the world. And it is like we're tripping, but the trip is that we're not tripping. We stop tripping. They're tripping, thinking they're on something that's the opposite of what it seems. So, but the fact that we stop tripping makes it seem like we're tripping because we're at odds with everything else.
And they don't even know anything about it. Like, I became a flat earther because I was super into space. And then I realized how bullshit it is. Because I've actually... Like, to be a flat earther, you need to know about space and realize how bullshit it is.
Right.
The whole...
But that's so triggering, though. Like, no. Freedom of speech is you only have these circles in the U.S. Like, you can only do freedom of speech here and here and here. Not here, though. Nope. That's pretty triggering to me. And who the hell can designate freedom of speech? Like, I guess that's not part of the U.S.
I fucking hate when they put loopholes and laws and shit. So
Well, it's super unconstitutional. There's no such thing as free
Literally.
speech zones on public property, bro. But that's what I asked him when he first interacted with me. It's not on the live stream. That's when I got arrested, but I talked to him before that on my GoPro. I have documented, but he says something about a free speech zone. I'm like, what? I'm like, so wait, so when we head over there, we enter Nazi Germany, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no such thing as a free speech zone. That's antithetical to free speech. That's dumb.
I wonder if that's something the cops are being trained or have heard. You know why they would say such a thing.
No, it actually has free speech zones line mapped out on the map, apparently.
get
of
outta
Mount
here.
Rushmore. Yeah. And when you walk in, there's a sign. It says this area is designated for free speech activities. It's just like right when you walk in. So it's. I turned to Chris. I'm like, dude, perfect. We're finally not going to be harassed today. Like, this park says it's pro free speech. We should be good. And they immediately converged on us talking about no, there's free speech zones.
Within that zone. That is.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck? What are they?
You're gonna fight that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, good.
I wouldn't even sign the ticket, dude.
So I put that link in the live stream as well. I'll send it to you. What's it? That's E1 on Sun and Moon Group. He doesn't have his channel up anymore.
Well, thank you, bro.
Yeah, that's a good explanation. I mean, that's just it. Actually works in our favor if you use some of his arguments, because it doesn't make any sense that it's on the top and the bottom of the ball. None of it makes sense. And even those, the fact that they always thought that they're like ace in the hole always bothered me, because it could be the opposite.
Like, did they even tell you where? Did they even tell you where the? Like, carry on.
Go ahead. I was just going to say east to west, like I said before. East to west is not the same as clockwise and counterclockwise.
Did they even tell you where those? Did they even tell you where those specific free speech zones were?
No.
They should point it out. Like, it says this area is for free speech, but then we have free speech zones within that area, which is bullshit. Then show me the free speech zones within that area.
That's what I'm saying. Shouldn't there be tape or a sign or something?
Literally. Oh my god, it's a circus.
And where people think they're going to celebrate their patriotism with people with creepy faces, right? It's like, this is supposed to celebrate America, what it stands for. And
Exactly.
you get arrested.
Bro, exactly. It's like, aren't those supposed to be the faces of our forefathers? What? Wow.
It's crazy.
In a world
where some of the crowd was actually so triggered that they clapped when I got arrested.
Well, that pissed me off.
Get out of here.
Wow. I mean, some people were standing up for us, but there's like the vocal minority that's screaming and cheering and whatever.
Nazi America.
Like, dude, even if you disagree with what I say, you're supposed to agree with my right to say it. Bro. This should be our common bond, you psychopaths.
They just don't want to hear it. That's what matters to them. They're shutting down the guy that is spreading truth that I don't want to hear. Let's go. Like, come on, you just sound cowardly.
But even if it was a lie, though, I mean, you would have to fight for
Obviously,
for the guy to speak his lie. It's regardless if it's right or wrong.
Like the saying, if you cut out a man's tongue, you're not proving him a liar. You're just afraid of what he might say.
Right. Like but he's right, even if it was wrong, right? So if someone was on the microphone and they were talking about, I don't know, Sasquatch or fairies or reptilian presidents or whatever, and I thought it sounded ridiculous, I would just laugh. But I'd be like, whatever. But it's a little different with this because I get up there and I start talking about the second law of thermodynamics and fluid statics and physical measurements. And these people, they shut down because they can't claim I'm stupid. So they can't hand wave, dismiss, flat earth as stupid. So they don't want to hear it. It's like Cogdis melts down live, And so
when they appeal to authority.
Yeah.
And the reasoning that you have behind it, that that this is kind of an emergency situation we're in right now. Like what they're trying to do to us is reason for us to be screaming from the rooftops. It's not just because you want to win an argument about flat Earth with them. That's it's huge because it is.
And that wins over a lot of the crowd actually. Like when I started talking about that part of it and curfews and lockdowns, and I don't know how much time we have left.
And that you have that you're here for a reason. You have more purpose than you were told. That those kind of things they start to warm up to you.
Yeah, for sure. And then you bring in the children, like these children are being told that they're like not special and that they're literally animals and that they could die from
they're
an asteroid.
shaming themselves with these fucking face diapers and breathing their own bacteria all day long. I mean, it's torture. It's the definition of terrorism going on right under our noses, and people are approving it and clapping when you get arrested. That's
crazy, man. Yeah.
Speaking of that, I actually remember a kid in elementary school having a meltdown over like asteroids hitting the Earth. Like the teacher told him, "Oh, an asteroid could hit us at any time," and then he was having a meltdown. Like, you have a good point right there. Like, you shouldn't tell kids this. Like, there's an asteroid that could hit us, and there's so
that's
many.
what killed all the dinosaurs.
Oh my god.
Well, we used to
So
go
they
and
think
put our
it's
heads in between our legs because of the threat of nuclear war. Like, remember that? The drills they put us through, hiding under your desk. Like, that's gonna
it's
protect you and shit.
traumatization. It's all traumatization.
Total trauma. They took us down and showed us the fucking Challenger blowing up when it was taped. It wasn't even live. And they knew that this was going to be the effect. They were going to show us these 7 crew members supposedly dying. Total traumatism.
Yeah, they did that. That way it gave them a few decades of not having to try it again, supposedly, right?
Yeah. And the whole metaphor of it, in a way, you think about it, the name of it, Challenger. Were you saying that? Somebody was saying that. That's a good call right there. The fact that the Challenger is the one that blew up. So anyone that challenges the system, you see what happens to them.
Right. That's what I think the JFK psyop was all about too.
Absolutely. The message is most important, whether he died or not. The message was, look what happens to people that talk about the secret societies.
Exactly.
Or try to change the monetary system. This is what happens to those people. He probably didn't die. He's probably, just a part of the act, but that was important for the whole Camelot thing to happen, for the psyche of the country.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was a setup, but because he's a Jesuit and he's very, very connected. But yeah, it's like you said, it's the overworking part there is that this dude had the balls to speak out, and this is what happens. You don't want to be like this guy.
That was the message. And I think they like to think of themselves as sophisticated enough not to have to do the gruesome part that we think they did. I think that's part of what the absurdity that their pervertedness about it. Like they think that we killed Kennedy, but really we didn't. But in the meantime, they probably did kill that cop that they used the body for that looked just like him, the tepid guy. They probably did kill him.
Exactly. But they had something that happened. Like that dude agreed to some crazy shit or something. Like, because they always apply natural law. They don't really make a habit of just forcibly taking. Yeah.
Machiavellian. Why do anything with force that you can do with persuasion?
Yeah, that way you don't have to worry about personal repercussions.
Right, exactly. Which is why they have to make this voluntary, even though they're acting like they're threatening. And some of the videos I'm sure that we're seeing with people being tackled and supposedly force vaccinated, those are put out there just to give disinformation. So then people start running around, oh, they forced a vaccination, and it's not true. So then they can make everybody look crazy because they have to make it voluntary.
Right, and yeah, exactly. So they get the companies to enforce it, like we knew it was going to happen. The companies choose to do it, and then the person chooses to go to that store and chooses to comply. So it's like this finesse game they're very good at, where it looks like there's some force, but really it's all voluntary compliance.
Yeah, and they see the person being tackled and supposedly force vaccinated, so they're like, oh shit, I might as well just get it. I don't want to be tackled.
Right. I mean, that's damn near as close as you can get to forcing it, right? Like, you can't work here without it, you can't travel without it, you can't buy and sell without it, but it's still not technically force. Like,
I mean, I used to play running back in high school and college, so I mean, good luck, tackling cops tackling you. It's like,
yo, and I'm also
Yeah,
not
man.
real scared about the robots thing. I mean, everyone's like, well, they're just gonna hit robots, or like say they have a robot at the front of the door that's trying to check your status, right? Dude, you know how rebellious people would be instinctively against the robot because it's not human. They would like find a way to get around the robots. They would never comply. They need humans to basically police each other. That's how it works.
I think
I'm
you're
not a
being
big,
naive.
like iRobot guy.
And
I don't
fight
know, I
each
would
other.
beat
As long
the
as
shit
we're
out of
as
the
long as we're fighting, and policing each other, they're happy. To create
Yeah.
the disinformation.
What'd you say?
on both sides. Sorry,
I'd throw
go ahead.
hands with a robot, dude. I'm just saying, dude. I'm
That's
not
funny
scared
as
of robots.
I don't know. I just imagined it. Like Mlashing, a robot comes up to you and just start fucking it up.
Just build our own
It's kind of
robot
like
to go fight the robots, right?
It's like, okay, the way people would be with the robots is how the class was with the substitute teacher.
Oh yeah, they get bitched. You're not a teacher. Get out of here.
You're going to think differently. You're going to think differently once they have weapons and they can shoot you.
If that happens, then I mean, yeah, I guess if the robots have weapons, that would get interesting. I'd shoot them first.
They're going to be the new police officers, so get ready.
Well, I'm shooting them right in the face.
It's actually kind of
Build
scary.
our own robots, right? Like, like
I can't go
Robot
to jail
Wars,
for
like
that.
TV show.
That's not murder.
They could just say the
Assaulting.
robot identifies as something with emotion or some bullshit.
Yeah, as human.
Assaulting a police robot.
Yeah, would you get
Officer.
damage of police property, federal property for sure.
The robots are going to get citizenship. You'll see.
They already have Sophia, that AI.
Once they can talk and answer questions, and they're going to basically say, you know, they're people too.
As long as
I think they've already.
You ever read Fahrenheit 451?
Yeah, but they burn books.
Yeah, that's the temperature that paper burns. And in the book, you know, they burn all the books, right? But the interesting part is, so they say everyone just stays in their house, and that their walls are effectively TVs. There's just TVs all over, like their whole wall, and it's policed by robotic police dogs. The whole world.
Cool.
But yeah, what a coincidence! Look at last year. What
Like
they
the
rolled out.
Boston police dog. The black one, Boston Dynamics, is dark one.
Yeah, that dances and stuff. Dude, they've already rolled them out. Like, just wait. It's gonna come. Like, the more people comply, the more they're gonna do crazy stuff. Citizen 729843. It's past your curfew. You know, like people will be like, oh shit, I gotta go in. The robot dog said so.
They called my number. That's my number.
That's my number. I better go inside.
I'm not a number. I'm a free man.
Dude, when people talk reckless to me, or like when some of the people were clapping yesterday, I was still on the speaker. I was like, I don't care what brain dead zombie. The cop was like, look, some of the crowd's not even on your side. I'm like, I don't care what brain dead zombies think that go in for curfews.
If they
and
were on my
lockdowns.
side, I wouldn't have to be here.
Exactly.
I
I
wouldn't have to tell them what
I
I'm
was
telling
like-
them. If they're already on my side, that's the whole point.
Yeah, I was like, you go inside. It's past your curfew. That's my new thing. That's what I say to people.
Wait, so didn't you crack a fat joke? That's some person.
Yeah.
Oh my days.
Someone over here is triggered and overweight.
Yeah, he was talking reckless. He was flipping me off, threatening me, all kinds of stuff. So I was like, oh, man, I'm
fair
not
enough.
scared of you, dude. Yeah. I know it sounds bad. It's a bad look. That's why I gotta watch my tongue, because you don't get to always hear what they say. So you just hear me on the speaker like making fun of someone's weight. You're like, damn, bro, chill.
Like some people could take it out of context and then just like edit that part out and then just be like, oh, it's just insulting random people.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the shit they do.
It's like he tries to act like he's gonna physically do something to me, and I just want to let him know I wasn't scared of him. What's up?
What's it? Do they record that channel that we were in?
I don't think so.
After you left, I don't know how it happened. They started talking about evolution, so of course I dared them. I said, prove it, blah blah blah. I started getting heated, and the girl was talking. She goes, I know there's evolution. I go, great. I'll give you $1,000 right now for evolution evidence. She goes, well, Darwin went to an island and discovered the dodo bird, and people like started getting like cringe. And I was like, okay, what's your address? I'm going to send you the $1,000 right now. Just tell me where it happened. And she left. I can't make it up. She literally started going, I said, okay, what's your address? I'll go, give me your PayPal. And she went, just literally, it was the most hilarious thing, bro. It was like 30 minutes ago.
That is hilarious. That room is a trip, dude.
Those people are low level normies. I mean, we're talking bottom of the barrel. They're just TV watchers, bro. There should be like a new term. You got Globers, NPCs, normies, and I seen it on TV. That's what.
Yeah, they're just TV watchers. That's hilarious, dude.
But
Mike
the
TV.
thing is that just the fact that they're involved in the conversation makes them like ahead of most people. Like
Yeah, but they
not-
hate it though. It's like the flat earther goes in there, and there's like 4 of us, and it makes the whole room popping. And then they just jump in. Wait, are we talking about flat earth? And they just want to jump in and try to shut it down and call you stupid. They really don't want to have the conversation. It's just the only way that their server's popping. So it's pretty
just
fun.
Chatterbox. Is that where you guys were? Chatterbox.
Yeah.
That guy
Like-
in there that's riding on eggshells.
Yep.
On his channel, Harry, what's his name? Whatever. He had a video about teaching people how to argue by agreeing. So like you can't say but because you're negating what they're saying. So that to win the argument, you agree. And I think Matthew Learns taken a note from him and done that. Or
That's
he's done
definitely
it,
Matthew's
that's the
thing.
technique.
Ooh,
Totally
yeah.
agrees with you. And then gives his like snide little like way of wording it so they can get out of it somehow. Like, oh, I see
Yeah, it's very
why
Gamma.
you understand it. It's very patronizing, but in such a way that he gets away with it.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
like a gamma.
I understand. I can understand why you see it that way, and maybe I could just explain it again so you'll understand. I hate that. No, but we understand it very well.
Oh,
You're
like,
the one.
Matthew Learns died 3 days ago. Matthew Learns absolutely, literally, spiritually died 3 days ago, and I have it on record. I've showed it to a couple people. I literally, I can't explain this. I asked him, why can't anybody give us information for the globe? And he goes, because most people don't really worry about that. And I go, then why can't you, Matthew? And he said, because it doesn't matter. So the next time you see Matthew Learns, he has already conceded. Matthew Learns has already, is that you, Gregory? That he has already conceded that it doesn't matter, that there's no evidence for when we can detect curvature of the earth. That's Matthew Learns saying it doesn't matter now. Because he panicked. I don't know how I did it. It was an accident. Like when you're trying to do something, when you try to do it, it doesn't work, and then you don't try to do it and it works. It totally caught me off guard. I just about had a heart attack, and he literally conceded and said it doesn't matter. And then 45 minutes later said that an answer. I said, well, how high can you just finally? It took me 45 minutes for an answer. I said, show me how high I have to go to see the earth curvature on your model. And he said between 0 and 1,000 miles. I said, that's also. Yeah, I know. Hey, thank you for laughing. It was so psychotic. It was 2 times within 45 minutes. I said, that's not an answer, Matthew. He goes, well, it's true. I said, no, that's not true. You're saying all the answers and none of the answers, which is like the highest form of Satanism, actually. Not true. If somebody asks me, why is the sky blue? And I say elephants are gray, that might be a correct statement. It's also a complete lie at the same time. That's how psychotic this guy is. He wants to play the number game. I'm going to give you just a variation, a wide grid here from 0 to 1,000.
Bro, he's a sellout.
Answer. Are you kidding? Matthew Learns isn't a sellout. Matthew Learns is possessed by a class 6 full talking phantasm. Thanks.
If he's admitted that, then that kind of gives away his intentions why he's here so often, I guess.
So last point to Witsit, because this is for Bible believers to understand. When a person claims they believe the Bible and say truth doesn't matter, that's the worst form of a wolves in sheep's clothing that I can't even imagine somebody worse than that, to be honest. That's all.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
Bruh, as soon as Matthew starts collabing with Simon Dan or FTFE, that's when it's, you know.
He has 500,000 subscribers on a channel that makes me want to eat my cat's litter box. How does that happen?
I think just a couple like viral, pretty non-related videos, like completely unimportant videos that people just sub to because of like a short video. Yeah.
Right, but I see other channels with millions of views and they don't have a big sub count. So there's something. I don't claim shill, but either he is a shill or he's literally like some sort of Baphomet Satanist. I can't put it together. I don't know because I'm not that type of evil person, so I'll never know. I don't want to know, but there's something very wrong with that person. And I mean like the nth degree. If I were to pick the number one liar I've ever met on the internet, it's Matthew.
Yeah, watching his videos make you just want to punch the phone.
It's disgusting. It's sickening. And the soft-spoken voice, it's the Jeffrey Dahmer attitude. It just makes it worse. But he believes the Bible, just so you know.
I really think he doesn't. He's just saying that.
That's what a lot of cultures say too.
Oh yeah, I've shown him so many verses. Every time he says, "Well, God didn't mean that." He said that to Job because they weren't smart people, and he had to explain it to them simply. That's what Matthew Learns has said.
But then he believes Jesus rose from the dead. But then the Bible also says the earth is flat many times.
That's what a Satanist would do. That a Satanist would claim to believe Jesus, but everything Jesus says isn't true. That's how you know they're a Satanist.
He's an alien guy then.
Yeah, he is. He's extraterrestrial, controlled within his heart by leeches and demons. Yeah.
Yeah, just soulless.
Bro, have you seen his eyes? Holy shit.
Yeah, that's dude. There's not another one like this guy. I mean, he's a specimen. You know, he's like the final boss in the NPC Idiocracy game.
No, this is kind of off topic. Like, what I'm curious about is like, he's an old guy, but he sounds like he's 19. Am I the only one that wondered that? Or thought that?
He's such a gammon. He puts the hat on when he acts like he's the flat earther. He puts on that hat, you know.
No, I wouldn't say he's 19. His voice is 19. But
at least like 20s or so.
He's without a soul. Just talk to him about the jab. It's hilarious.
Wait, so
yeah, he doesn't trust God at all. I just have to say something. I don't believe in cloning, but then there's Matthew Learns. Thanks.
Wait, so Matthew's not aware of, well, is he denying the elites, like the satanic elites that run this world? Because that's pretty obvious.
He admits that he believes them, bro, and he'll just say, well, they're not really satanic. And they don't use those names. Those names are just, colorful jokes. They're just symbolic. They're not really, what is it? Mercury, Mars, Venus, Jupiter. Doesn't matter. Apollo, the Antichrist, doesn't matter. Yeah.
What is with that guy? Honestly, like.
Yeah, he took a calculated risk, right? And according to Jab, he took a calculated risk. In his mind, he calculated the risk and then just did it. So,
but then everyone asked him what his calculations were, and he doesn't say anything. So, if you don't know anything about it, it's not very calculated.
Well, it's not important. That's his new answer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's gotten worse. I think now it's like, I swear that jab could be, I don't know.
Yeah, he's like fully possessed now. Like he's in that final stage, that whatever. Yeah, you can't make this up.
Right.
My claim is that I'd rather have somebody be just a full-fledged, like a rumpus. I'd much rather respect a rumpus that psychotically admits that he has to believe it. And Matthew is the opposite. He completely contradicts himself, says he believes in the word of God, but God doesn't know what he's saying, and God's always wrong. And actually the men in our world are right. And that's much worse to me than any rumpus or any of these other, ass clown atheists.
Yeah, it's like a lie that came from atheism, attempting to explain existence without a creator. You're going to put your faith in that source over the words of the creator, but then claim to believe the creator.
Correct. 100% of his arguments are from the Antichrist people. 100%.
Yeah, it's crazy how people don't see that. It'll be the same ones that say they don't believe in evolution or the Big Bang. I'm like, the same group of people came up with this model, bro. Like, you're a psycho.
And then he will say, like, there's like Genesis is not literal. He says this. He admits that's not literal. Those days aren't really days because to God 1,000 years is a day. So apparently he thinks he's God too, because that says to God 1,000 years is a day and a day is 1,000 years. That's not you humans. That's God. So he does attributes. He takes the God attributes and he puts it on himself as if he can experience it like God. And I'm telling you, that might not sound like I'm telling the truth. That is that big.
Yeah, Matthew Learns is the kind of guy that if you found a book of like Edwin Hubble or a very infamous person that spearheaded this heliocentric model, and it straight up says, we worship Satan, all right, and this is a satanic lie for the masses, he would just shut down. He would say, that doesn't matter though. That's just one book. If
This is,
Yeshua
no,
came
it's-
down and said, hey, the Hebrew cosmology is right, these kind of people would say, but Yeshua, what about Southern Star Trails? I'm dead
Yeah,
serious.
Genesis says the sun went up and the sun went down, and that was one day. So that it's pretty in context. It's I think he's taking it out of context. The whole 1,000 days. His
Well, surely
science
in
and
that day you
evolution.
will die, and they die within 1,000 years. Right? It's like we're in the fallen state, so we don't perceive quote unquote time like the Creator. Duh.
The sun is moving, and that's time. That's how we measure how long we live. It's pretty much what time is, right?
Yeah, it's just a concept based on what the sky does.
It's always now. Present.
Yeah, I mean, time is not linear. I mean, it's just conceptual. We perceive it as linear, though. Right, because of the construct itself, like the society we were raised in.
Back to the Future and Marvel.
A primitive attempt to explain the process of death.
And Einstein.
I seriously think that people that knew Einstein in real life thought he was super dumb.
What's it? I sent you a link. It's episode 1887. And I put the timestamp in here, 6:33:15. If anybody wants to see this, again, if you don't care, forget it. But this episode 1887, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, it's 9 hours and 40 minutes long. Skip to 6 hours, 33 minutes, and 15 seconds and listen to Matthew Learns tell you it's not. And then about 35 minutes later, he tells us that we can start to see curve in between 0 and 1,000 miles above the Earth.
I worked with the Serbian here, 70-year-old man. He said during lunch that his daughter knew real math. He was talking shit about Einstein being a shield. The Serbian somehow over there is that we don't know real what it does.
Yeah, that's the new thing, right? Locally flat. Locally flat, guys.
Yeah, he was talking about Tesla. Yeah, locally.
Yeah, Charlie earlier said the Earth can be flat for 273 miles. Why would that conflict the ball? Yeah.
Ignore the radius then? Know what that means?
I kept getting in trouble. Moderators and non-alike were like, "Why are you talking to Matthew Learns this way?" So this is the reason why I was, because I knew this was the type of person he was. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can tell these people are lying, but this is now the most over-the-top lie I've ever heard. I'm telling you guys, you probably take a look. I'm not going to make a clip out of it. I'm not going to do that, but it's there.
Maybe you shouldn't go crazy. Maybe you should try what he's doing. Be very calm about it when you respond. Like, that's a very ridiculous math.
Well, I'm not QE, but Bong. I mean, I get
See
up
how
to about
he
a 5
reacts
or a
to
6. I get upset. I get upset sometimes, yes, but there's different levels to that, and I appreciate there's other people that really get upset because that makes me look like I'm calm.
Now that you know that's his game, you probably respond.
Well, people that are passionate about truth get upset. People that don't care, like Matthew, stay a robot.
Well, he doesn't have to
What
come
is-
here, and I think that he's the perfect punching bag because he will be forced to agree with something, like with QE, like I called him out for. He agreed that planes in a separate reference frame. He will allow himself to be pinned and then not say anything more. And he did the Bagok the other day. He kind of redeemed himself. We were laughing when he was doing the refraction Bagok. He actually did a whole sentence with it. It was kind of funny. But I'm not defending him. I'm just saying that, like he just exposes himself so beautifully that it's kind of nice. I mean, there's nothing threatening about him whatsoever. No way,
Yeah. Well, new perspective. Now he
saying?
says it's not important. He's saying it's not important to make a claim of when Earth curvature is visible or experienced. He says it's not.
Yeah,
I was listening to that.
that's
I was
hilarious.
listening to
I
that.
just listened to it.
Yeah, and that's just the first part. He does it again about, I don't know. I mean, if it matters, he does it again 30 minutes later, says it's between 0 and 1,000 miles. Like, that's like the biggest lie I've ever been told.
It's like saying that the plane having to land on a spinning ball and the Coriolis possible difference would be negligible, no matter which way
Yeah,
you're
the
landing.
possible
you wouldn't have to account
difference
for it.
is, yeah, the possible difference is 0 and 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, that. So I'm not wrong because I was in the range, right? that
Right, that's like-
kind of
yeah.
tactic, but that's fine. I mean, that it just shows us how what mental gymnastics he has to go through to have an answer. And if he's the science professor, then it's a perfect thing because we're exposing him every time he comes out here, even if he doesn't think so. It doesn't matter.
That's the worst kind of liar. That's the worst kind of lie, to pretend that you're to even think that's even
Yeah.
an answer. That's just the worst.
Pretending that he's not lying to himself when it sounds like he definitely. It seems like he's definitely not being intellectually honest at certain times, and that he's using the defense of him just being a believer, a true believer, doesn't really cut it when you're talking about math and science and ranges of negligible speeds when you're landing a plane on a spinning ball. It just doesn't work. It's
Right. That's
But-
his other go-to answer for everything, is that you wouldn't notice the difference. That's his answer
Yeah.
for everything.
wouldn't be much difference. Okay, so we're training pilots in a flight simulator and then putting them on a totally different situation. Even if it's slightly different, it's dangerous. So you have to acknowledge that is a little crazy.
Right. I'm going to start telling you guys this, and it's real simple. When these people keep doing this, don't resuscitate them. They're dead. When they say it's negligible, they're admitting it's not there. If you can't tell it's there, then you've just conceded. So I'm not going to start giving you CPR to bring the Glober back to life. DNR, do not resuscitate. Let him stay dead. probably the biggest problem we do is then we, try to get him to explain more. We try to get these people to once they concede, it's over. They concede left and right all the time, and I see people just missing it, that they're conceding. If they concede and say, well, yeah, we wouldn't experience the plane, drifting over the earth, that's it, it's over. He just conceded. There's no drift, there's no Coriolis, there's no movement. Every time they do it all the time, and that's it. Leave them dead in the water. DNR.
Coriolis seems to be selective for them.
Right. In a span of 5 minutes, one person will contradict themselves 5 times. Every minute, though, one way, then the left, and right and left. And it's just amazing.
Yeah, so I just went and listened to the Matthew part you linked, man. That's hilarious. Saying finding the curvature or detecting where the horizon is a minor detail in the theory. How does he take himself seriously?
Right. That's insanity, bro. So detecting curvature, which is what my question was, he tried to change it perversely. I never said the word horizon. I said, when can I experience curvature, which is not a horizon? You see, he's so psychotic, he can't even separate them. So what does he do? He says it's not important and then says it's a minor detail. That's the whole point. That's the most important factor, is when can we experience it?
Yeah, he's the biggest fucking piss take ever. I can't stand listening to him.
Yeah, it makes me
and I can't believe he's a teacher. You want a reason why society's as fucked as it is? It's because people like him are the teachers. It's right in your face.
Who are we talking about?
Matthew Learns. When I first talked to him and he was new in here, I just absolutely dismantled him for 2 straight hours. And the fact he had the audacity to come back in here, I just knew something was up. It was bad. I dismantled him every single aspect of the conversation about the Earth, and he had to concede over and over that he just believes it. He just blindly believes it. So I'm like, same thing with the Professor Phil guy. Dismantled him for 2 hours. Just after that, in my eyes, it's like you're just over there like dead. The fact you have the audacity to come back in here is wild. Every single point, you know what I'm saying? So for me, I knew right then he's dishonest.
Right, and he just falls back on the same psychosis every time. Well, it's midnight here, and I don't see the sun, and that doesn't seem to be possible on a flat Earth. I'd be able to see the sun. He just goes to the same, begging the question, presuppositional religious excuse every single time.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Every time he's in here, he tries to talk about the sun for some reason.
He doesn't realize he's a sun worshiper, but he is. Have you noticed that all the globe earthers love to talk about the sun? Yo, when you Google it, they're just told to talk about the sun. It's like a joke.
But again, right, but again, using him as an example, he claims he thinks the whole Bible is the word of God, and God literally tells us it's God that says that if you can't understand earthly things, you can't understand heavenly things. He literally, absolutely, unequivocally does not believe a single word of the Bible.
No, he can't.
To be honest, I didn't know much about this Matthew guy. I looked at his videos. He had a cross in the background. I was like, this guy's just super atheist. He confused the shit out of me. You get what I'm saying? I was like, is he religious or atheist? Or because he's acting religious, but he's atheist. You get what I mean?
Yeah, there's something wrong with him. Like some of us, I won't put any names out there, but there's a lot of people that can tell there's something very wrong. Like when you listen to Rumpus, yeah, there's something wrong with that person, but that's a normal scoffer. You listen to Matthew Learns, it's much worse. There's a totally different level of deceit.
Well, it's just like it's like a level of conformality within the deceit that's so appalling. It's like he's so comfortable there. It's what's so weird. It's very off-putting.
Yeah, if there was one person who would be paid to argue for Globe Earth, it would probably be Matthew.
Yeah, if I've ever talked to a serial killer, that
Well,
would be the
Sasha,
serial
you're right
killer.
about that. Yeah, Sasha, you are correct. If I don't believe in cloning, but there's Matthew Learns, and that's the thing. He acts like a robot, bro. He acts like he's soulless, like Witsit says, and I think maybe that's true.
You know who gives me the same feeling and the same eeriness, the same snideness on that level, same kind of quality is Big West.
Right, but Mick West is too scared to come in here and talk to me.
I don't know much about that guy.
Oh, we debated him in the other hangout we had going, and it's just he had one of our friends, Sasha, that ended up getting like a meeting set up, get interviewed by him, and being used for his book that he wrote that was like all about like trying to figure out the psychology of flat earthers and stuff. Then he wanted to bring her back for another interview and was trying to rope her in, like saying things about COVID being fake, trying to tie that to flat earth. And it was just so obvious.
Isn't that the hilarious part, is how blinded they are by ego and arrogance that they always think they're in a position to psychologically analyze us, and they're in desperate need of psychoanalysis themselves. Like they're so blinded by their arrogance, they think they have a position of intellectual high ground that they can like psychologically analyze us, and they're the most like psychologically depraved people ever.
The thing is they can't believe it because if they've been in this argument long enough, they have to totally lack all common sense to not realize that we're totally right. So it's like they don't even think that they have the intellectual high ground. They have to act as if knowing full well that they don't, because that's their whatever ulterior motives they have, whether it's survive psychologically somehow or personally keep your career or somehow. I mean, you get past a certain age, people will either just not look at this ever, and if they do look at it, mental gymnastics can only last so long before they just realize that they're lying.
I think they're just dead inside, yeah. Personally, I don't think that all of them are. They're probably intentionally deceitful in their debate tactics, but overall, I think a lot of them, believe it or not, they leave the conversation convincing themselves that the Earth truly is a globe and flat Earth is ridiculous. I think they're dead inside.
They wouldn't even be involved in this conversation if they thought it was ridiculous. That doesn't,
Well, I think that's their subconscious, like leading them to the truth, But they just can't. They can't get rid of their pride.
Like if they really thought it was ridiculous, they would never feel like they're threatened by what we're trying to tell people.
Well, the demon inside them is threatened,
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, but we got hundreds of hours of 4K video from space, bro. You guys are just ignorant and arrogant.
Well, actually, actually, the NASA photos, like the blue marble, those are composite images, so those aren't even real. So
This is what the guy said yesterday, right?
okay.
Arrogant and ignorant. And he likes to come here and view us as his guinea pigs because we are arrogant and ignorant and we deny evidence.
Well, I just ask him questions like this. I say, so hypothetically, there's a flat earther that's researched the depths of this conversation for 5 years. And hypothetically, this flat earther has a genius IQ. If you call them stupid, would that make the guy stupid? And they can't even answer that honestly. Like they can't. They're like, yeah, he's still stupid. I'm like, okay, you're helpless. I don't know. I do litmus test things. So, like, even in the heliocentric model, the odds of all these coincidences compiling clearly point towards orchestration for it to even be possible. No, there's no way. There's 0% chance. I'm like, oh, so your issue is there's a creator, right? Like, that's the real issue. Just give them litmus tests, and they accidentally tell themselves they're too. I don't want to say dumb necessarily, but their pride makes them very dumb.
And all leaders believe it, right? All their Masonic cult members, they believe that there's a creator, right?
Well, yeah, that's the ironic part.
Have you seen the Masons speak ill of the atheists? They literally write down the atheists are equivalent to a madman.
Yep, they consider it like the dumbest ideology that exists.
Literally.
Well, the Masons, their ideology is God for me, not for thee. They purposely want them to not believe in God, so they're weak.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they think that that's kind of, again, natural law. If you're able to convince yourself of atheism, then they think they can justify just kind of leaving you out of the loop because you didn't make the cut. They think they're gods. I think that they become godlike, like apotheosis of alchemy of oneself, right? And that's how that has set society up like this, where they have so many atheists that are nihilists, like he just said, atheism equals nihilism. They needed that before they could pull off what they're doing right now, where the younger generation's so nihilistic, they're like Eeyores. So like when they see all this going on, they're just like, of course the world's going to shit. You know, like they're just nihilist.
Yeah, they all want to die.
It's really
They
sad.
see no beauty in life, nothing, no hope. It's
Yeah, they're
ironic because the whole
psychological
situation going
Eeyores.
on the last year and a half is, you would say it's fueled by the fear of death, but the ultimate irony is most people in this world, the atheists and nihilists, they want to die.
Yeah, like you guys have seen Winnie the Pooh, right? You know Eeyore, where they'll be like, "It's a beautiful day. Look how sunny it is," and Eeyore will be like, "There's a cloud." They're like spiritual Eeyores.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what's it even matter? Who cares? And that's where you get depravity.
Could you call them demon downers?
Sure, that works. I like spiritual Eeyore.
Isn't Eeyore a product of Disney?
Yes, I don't really know.
Almost everything's a product of Disney.
When I was young, I liked Winnie the Pooh. I'm not gonna lie. It's sad. I was brainwashed. Whenever we'd go on long road trips, like what our parents would do is we'd leave really really early in the morning, like midnight, like in the middle of the night, like 3 in the morning or something. So they would make sure that I had my Winnie the Pooh in my arms in the car because when I woke up, I'd freak out. Like, yo, they brainwashed me so hard. You know, my parents thought they were just giving me a good childhood, but no, they just brainwashed me.
Fuck, I love reality.
Wait, you think Winnie the Pooh is brainwashing?
Yeah, I feel like I was brainwashed. I was like 3, 4, and I needed my Winnie the Pooh doll, bro. That's gay.
Oh, okay.
Also, most of the movies we watched are traumatizing. Like, and again, your parents don't think this is what's going on, but you just watch Bambi's mom get
Bambi's
killed.
mom.
Yeah, and then you
it's-
watch Simba lose his dad. It's just like all traumatization, bro. It's super creepy and like hypersexualization. It's wild. Dad,
you
wake
could say it
up.
was timid back in 80s, 90s, but I wonder what's going on now. You know, I don't have children,
It's
so I
gotta
don't
be
keep up
so
with
bad
what
now.
Disney puts out nowadays.
It's so bad, bro. I'm assuming that every cartoon movie has a gay character or one that's got 58 genders, and oh, I can only
Yeah,
imagine.
perfectly diversified, gender neutral casts. But that's the
Seriously.
in your face stuff. I wonder what the subliminal messaging is like. You know.
I'm sure there's still hypersexualization in the background, like they did to us.
Yeah, but as it's going, they can slowly take the hypersexualization out of the subliminal and just start putting it right in your face at the surface level. So you know,
I'm sure
wondering
we've
how
reached
it's
that
getting
point.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I just, like you said, I'm the same way. I don't have children, and I don't watch either. So my children's not gonna be allowed to watch any of that. TV's gonna be known to be a bad thing.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. I don't even have a TV in my apartment. I just don't watch TV at all.
Yeah, same.
I personally would limit technology to only education. There's too much other crap out there in it.
How about they just learn to go pick some vegetables?
That would solve about 90% of the world's problems.
You run over there, fall down, scrape your knee, and suck it up. Like, here's how you milk a goat.
How did we become a society that's rewarded for failure? Shit don't make no sense.
Because Matthew Lenz is teaching everyone.
Yeah, even when I was growing up, if you didn't make the football team, it's because you sucked. You need to go work on it. It wasn't like you didn't get sympathy. You didn't get to be on the football team just because. That's just like I graduated 2010, so the world's gotten really bad. Like 11 years.
Now you had say you had a football scholarship.
Yeah.
What position did you play?
Slot receiver.
Get injured.
What?
Did you get injured? You're unable to play for next year. Where'd you play in college?
Oh, I played at Cumberland University. Yeah, I actually got kicked out of high school and lost most of my scholarships. But I played at Cumberland University, a smaller private university. And never went to
Congratulations
class.
on getting kicked out. It's a great thing, man.
Yeah, my parents paid for private school from like 8th grade up, like $6,000 a year, and I just got a high school diploma because I got kicked out my senior year.
What'd you get kicked out for?
Literally because I wouldn't snitch on 2 of my friends for breaking the drug policy. They said I was guilty by association.
What are they doing?
Drugs.
I bet they kept your parents' check though, right?
Do it?
I said, I bet they kept your parents' check though.
Yeah. You don't get a refund, man.
The shit we allow is fucking phenomenal.
Actually, they had something called disciplinary points. So, like, when you get in trouble, you get a point or whatever. You have to have 15 to be kicked out. My senior year, I had 0. So what they did, because I wouldn't snitch on them, and they needed me to snitch on them, I refused. So they gave me 3 days of out-of-school suspension, which were 5 disciplinary points each, so that I'd have 15 points, so they could kick me out. So they gave me the OSS and then kicked me out after for the same thing.
You still friends with the guy that you didn't snitch on?
Yeah.
Did you fly with him?
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can't be a friend with me in real life. Eventually, I'm just going to break you down.
Yeah.
What's your take on what's going to happen on the 11th drill on the internet?
On what?
August 11th, they're going to do some kind of security maintenance on the internet worldwide.
I don't know.
Is
It's the
that
first I'm
is that
hearing
the
of it.
cyber polygon thing?
That's interesting.
Seems like a drill always coincides with something real. As far as things go.
Yeah, for sure. At least like it's right before something wrong.
Yeah.
But they already did Operation Cyber Polygon, right? The drill,
Yeah, that
July
was
event 201.
June 9th, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's our real weakness, man. The internet goes down. Oh my gosh. That's how food trucks get their orders. It would just be chaos.
I think people would normies would literally lose their mind.
Yeah. They just start killing each other.
No, no joke. They would.
And it's a brilliant way to get them back on the television, right?
I mean, let's be real.
Matthew
yeah,
learns
if
like
they
card
coincide such
tricks
a thing,
also. Obvious it be.
Sorry, what?
Matthew learns is a card trick expert as well, it seems.
Yeah. Full of the
Of
magic.
course he is. Of course.
I was going to say though, if they coincided like dropping the internet with the whole fake alien invasion shit, that would really get people, man. Get them off the internet and right onto the TV. One sole source of information on the event transpiring, you know?
Yeah, especially if they actually do stuff in the sky. Everyone would just never be looking down. It's either the TV or the sky.
QAnoners are convinced that this is the time Trump's going to be back. Almost like if it doesn't happen now, they're going to totally disbelieve.
Yeah, that's where the pedophiles go down for 10 days and Trump comes back. And he rides an eagle in and lands on the White House lawn with a cape on. And he saves the day. Rides in on a
with
bald eagle.
with a lion under his arm, right? Like Nimrod.
Yeah. With Jeffrey Epstein's head in his hand. Keep an eye out for that creepy grappler. That's all I know. 5G is great, but just wait till 6G comes out. Like, I'm 100% convinced we're just thoroughly being trolled with Joe Biden. It's just a troll to get you to clamor for the dialectic they have set up.
Yeah, I think Joe Biden's the second IQ test for the American people and the world.
I saw him sniff a kid yesterday again.
Wow. Dude, the president of the United States gets in front of a podium and he's like, so it's kind of like, just forget it.
He's mentioned twice that Republicans think that they're baby blood eaters. Like twice. They put that into his like things to say now.
Wow.
But the Republicans are accusing us of being blood-eating baby eaters. Why even acknowledge that that's the case unless you're worried about it or you're told to say it for whatever reason.
I got some birthday gravy. Birthdays are Satanists. Satanism. Just a sec, I'll show you a page out of Aleister Crowley. completely not related, but I saw us today. Like
Panic to
birthdays are shit.
celebrate your birthday because it's the day Earth is at its inception.
Yeah, yeah, well, and it's like to not acknowledge the creator. It's all about oneself. Just if you read it, it's pretty. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go do the activism at Yellowstone early. So, guys, peace out.
Later.
So, do we have any Globers in the chat right now who would like to have a word with us?
The Earth is flat.
Who's flat?
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat.
Oh yeah.
Ah, shit. The Earth is flat!
Stop the Presses 2.0, May 24th, 2020. We have the intellectual elites over on Jose JG Retard Show doubling down on their thesis defense that evaporated water is not a gas.
Have you considered evaporation? According to Nathan Oakley and Quantum Racer, the current science is water evaporates and becomes gas.
I know. Statement I've ever heard, but yeah.
What do you call it, John? I call it gaseous.
I'm sorry,
A
I
gaseous state,
didn't know
not
that you were
gas.
joking.
So yeah, no, I'm not joking. They aren't joking. I am.
Globetard powers, activate. So we have the statement, water evaporates and becomes a gas, which elicits laughing and mocking from the entire retard panel. An outburst of laughter from Latonia Bailey, again, the newest member to the retard family. Pathetic from the Rhodes Scholar Brian. And Sean the Crackhead Hawkins calls it gaseous, a gaseous state, not a gas. And finally, the coup de grace from Professor Latent Unnatural Homoerotic Obsession with tapping on the whiteboard, Phil Belland, who responds to the claim water evaporates and becomes a gas with, "That is the dumbest statement I think I ever heard." Oh,
Are you serious? Are you...
So let's have a look-see from their alma mater wiki. Water vapor or aqueous vapor is the gaseous phase of water. From the American Chemical Society, water vapor is the most important greenhouse gas. From NASA, water vapor is also the most important greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. From NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, many greenhouse gases occur naturally in the atmosphere, such as carbon dioxide, methane, and water vapor. From Science Direct, water vapor is the most important atmospheric trace gas. From Energy Education, University of Calgary, although invisible, water vapor is one component of the wet stream released. Water vapor exists in the atmosphere as an invisible gas. From Yale, Climate Connections, water vapor is one of the most important elements of the climate system, a greenhouse gas. In conclusion, Egypt Emerald, June 2021.
Again, where does the pressure come from, Emerald?
The gas pushing on things?
Profound. You're going to have to take it easy with the white paper technical language and break it down for the layman. Clown.
You've said colliding particles. Can you demonstrate colliding particles are producing pressure?
Yeah, it's Brownian motion.
Brownian motion, eh? I hope you don't mind when I later use Brownian motion that you just brought up to pummel your dumb ass.
Where does the acceleration come from?
When it collides with things.
That's astonishing. Where did the initial velocity of gases come from for them to even have the ability to accelerate? I'd surely love for someone to answer that diamond in the rough.
You can measure the pressure on the walls of the container if you want. You could also put a barometer far away from any of the walls, and it'll still measure that pressure.
Correct.
And a force over a given area is by definition pressure.
That's a fact. Note, in both of your measuring scenarios, your previous two comments, they each had a common denominator. A container.
A change in momentum over time is by definition a force.
Whoa there, Cochise.
Whoa! Whoa! When I say whoa, I mean whoa!
You just said.
And a force over a given area is by definition pressure.
So if a force over a given area is by definition pressure, that is P equals F over A, then rearranging to solve for F, force must equal pressure times area, or F equals PA. Not F equals delta P over delta T, or force equals change in momentum over time. Also, if P equals mv and m is constant, m being mass, which you or anyone else can't even define, then F equals the change in momentum over the change in time is reduced to F equal ma. But F equal ma is false. From Richard Feynman, lecture on quantum electrodynamics. The discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then in the behavior of light, and then in the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right. Let me say that again, Muncher. The laws of motion of Newton were not right. More specifically, from the Feynman lectures, caltech.edu, even though the law F equal ma is false, and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum, yada, yada, yada. Kablooey, sunshine. You're just mindlessly parroting contradicting horse shit that you've read or heard without any due diligence whatsoever.
So collisions of gas particles is sufficient to create gas pressure.
Wrong. From the chemistry department, elmhurst.edu. Kinetic molecular theory explanation of Boyle's gas law. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collision of molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure, force on a unit area. Pressure is proportional to the number of molecular collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collisions of gas molecules with the walls, the higher the pressure. Therefore, the causal agent, that is, necessary condition for gas pressure to exist, is a container. From ChemLibra text, gas pressure. Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. With a smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so the pressure increases. Therefore, again, the causal agent, that is the necessary condition for gas pressure to exist, is a container.
No, and that's what you don't get gas pressure in that way. You get gas pressure.
You do.
You don't.
It's not even a logical step. It is literally just the definitions of these terms.
Wrong. I just provided the definition of gas pressure twice. Ergo, you're either a liar or a Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit.
You're busted.
The question was asked, where do you get the pressure from? And the answer is simply from collisions of gas particles with surfaces.
Wrong. Incomplete. Too ambiguous.
I mean, the walls of the container are surfaces, so gas pressure does manifest there, but those aren't the only surfaces. For example, The ground is also a surface, and as such, it experiences gas pressure.
Wrong. Not without the other 5 surfaces, i.e., the walls and the roof.
No, because the atmosphere is not flying off into space, right? So it's being
Correct.
pulled down by gravity. It's being held down
Correct.
by gravity. Yeah.
Correct.
That's where
Correct. Wrong. Gravity doesn't exist. Not a single validated scientific experiment. Ever. You also just violated Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, and the second law of thermodynamics. Your parents must be proud and game roosters. Also, you just agreed that the atmosphere, which is a paradox, atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape, gases have no inherent shape, is being pulled down to the earth by fairy tale gravity. Well, that would mean only one vector. Remember when you begot Brownian motion earlier? From MIT.edu, Brownian motion. Real gas molecules move in all directions, not just to neighbors on a chessboard. According to MIT, gases move in all vectors, but you have them limited to only one vector.
Fatality.
Like I always say, folks, just let these spinning space monkeys open up their incoherent banana holes. They do your work for you. Dandy Don, do we have any parting gifts for this pretender clown numpty dipshit?
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
rocket scientist, an actual self-purported rocket scientist, and the Uniformity of Nature numpty, March 2021.
Why are you not getting this? You're making a wild claim.
No, Chemo.
You're like, I'm a rocket scientist. I send rockets into space. That's who you are. That's what you say.
You're getting off the point. The burden of proof is on you, Chemo. You need to establish what test you're going to do to show that the rockets don't work in space.
What? You think he needs to demonstrate the non-existence of your fairy tale claim? We got two fallacies here, folks. Proving non-existence and shifting the burden of proof. From logicallyfallacious.com, proving non-existence. Description: demanding that one proves the non-existence of something in place of providing adequate evidence for the existence of that something. From cuny.edu. So the burden of proof rests with the person making a claim, a positive claim. It is shifting the burden of proof for the person making the positive claim to insist that those who deny the positive claim have the burden to prove that the positive claim is false.
I am not accepting your line of logic because it's bullshit. That's not a scientific document. So
You don't have a scientific document either. Where is your scientific documents?
It's by Mathematica.
Mathematics is not science.
It's written by a guy named Newton.
The same Newton that was debunked, you Uniformity of Nature numpty. Why are you mindlessly parroting a 106-year out-of-date pseudoscience professor? And the Principia Mathematica isn't a scientific document, son. There's no natural science in there. And mathematics is not science. From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures on Physics. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view, in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. Dr. Kary Mullis, Nobel laureate, biochemistry. And mathematics, which is really not science. So, you don't have a scientific document, you window-licking crayon muncher.
Do I sound like the fucking kind of guy who would keep quiet and the kind of guy who you could tell something to somebody to do?
No. You sound like a guy that should be horse and elephant tranquilized without cessation until your emergency lobotomy. You're a clinical level imbecile.
Your whole position of rockets don't work in a vacuum violate the uniformity of nature because we can show and demonstrate the conservation of momentum in a vacuum on Earth. And then because we can do that, then it works in space, Chemo.
What's this?
Number 1. Non sequitur fallacy. Holding a position of non-existence when the existence of something hasn't been demonstrated is logically sound. It doesn't violate anything. Least of which your second non sequitur fallacy, the uniformity of nature train wreck, which you've just violated along with Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, and the second law of thermodynamics, with your rockets working in a fairy tale vacuum dumpster fire. You ever heard the phrase nature abhors a vacuum by chance? You're an imbecile. Number 2, the third non sequitur fallacy in the same sentence, which has to be some kind of record. How in the flying Fukuyama can the uniformity of nature be violated by showing the conservation of momentum in a man-made vacuum? Por favor? Also, the conservation of momentum? Of what? And which type of momentum is being conserved here? You're just talking out your dumbass. Do we have a talking out your ass translator in the audience, please? Number 3, claiming that rockets work in a man-made vacuum on Earth, which they don't, by the way. Therefore, rockets work in a fairy tale outer space vacuum is belly-laughing fallacious. Circular reasoning and false comparison fallacy. It's circular because you're assuming the very thing you're attempting to prove, the vacuum of space, then justifying it with a false comparison, a man-made vacuum, which altogether is your fourth non sequitur fallacy in the same sentence. Somebody called Guinness. That's a friggin' record. We'll title it Numpty of the Millennium. By the way.
You guys want another one? I guess that's a yes.
Sean Little G in classic form 2019.
Prepare yourself.
In this example right here, we got, this is a good diagram. Isolated, no matter or energy enters of leaves. This solid, sealed. Closed, energy enters and leaves, but material does not. Got the energy of the sun bouncing in and out. And then open, both energy and matter enter and leave. You got the energy of the sun, and you got, like, for example, you get a splash of water, and you got the water. So water is considered matter. But then when a rocket leaves over here, and we exchange this one little line with a rocket, with a big, fat Elon Musk rocket with some satellites, what is it considered? Is it energy or is it matter, like a droplet of water? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm not sure if someone on the panel could answer.
Sean Little G. So you're not sure if a rocket is matter or not?
Are you serious? That because Newton's law of gravitation as a force can be used to a certain extent, which is also my understanding, I don't have to look at it as not a force, but as a bending of space-time, because I don't understand general relativity. So therefore, as far as I'm concerned, I don't have to look at it as anything else besides a force.
Calling all cars. We have
Numpty dipshit.
all cars. Assist. All cars, please assist.
Sean Little G. What an abject moron you are, sir. So, because all you know about combustion is phlogiston, which is also your understanding, you don't have to look at oxidation reactions because you don't understand chemistry. So therefore, as far as you're concerned, you don't have to look at it as anything besides phlogiston. Are you kidding me? You, sir, need to turn your tricycle in at the next depot and report to the Who and Where the Fuck Am I institution immediately. Take this with you.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Anyone here?
Yep. What's up? Hello?
Hey.
Who's talking? Oh, Hido.
Pardon?
I said, Hido, what's up?
Hayden. Yeah, my name's Hayden.
Hayden.
Not much, man. How long have you been a flat earther?
I think almost 2 years now.
2 years? Cool. I'm only like 4 months. But I knew about it like 3 years ago.
Okay.
I never actually fully got into it.
Why? How did you come to the understanding then? What made you think that it's not a spinning water pier?
I didn't catch that last bit.
How did you come to the realization that it's not a spinning water pair in an infinite vacuum?
Was just interested in it and then just studied it more, researched it more. Yeah. Like every flat earther, when you start researching it, I just don't find any proof. Right. Yeah. Luckily, I had some family members that introduced me to it. And then, just decided to research it one day.
Cool, man. Welcome to the server. How long have you been here?
Oh, like 2 days.
Okay, cool.
So I'm just figuring it all out.
And you're from Australia?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we have a few guys here now from Australia, Bong Sao, and I think Brain Shape Investigators also from Australia.
Cool. Is there a lot of Americans in it?
Yep. But all over the plane. So I'm from the Netherlands. I think Elbow is from South America, if I'm not mistaken. We have a bunch of UK. Well, it's all over the place, man. So.
Yeah. I was listening earlier, and the conversation is so good when everyone's talking. It's like so much better than like being on Facebook or TV or whatever. It's really good.
Yeah, we try to moderate it as best as we can. I mean, sure, we have some globals coming in, and then, obfuscating, lying, and then people will get angry, or and then shit gets out of hand. And
yeah.
Oh well.
Fair enough. Is it pretty good most of the time, though?
Sorry?
Is it pretty good most of the time?
Yeah. You're coming in the graveyard shift because US is sleeping now, so it's easy going.
Yeah. Mm. It's so cool. Witsit was on here. I just started following like 2 days ago. Oh no, not 2 days ago. Like maybe a week ago. And he's like, I've like watched like so much of his stuff. He's awesome.
Hmm. Yeah, he comes in. He comes in. I think every day.
Yeah.
If he's not arrested.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be funny.
Well, yeah, he was arrested yesterday, and his speaker got taken away. Yeah, his speaker got taken.
Oh, so that's what you guys were talking about just before.
Yeah, he was at Mount Rushmore, and some copper came along and told him I'm not from America, so I wouldn't know, but apparently the copper told him that there were places of free speech, something like that, and he wasn't in the designated area, and which was bullshit according to the rest of the Americans. But so yeah, his speakers got stolen, or practically stolen by the coppers.
So he's not going to be doing much activism then.
Yeah. He's I asked him. He's already looking for a new one, but there wasn't a Best Buy in like 500 miles from his location, so he needs to.
Oh, so they didn't actually confiscate it; they actually took it away from him.
Yeah, they just took it away from it because they claimed it was evidence.
Really? What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
No.
I mean, this guy probably was an anti-flat earther, right? And didn't want him to continue. You know. So what have you? So you've been looking it into how long now?
Probably about 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
I knew about it when I was like 18. My grandma showed me some stuff, and I was like, "Whoa!" I thought she was nuts, but then I just listened to what she had to say, and I'm like, "Wait, what?" And but I didn't really get into it until like a couple of months ago.
Okay.
And then started to really realize it and talk about it to everyone I know at work. Yeah, so cool though. I particularly love the Dave Weiss's 4K sunset fade out video.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that one?
1 second. Yeah, 1 sec. I need to make a call, so I'll be back in 5 minutes, maybe less.
No worries.
Yeah, so you said David Weiss? Something about the
What's that?
sun. You said something about the sun video of David Weiss. You like the
Yeah, I
video?
was just
Okay.
mentioning. Yeah, I watched a lot of David Weiss stuff when I first got into it a couple months ago. Just been watching interviews, and I just loved his sun fade out video.
Yeah, that's awesome stuff, right? And David Weiss is a good teacher, right? He is more for the beginners, right? So the beginners that want to learn about flat Earth, that's really a good place to start with David Weiss.
Yeah, I actually got on a podcast episode with you, which is really cool. What do you think is the reason for the air pressure gradient in the air?
Containment.
Like the gradient, I mean.
Yeah, containment.
I mean, the pressure, there's obviously a container.
Yeah. So for a gradient, you need containment. So.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
So, like, what do you think makes a gradient?
It's the containment. So when you can't, you need the gas pressure. You need the containment for the gas pressure and the gradient. What makes it that it is getting less when going up, right? Well,
yeah,
we are living in a dynamic system, right? So get input from the sun and oxygen, and all these gases are being produced on the surface, and they move up and they move down because of temperature, and so it's the dynamic system that also makes the gradient. It's not a static system.
Yeah, it makes sense. I was thinking though, I heard one guy say it was on a debate of Witzits. One guy said it was like the weight of everything, or the weight of the air, and I like compared it to like the sea. And it kind of makes sense.
1 sec. Did you say? It was the weight of what?
If you compare it to the sea is contained on the sides, so the dome would be containing the air.
Okay.
Just like the ocean, the air has the pressures lowest and has a gradient of going up to the smallest. So do you reckon it's the weight of the air similar to like the weight of the ocean? Do you get that?
Yeah, you wanna claim that air presses down, right, on each other.
Well, yeah, because technically it's still got some sort of weight.
It moves in any and all direction, right? Doesn't.
So does water.
Yeah, but water isn't the same. So you're a flat earther, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, yeah. So water
I was
is
just
water the
trying
same
to
as
figure
gas?
out.
Is the water the same as gas then?
Well, I was thinking, if you get a bladder, right, and you put water in the bladder, it'll increase the pressure. The container will stretch a bit, but it's kind of similar as you put air in a balloon, and the pressure will get more when you put more air in there. So it kind of acts similar.
But it isn't the same, right? Water isn't the same as air, right? As gas. So
Yeah, it's different.
Okay, so it's non-analogous. Water isn't the same as gas. Liquids aren't the same as gas.
Yeah, I was
So
with that example I said.
Gas doesn't get pulled down by anything. Correct?
Pardon?
So gas isn't being pulled down, or it moves in any and all direction. It doesn't follow any bendy space-time or mass attracting mass, right?
Yeah. Gravity's all fake. I was just trying to figure out why the gradient was there. And like, if it is like the ocean, the ocean's contained on the sides, so obviously the dome would be containing everything.
Maybe, right? I don't think anybody here, except for a few, really claims that they know that there is a dome, right? I mean, many of us would say containment, but what is that dome or that containment, that barrier?
Yeah.
It would be more honest to say that I wouldn't know, right? I
Yeah, it's very mysterious.
So
I'm just thinking like that would be an explanation for it. That seems kind of makes sense to me.
I mean, you have,
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's just an idea.
I get it. When you look at ancient cosmologies, they all depict it as a flat plane with a sort of dome over it, right? So
Yeah.
I get it.
Have you heard of the golden egg theory?
Golden egg theory?
Yeah, it's like similar to some of the pictures with the 2 or 3 more circles around our plane, and then like there's like 2 or 3 more domes with the other planets as the sun and moon.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard Weiss talking about it, right? What if there is more land, extra terra, right? Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah.
Could be. I don't know. I like the explanation, extra terra, extraterrestrial.
Yeah, I love it.
And then we have Admiral Byrd talking about more land.
Yeah, that's like a good proof to suggest like more land across the other.
He was a high Mason, right?
Really?
Mason. Yeah. So
really?
I wouldn't take anything. Wouldn't take anything that Byrd said with take it too seriously. What they usually do is they they tell you the truth and wrap it around some lies. So maybe he has some. There are some truths in there, but it's difficult to filter them out.
Yeah.
What some people say is that they deliberately put our eyes on Antarctica, right? And then deflecting us from the north.
Yeah.
There could be stuff there.
Yeah, I think you're right. Someone was talking about the stream of energy going down to the North Pole. That's where you get the Aurora Borealis. Do you know much about that?
The stream of vanity.
Some sort of stream of energy.
Okay, yeah. Well, you have lots of people speculating about a toroidal field around Earth, right?
Yeah.
That would be the middle of that toroidal field would be in the north then, right? So there could be something connecting that. When you look at Ken Wheeler, he's a glober, but he's much into the electric phenomena that is.
Yeah, I'll have to check him out. I gotta go, man. But it's been good chatting.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
We'll catch up another time.
Okay, man. Bye.
Cheers, man. What was your name again?
Yep. Roger.
Cool, man.
See you around, man. Welcome.
Clown Show Kosho, March 2021.
Faith is a more general term that I would probably say. There's science and then faith. Just having faith in something. Because faith doesn't require any evidence at all.
Wrong. So we have Clown Show Kosho juxtaposing science, which he has no clue of. See previous Numpty clips. And further on in this presentation, he's juxtaposing science and faith, saying science has evidence whereas faith does not. They're two polar opposites. That's interesting. Let's see what Max Planck has to say about this. We got Max Planck here, Nobel Prize in Physics. Where is Science Going? Dated 1932, page 214. Max Planck says, anybody who has been seriously engaged in scientific work of any kind realizes that over the entrance to the gates of the Temple of Science are written the words, ye must have faith. It is a quality which the scientist cannot dispense with. So, either Clown Show Kosho is right and Max Planck is wrong, and or Clown Show Kosho is equivocating fallacy with the word faith. Guess where my bet's going? All in.
But that's my point. Is it science is not limited to cause and effect relationships.
Notice this crayon muncher couched this with science, right? Not natural science, he said just science. So what he's doing is equivocating fallacy again. From one of your chief pseudoscience priests, we'll just lead it out here, nature.com, California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in The Edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They are the whole point. So, that begs the question, what's a scientific hypothesis? And Clown Show Kosho, it better have nothing to do with cause and effect, or you're toast. From Lowell C., Becoming a Successful Scientist, Cambridge University Press, a scientific hypothesis is based on cause and effect reasoning. There you go.
Fatality.
Down the tubes. A scientific hypothesis does not merely state X and Y may be related, but explains why they are related. Let's pile on. From Drexel University, the scientific method is hypothesis-driven. One makes an educated guess to explain a cause and effect relationship. From Anne-Marie Helmstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, a hypothesis is an educated guess based on observation. It's a prediction of cause and effect. From the Institute of Physics, when planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment need to be kept constant during the investigation. The variables, independent, dependent, and controlled. From the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, in an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher, and the dependent variable is the response that is measured. An independent variable is the presumed cause, whereas the dependent variable is the presumed effect. The IV is the antecedent, whereas the DV is the consequent. From his alma mater wiki, an experiment is a procedure carried out to support, refute, or validate a hypothesis. Experiments provide insight into cause and effect by demonstrating what outcome occurs when a particular factor is manipulated. From sciencing.com, independent variable. The variable that the scientist changes during the experiment is the independent variable. Think of the experiment as a cause and effect exercise. The independent variable is the cause factor. So if the whole point of the scientific method is hypothesis, and it is, and hypotheses are exclusively based on cause and effect reasoning, they are, then natural science is solely based on cause and effect. And Clown Show Kosho is a pretender clown numpty dipshit.
You dumbass.
Yeah, but not all science requires experiments.
Are you high right now?
Natural science most certainly requires experiment. You equivocating egghead. From Professor Wolf's University of Rochester Physics Labs, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation. You're done.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
D-U-N. Clown. Let's pile on. From Lure's, e.g., Introduction to Theory and Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics, the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. From the chair of physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, the only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. From Richard Feynman, if it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. In that simple statement is the key to science.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
And finally, your buddy, Max Planck. Experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry, imagination. Apparently, these scientists just stomped the mud hole in your dumb ass, Clown Show Kosho.
Like most wildlife biology doesn't require you can't even really do experiments. Same thing with astronomy. A lot of times it's just observations.
Well then, since wildlife biology and astronomy don't conduct experiments, and as over, natural science requires experiment, therefore wildlife biology and astronomy aren't natural sciences. Thanks. By the way, if those quote-unquote disciplines, wildlife biology and astronomy, masquerade as natural sciences, then they are pseudosciences by definition. Pseudoscience, a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. Done.
An infinite amount of ways to do science.
No flailing, generalized, baseless, bare, useless, drivel, assertion fallacy there. In amount of ways, eh? Well, as we've all heard today, Professor Sean Carroll, Caltech, Chair of Physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, Richard Feynman, and Max Planck essentially say, you're full of pretender clown dipshittery, Clown Show Kosho.
The reason why you can infer that there's a force acting on it is even though you're measuring its acceleration, you're not measuring any actual acceleration.
Gonna play Kiwi's presentation about refraction. It's a really good one.
Let's go with some mic discipline here. I'm going to go through 3/4 of the presentation, and I'll stop. You'll realize why I stopped. And then we'll finish it off right at the end with the last quarter of the presentation. It's not going to be all that long. I want everyone to pay attention. Like I said, this is for flat earthers. This is for you guys, right? For when they refraction, they're toast. And you can destroy them quickly. And I'm going to show you how, right? It's not going to be difficult. So we have refraction. Isn't that beautiful? I thought it was a beautiful picture. Everyone complains that I don't have pictures in my videos there, so I put some random pictures in there. Of course, right on topic, right? We got some Pink Floyd action going on. We got some actual refraction, right? So what do we do? What is our modus operandi whenever we enter a topic, whether it be new or an old topic, especially with an audience and everyone listening? Well, we define our terms. I suggest this. I stressed this the other day because what happens, people get into discussions, arguments, and they don't define what they're talking about. The two parties don't do it, and it starts to circle the drain immediately. And then 25 minutes later, you find yourself talking about, the color of cotton socks in Narnia. Why? Well, one of the reasons why is you didn't define terms. This is very simple. It's called the Socratic method. Define the terms so everyone understands, not only you and the other party, but most importantly, the audience, so they can follow along. You're going to lose them quickly if you don't define what you're talking about, okay? That's a pro tip. So that's what we're going to do right now. So refraction, what is it? From the physics classroom, let's take a close look at this. Refraction is the bending of the path of a light wave. There's a problem there, but I digress. We'll get to that. Be patient. As it passes from one material to another. Really? That's quite interesting. The refraction occurs at the boundary and is caused. Whenever you see that term, then a weather eye should raise, right? Because it's going to tell you what the necessary antecedent is for that topic you're discussing, for the existence of that topic you're discussing. So you raise a weathered eye, here it comes. It's caused by a change in the speed of a light wave. Upon crossing the boundary spoken of here, right? The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent on whether the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. And they give us the formula, a perfect reflection of what the definition just told you, right? You have the N material, that's the index of refraction. Everyone's heard that term, right? Bandied about. No one's ever defined it. As long as I've been out here, just index of refraction. Yeah, or refractive index. Boy, that sounds great. What the heck does that mean? This is what it means. So you got N material equals a ratio. In this particular case, it's the speed of light in a vacuum. Now, I don't know why they put the speed of light in a vacuum. This is supposed to be a natural law. Vacuums don't exist in nature. But I digress. You see where I'm going with that. So it's the speed of light in a vacuum over the reference material. The speed of light in your reference material, that's all it is, folks. It's a ratio. And what's a ratio? Well, that's one thing compared to or in relationship with another thing. It's just as simple as that, right? And you can get the index of refraction every single time from this formula right here. It equals a constant. That's the index of refraction. Follow? Now, everyone knows what we're talking about here. Don't worry about it. These definitions are going to pop up throughout the presentation. If you didn't catch it now, you will catch it. Now, remember, the most important parts are, look at that. I put that real big for you. So it would burn into your retina. it's as the light wave as it passes from one material to another material. The boundary, the interface between two different materials. Everyone see that? It's very important. It's going to become critically important over the next 30 minutes. Now again, the refractive index, you can get there two ways. This has N subscript 2(1). That's the index of refraction with substance 2 versus substance 1 from here, from epsilon 1 over epsilon 2. Where do we see this? We see it right up here. That's the same formula, isn't it? V1 over V2. You can take the velocity of the speed of light in a vacuum over your reference material. What I'm trying to stress here, it's always a ratio. Always a ratio. Then it has equal sign. The right part of this equation is Snell's law. Now, we're going to get into that here in a few minutes, a little bit more in depth. But let me just say that this is also a ratio, isn't it? It's just a trigonometric ratio. Same thing. This equals Snell's law. You're going to get the same constant. Well, no matter which way you do it, you'll get the same index of refraction. Hopefully everyone's following that. It's just that simple.
Can I answer?
No. So, the 5-dagger fistful of dipshittery. Number 1, Your Honor and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Exhibit 1. Whenever Baltard's refraction, they're unwittingly invoking terrestrial refraction. Well, what's that? Right? We're going to have to, they put a little term in front of this term that we defined above. So what's that mean? Well, let's go to the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State, astronomy department, and have him describe what terrestrial refraction is. The atmosphere is also curved. That's interesting. As it follows the shape of the Earth, in the calculations below, we'll adopt the rough value of 6,400 kilometers, the radius of curvature, to make the calculation simple. So, what is this description telling you? Now, I'm going to highlight them here for you. You see these two little items right here? These are called necessary conditions, antecedent facts that must hold true for this to exist. Follow? If one of these does not exist, that one or that one, this doesn't exist. It's just that simple. So, for terrestrial refraction to exist, like I said, two conditions, that is, necessary antecedents, must exist. Exhibit 1A, Your Honor. You must have curved gases. The atmosphere. Why? Well, he told you. Andrew Thomas Young told you right here. You must have curved gases. Now remember, the atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape, Andrew. If you think they do, that is, gases have shape, you'd fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Literally. From Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level 1. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. Over. Now, do I need this? Just Christy? No, it's just to make a point. I could provide over 100 citations with little effort saying over and over again that gases have no definite shape. Number one, it's self-evident to somebody in a coma. And every citation, scientific or otherwise, tells you the same thing. Let's just finish it up here with Chem Libre text. Like liquids, gases have no definite shape. It's over. I can rest. Your Honor, the prosecution rests. I can rest my entire case right here, and they can't recover. That's how easy it is. So flat earthers, that's all you need. Why? Because they need it with their terrestrial refraction. It's described that way. You must have it. And they can't have it. So I just rest my case right here. How you like that? Now, I'm not going to rest my case right here. I'm going to go for a comprehensive presentation, but make no mistake, all the rest is just gravy. I'm just dancing on the grave. So keep that in mind. All right? It's going to get merciless, savage coming up here. The savage part is already over. Right here. Hope everyone gets that. And B, you must know the radius of the Earth. Why? Well, guess what? It's part of the necessary conditions for terrestrial refraction to exist. It's right there. It's the second one. From Andrew Thomas Young. He gives it to you. So demonstrate the radius of the Earth. So what you have here is a begging the question fallacy radius wrapped in a contradiction in terms paradox atmosphere. Now, you can use this one. I have no problem with it. You can use the radius of the Earth to destroy terrestrial refraction, right? I'm just trying to save you some time because you're going to get bogged down in the who, what, when, where, how, and why of the radius of the Earth when you could just kill it quick with curved gases. Now, a lot of people like to do this. I'm not saying don't. You're perfectly within your rights to kill it that way. That's fine. I don't have a problem with it. Either way. But I rest, Your Honor. Remember with Exhibit 1A, the prosecution rests above. I'm just showing off now. Dagger number 2. Baltards must invoke Snell's law. There is no other way around it. So, Snell's law, what is it? Well, from their alma mater wiki, let's define this monkey. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction. Now, the formulation down here is by Descartes, René Descartes. Snell had a little different articulation of it. It wasn't wrong. It's just that we don't use it. We use René Descartes. It's not a big deal. I digress. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law and the law of refraction, is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through there it is again, a boundary between what? We've seen this before, two different isotropic media. And they give examples. Well, what are the different media? Water, glass, air. Right? So it's air to water, air to glass, water to air, glass to air. You see, it's two different isotropic media. You can't get around this. The definition reflects the formula. You must have two different media. Snell's law is simply the relation between the angle of incidence and the angle of refraction and the refractive indices of the two media being compared. Right here. It's in the formula. You have the angles of incidence, theta, right here, incidence, over theta refractive. It's right there. You can't get around this. It's two media. Every single time you pull up Snell's law, if you research Snell's law, you're going to see a depiction somewhere or a reasonable facsimile of this. Why? Because it's in the formula. You can't get out of it. Right? So what do we got here? We have air and water. 1, 2. The relationship between the two. The boundary. Right? You can't, you must have this. I hope everyone understands. It's quite simple. Very easy to understand. Let's head back to, remember I stopped here in the beginning with the first ratio. So the index of refraction. So N equals C over epsilon. All this is saying is giving you, again, another ratio. And we already went over this. Index of refraction is N. C is the speed of light in a vacuum. And epsilon is the speed of light in the reference material. Whatever it is. Remember we went over this? I pulled up this caption above. N subscript 2, 1. That's the relationship between epsilon 2 and epsilon 1. This is just a ratio. That ratio right here is depicted right here. The right side of the equation is Snell's law, as we just went over. It's going to give you the same answer. This is a trigonometric ratio. It doesn't matter. You're going to come out with the same answer as you did with V1 or V2 because they're equivalent statements, is what I wanted to point out. Here we go again, another depiction of Snell's law. Now, don't worry about the formulations over there. They're trying to solve for the angle of refraction. We're not all that interested in that because they give the indices or the indexes of refraction for what? Air versus the other substance, water, right? It's always, like I said, it's always a comparison between two different media and the surface or the interface between then said media. Right? That's what I want to stress here. Hopefully everyone's got that because it's going to come very, very important right about now. Hey, the married bachelor paradox atmosphere is only one medium. So what does that have to do with Snell's law? Nothing. It's a category error. If you apply it to Snell's law, it's non sequitur. As simple as that. So what do? The Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit baltard's only recourse, folks. Tie Snell's law to a tree and feebly adulterate it with their Tootsie Roll dicks after being found wanting and laughed at, snatch a baseball bat, and proceed to Bob Euchre flail blindly at the demobilized damsel and invoke the married bachelor paradox, curved gases atmosphere. You think I'm lying? Let's check it. From the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department, Snell's law. Snell's law gives the quantitative change of direction of a ray of light. We're going to be dealing with that later, but I digress. Ray of light and passing from one medium to another, right? He has to say that because that's Snell's law. He continues. The product n sine z is the same on both sides of a plane interface, right? Interface between two media. You can't have an interface between one media. That makes no damn sense. Where n is the local refractive index and z is the local angle the ray makes with the normal to the interface. That is Snell's law. He has to give it to you that way because that's what it is. Here comes the magic, baby. Get ready. In the curved atmosphere, what? Andrew, gases don't curve there, buddy. But he's going to curve the atmosphere. He's going to introduce a paradox now and change Snell's law. He's doing it right in front of your face. In the curved atmosphere, Snell's law, presto magico, becomes an R sine Z equal constant. What? Where'd you get this from? That's not Snell's law. Where's the R here? He wholesale changed the law right in front of your face, folks, by introducing a paradox, no less. Can you believe it? Snell's law becomes nr sine z equals constant, where r is the distance from the local center of curvature. What? Local center of what curvature? The curved gases? See the page especially devoted this refractive invariant. Yeah, it's an invariant, all right. So here's what we got, folks. Abracadabra. Gonna reach out and pipe ya with pixie dust from the curved Atmo in Gondor. That's what he did. That's all he did. He's Andrew, I think he's like a witch, right? But he's a special type of witch because actual witches, they have things that they put in their witch's brew that are actual physical, like bat pee and frog's legs and stuff. Not Andrew, he's a different type of witch. He does it conceptually, with conceptual fictions, right? It's quite special, isn't it? That's all he did, folks. So, the booger-eating baltard's Tootsie Roll Dick shape shift delete, the quintessential tenet of Snell's law. I showed it to you a number of times. Two different isotropic media via substituting a paradox, curved gases atmosphere, into Narnia, and then presto magico, voila, refraction. That's all it is. We're in a carnival tent Narnia Odyssey. This is a belly laugher. This is a second grade belly laugher, folks. We're not done yet. One more tiny little issue. The lack of precision. There's more issues down below. Don't worry. I want to deal with this one just as a technicality. So what we're going to do is we're going to compare the definition of refraction with the depiction below. We're going to look at all the necessary conditions that must exist for refraction to exist, and then we're going to take a look down here and see if it comes to fruition, right? So again, this is from Physics Classroom. We've seen this in the beginning of the presentation. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave as it passes from, remember, one material to another. Okay, let's look down here. We have two materials, so we're good to go with that, right? We have air and water. Met that criterion. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Do we have a boundary here? We sure do. The boundary between air and water. So we're good up to this point. And is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave upon crossing the boundary. Well, we have light, and it's crossing the boundary between air and water. And we have all the criterion up to this point covered. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent on whether the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. Well, we have that. We have light crossing the boundary. We have the surface interface between air and water, and the light is slowing down as it enters the water. So everything is covered in this definition. We should expect refraction. Do we have refraction here? Nope. R refraction equals 0. What? I just satisfied all the criterion, but refraction is 0. This definition is incorrect because it's incomplete. There's a caveat here. They forgot the caveat was the incident ray, the angle, must be greater than 0. Now, you may say, yeah, okay, QE, this is, one of those points you're just needlessly picking at it. No, I'm looking for precision. We need precision out here. This is supposed to be science. I don't know what university you guys went to, but I got sick and tired of hearing precision and accuracy. This lacks complete, it's not even in the vicinity of precision. And I just showed you no refraction, and I satisfied all the criterion of the definition. Now, didn't I? Yes, I did. Number 3, dagger. To establish the efficacy of Snell's law, please show photons as friggin' waves. Why? Why do you think? Well, because it's in the definition. You guys getting it now, right? From Wiki again, Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction. See, we got waves, right? Light or other waves, right? We got the Physics Classroom. We got light waves here, light waves, right? Light waves. We got light waves everywhere. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. Hey, Dick, can you please educate these ball-tard morons on what light is? From Richard Feynman, the first thing Newton believed light was corpuscular. Turned out that it had very strange properties from that point of view, and it was then explained that many of these strange properties were because, in fact, it was a wave, which was wrong. Turns out he was right. It was a particle. Huh, really? They're calling it waves up here. We got some roosters in the hen house because it's not matching the definition. Is it? No, it's not. From the chair of physics at Yale, Professor Shankar. Everything is really particles. All things, electrons, photons, light, protons, neutrons, they are all particles. So let there be no doubt about that. Your Honor, we have a problem. They're calling them waves. They don't even have the definitions correct. I recommend throwing them out on their neck. That's my recommendation. So, show photons as friggin' waves. Best wishes. Number 4. To invoke Snell's law, you must know the one-way speed of light. Why? Take a wild guess. It's in the definitions. From Hyperphysics, Georgia State University.edu. Refraction is the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed's different. Really? Speed is different from what? To calculate a difference, you must know the one-way speed of light. It'd be easier sprouting Japanese maples from your armpits than finding out the one-way speed of light. If you've listened to any of the recent Numpty clips, you know why. If you haven't, then shame on you. So if you don't know the speed of light, the one-way speed, and you never will, how can you calculate a difference? Now, you know there's a difference. You can tell there's a difference. You ain't calculating it. Why? You don't have the benchmark speed. That's why. Duh. Now, I'm going to caveat this. If they're comparing two convention speeds, because the speed of light is a convention, which they are, then I'll relent on this one point. How about that? I'll leave you up for a little bit of air before I drowned you again. So don't say I didn't give you anything. Right? I hope you follow the line of reasoning here. I just wanted to stress the one-way speed of light. You don't know it. But you're good to go if you're comparing. You're staying within the convention. I have no problem. No issues. Good. Friends again? We ain't going to be after this. Number 5, Dagger. Even if we play Be Kind to Dumb Animal Baltard Booger Eater Week, granting them the Married Bachelor Paradox, Curved Gases, Snell's Law, Tootsie Roll Dick Adulteration, Waves Catastrophe, the one-way speed of light, and Al Bubby Baruni's Fairy Tale Radius Value, the Snoz Particle Chefs are still toast. Why? There is no 4 times paradoxical refractive phenomena that takes the geometric horizon and jettisons it 10 times further than it should be. Not even in their paradoxical, the 4 times paradox, not even if I grant them everything and say it's all true, there is nothing that even gets anywhere in the vicinity of moving the horizon 10 times further than it should be. Nothing. You can't even dream it up. Kablooey. Spinning space monkey glurfers. You're finished. I'd like to point out, Your Honor, that I did rest with Exhibit 1A. I just didn't want you to forget about that. We'll continue. P.S. Oh, Lord. Rays. Why are we going to stop here with rays? Why do you think I'm going to stop with rays? What's your best guess? Yeah, it's in the definition. From Hyperphysics again, Georgia State University.edu. Refraction is the bending of a wave. Yeah, right. When it enters a medium where its speed is different. Look what we got here. Light ray. Right? Let's go to Andrew Thomas Young. Snell's Law again. What do we got here? Ray of light. We got angle of the ray. We got rays everywhere. Where's Ray? Right? Let's head back to Andrew Thomas Young. Wait till you get a load of this, folks. Let's take a listen to what's going on. This is multi-layered. Some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law. What? Some people have worried? Which people? And how do you know they're worried? I digress. What is this? This is so strange. When I first read this, I said, what? What are you talking about? How to apply the refraction law? Well, what's he talking about? Snell's law, right? To such a horizontal ray of light. Listen closely. Because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries. What? You got to cross a boundary to invoke Snell's law. Now I know why they're worried. I digress. Because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's only one medium, not two. This has nothing to do with Snell's law. And let me give you a little secret. This one sentence destroys all of terrestrial refraction without me doing a single thing. I just destroyed it. You didn't catch it? And what's really funny, We haven't even got down to the subject area yet. So listen to this. Because it does the ray of light, because it does not cross any horizontal boundary, well, he described rays of light down here as not existing in reality. Unrealistic mental construct that are rays. We're going to get to that in a second. Do you think, Andrew, that one of the reasons it doesn't cross any horizontal boundary is because it doesn't exist? According to you? That would probably be a big reason why it's not crossing any horizontal boundaries. Don't you think? The non-existence of that thing? OMG, Andrew. This is something else on another level. You see, I got references down here, right? And we're going to talk a little bit more. We went over a couple of references by Andrew Thomas Young. We're going to get to another one just below. It seems to me that Andrew spreads these little gems across different references. They're not all in one spot. So he'll talk about his fairy tale in one reference, but he'll debunk it in a totally separate reference, like in a sidebar. This is really quite clever. And I'm wondering why he's doing this. And the only thing I can think of, and I may be mistaken, but I don't think I am, is that if he ever gets called for academic fraud, he can always go back and say, look, I told you so. It was right here. You must not have read this part. That's what he's doing. But I digress. Let's get to this horizontal. We're back to the horizontal ray. So, the simplest solution, you have a solution? Really? Let's find out what what your simple solution is. To the horizontal ray paradox, folks, we have another paradox. That makes 5. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. Really, Andrew? In reality, we always have a beam of light. Infinitely narrow rays don't really exist. What? They don't really exist, so you're conjuring something in your definitions, physical effects in the natural world from things that don't exist? Right from you, Andrew. This is Andrew Thomas Young. Rays, 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 rays. They're conjuring unrealistic mental constructs, that things that don't exist, and putting them in physical definitions. That's batshit insane. That's a reification fallacy on nuclear steroids. Listen to you need to read. You need to sit down and read this and let this sink in. Like I said, it's a multi-layered train wreck of an epic dumpster fire. Let's go to the next reference. See, he's in a different reference again. In the diagrams below, heavy lines represent rays of light. If you're not familiar with this conceptual fiction, what? Please check the Optics for Beginners page before continuing here. What? Conceptual fictions. So they conjure conceptual fictions and put them in their definitions in for physical reality. Effects in physical reality. It's over. Welcome to the carnival tent, Narnia Odyssey, folks. This is a joke of epic proportions. Like I said, he's a witch, but he uses he's a conceptual witch. Unbelievable, huh? We're going to stop right here. 3/4 of the presentation is over because I know some people want a little airtime. I want to have them just let this sink in, right? Let's see what they have to say. So, comments, questions up to this point.
I will go if no one else is going. Yeah, it's very good, QE. From the start, when Andrew Thomas Young states, as the atmosphere is curved, at that exact point, he's not even begging the question. He's just appealing to a belief. And then what he has to do is try and bypass Snell's law while also incorporating it by appealing to a density gradient, which leads us to more recent years where we have the likes of Mick West, who will take a fish tank of sugar water that he knows, because sugar water is dextro-rotatory, will cause a light to bend down the way. He'll take a laser pen and point it upward so it shines up the way through the sugar water. And then obviously, because of the sugar water's effect on light, it will then make a parabola with the light.
Sugar water? Aren't you missing another thing other than the sugar water? What else you missing? The glass.
Yeah, the glass too. The glass. Oh, yeah,
That's kind of the most important thing with that, along with the monochromatic light source. Now, I don't want you to go down this pathway. Remember, I want to get back to something you did say in the beginning. You said his curved gas is a belief. No.
Yeah.
That violates gas behavior, so it can't be a belief. Follow?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah. Well, the point I was trying to make is that to get this concept across, he had to basically violate reality, and also assume that light had a one-way speed that was measured. It's like trying to know the distance to somewhere in miles when you don't even know the measurement of a foot. So that's basically where I was going with it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Nathan, sir, are you still there?
Yes, I was going to say, you highlighted it best when you talked about rays. Working outside of a convention, they've devised this behavior. The behavior is of what? Oh, this idea of what a ray does. And then they apply that or superimpose it onto what Earth is doing. Yeah. Just while I'm on the mic, can you back off your mic maybe 6 inches? Overloading your mic while you're doing your presentation. Presentation, by the way.
It's not over yet.
A bit to add if what you got on, John. Right.
Yeah, that's why I stopped. Go.
The bit that caught my ear, again, you allude to it, Andrew Thomas Young. What he says, how he says it, and the implications, and the horizontal ray paradox is what I'm talking about. And with regards to what he's saying, whether we're talking about a ball Earth or a flat Earth, what he's talking about is a graduated atmosphere with regards to this. And he says it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser or less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. So is that an admission that the gradient creates no actual boundary layers for consideration?
Exactly. There's no boundary. You only got one media.
Yeah, and because I know Snell's been saying that, but that just seems a hidden way of him just pointing it out that it is one medium we're talking to, and therefore, irrespective of any density gradients that you may have, the horizontal ray paradox destroys that. That he goes on to hyperbolize and create a distraction, but that initial statement says to me that the a density gradient in the atmosphere does not create any effects that are described with regards to Snell's law. Making that clear before creating a smokescreen in the next bit.
Yes, exactly. Not even a smokescreen. He compromises himself in the rest of the definition of rays.
Well, that's what I mean. He's happy to compromise it, but by going into that. But the fundamental point is he's saying it doesn't happen. It's a paradox. It gives it a nice title. Like Nathan always says, give it a title, stick it on the front page. It's a paradox. Oh, what that means is it blows everything out the water. It means all of the nonsense I'm about to spout is wrong because this demonstrates everything I'm saying is incorrect. Hence the term paradox.
Yes.
Actually got that from Yes Minister, who's talking
Sorry.
to a permanent secretary, and I think at the time he's just a minister. No, that's not right. He's several of the permanent secretaries talking amongst themselves, explaining how the worst thing they could possibly have is open government. The title of the paper that they're wanting to publish is called Open Government. And they're like, yeah, you deal with the dirty detail you don't want anyone to focus on right at the front cover. In this case, paradox. You just label it, right? You just call it what it is.
Use a clever word, paradox, as opposed to completely destroys what I'm about to say. I hypothesize.
How do you like him putting those little gems in different references? You guys catch that?
Is that what you meant when you said that he's trying to stop being called out for what kind of fraud did you say it was?
Academic fraud.
Well, that was a question I was going to ask you, John. So, come the revolution, and he's there in front of you in the court of law, are you going to let him off?
No. No, because I just presented evidence, Your Honor, that shows that there's a rooster in the hen house here. We're dealing... To call this anywhere near science is... I don't even know what that word is. This is so far away from anything science